With the recent announcement of a Spyro the Dragon HD remaster, I thought it'd be a great idea to take a look back at everyone's favourite purple dragon and dig up some history about him in the series. Now, I was initially going to do one super long video covering every single Spyro the Dragon game, but I think it'll be a lot easier and viewer friendly if I make a video for each title. It also means I can go into more detail on each one, so yay! In this series, I'm going to talk about the development, story, world, characters, gameplay, music, voice work and critical reception of each game, so quite a bit to discuss. Now, this particular video will cover not only the first game, but the birth of the series itself, which means subsequent videos will be shorter as I won't need to mention Spyro's origins after this. Also, bear in mind I may occasionally refer to each title as Spyro 1, Spyro 2, etc. I do know the proper names, it's just easier to say Spyro 3 than Spyro Year of the Dragon multiple times. Oh, and if by some random chance you've never played Spyro and you intend to, lots of spoilers are incoming. Ye be warned. Anyway, let's begin this first video with the game that started it all, Spyro the Dragon. Development. Spyro the Dragon first came to life way back in 1997 and was released for PlayStation 1 in autumn of 1998, developed by Insomniac Games and published by Sony Interactive Entertainment. Insomniac Games were fresh off making Disruptor, a first-person shooter very similar in gameplay and appearance to Doom, but while the game had been highly rated by critics, it didn't sell too well.
It was definitely a critical success, but it just wasn't a financial success. But what really made us happy was that critics called it the dark horse of that year, or the best game that nobody ever heard of.
Luckily for us, the praise Insomniac Games received for Disruptor was enough motivation for them to keep making games. Mark Cerny, the president of Universal Interactive Studios, wanted a game that not only focused on interaction with enemies, but was also suitable for a wider audience. He encouraged Insomniac Games to come up with such a title, and it was artist Craig Stitt who informed his team that he'd always wanted to make a game about a dragon. During early development, Spyro was actually green, rather than the iconic purple we know him to be. However, this caused visibility issues as he kept blending into, well, pretty much everything. Can you imagine running around Stone Hill as a bright green dragon? The team experimented with multiple colours for Spyro before they finally settled on purple. Now, he wouldn't blend into the environment so easily, and the purple tone gave him quite a unique appearance, useful when you're competing with an orange Bandicoot for popularity. Speaking of which, did you know that in each of the first 3 Spyro games, there's a hidden Crash Bandicoot demo? Pressing L1 and triangle simultaneously will bring you into them. Spyro 1 features Crash Bandicoot Warped, Spyro 2 Crash Team Racing, and Spyro 3 Crash Bash. Crash Bandicoot Warped returned the favour by including a secret playable demo of Spyro 1. The homeworld, realms and objects contained therein also required a lot of thought. Colours were carefully picked to evoke a certain response from players, and it wasn't just a case of going, let's have blue for a cold realm and red for a hot realm, as the terrain and architecture had to be taken into account as well. During the development of Spyro, a whiteboard was utilised to display every single realm and the colours used in each one. This was helpful in making sure colours complemented each other, and that they worked well with other realms in that particular homeworld for a consistent tone. Story, world and characters. The stories for the Spyro the Dragon games were usually pretty simple, with each game, bar the Legend of Spyro trilogy, being a one-off adventure, but we'll talk about those in a later video. Let's concentrate on the first game for now. Spyro 1 starts off with an interview taking place, where 2 dragons discuss what it's like to live in the Dragon Realms. The conversation moves on to Nasty Nork, who is currently trapped in a remote world, and the second dragon discusses how simple, harmless, and ugly he is. Nasty, who obviously takes offence, and I assume has a TV off screen somewhere to be able to hear this conversation, reacts in anger and turns all the dragons bar Spyro into crystal, thus becoming the main antagonist of the first game. It's up to Spyro and his dragonfly buddy Sparks to free all the dragons, collect all the stolen gems and dragon eggs, and defeat Nasty Nork. Spyro must travel to all 6 homeworlds and the realms contained therein to complete his task. Each homeworld is named after the dragon clan that inhabits it, except the 6th, which is Nasty's homeworld. Homeworlds and their realms also contain unique enemies with a particular level dedicated to and named after a sub-boss. Spyro can travel to and from different homeworlds by way of the balloonists found in each hub. There's the Artisan's homeworld, a lush green land filled with castles and inhabited by peaceful dragons who create songs, sculpture, poetry, all the fancy stuff, you know. Enemies here tend to be Nork goons and warriors, shepherds, dogs and various farm animals. The sub-boss of Artisans is Toasty, who at first glance appears to be a large shepherd with a pumpkin head, but once Spyro flames him a couple of times, he's revealed to be a sheep on stilts. I guess the sheep finally had enough of being fodder to dragons. Next is the Peacekeeper's homeworld, an arid place filled with dangerous tar pits, rocky cliffs, and watchtowers. This world is inhabited by the bravest but most short-tempered of all the dragons, who live to fight from the day they're born. Enemies here vary from foot soldiers and cannoneers to tribesmen and fat ladies. I didn't make that up, that apparently is their official name. The sub-boss of Peacekeepers is Dr. Shemp, a too cool for school shaman dude who really thinks too much of himself. He's got the sunglasses and everything. Random fact time. There are two possible originations for Dr. Shemp's name. The first comes from an inside joke at Insomniac Games. Whenever something would go wrong during development, employers would use the phrase "got the Shemp." The second is a stage term, fake Shemp, made famous by actor Shemp Howard. The term is used to describe an actor whose appearance is disguised by methods such as heavy makeup or filming from the back. Given that Dr. Shemp's only weakness is his back, this may be where he got his name. Next up, the Magic Crafter's homeworld, where, you guessed it, dragons create magic. This place is a mixed environment, with stretches of grassy plain for Spyro to travel on, but also surrounded by mountain peaks and dotted with snow. Featuring some of the most annoying enemies in the game, Magic Crafters is filled with druids and their pesky beasts. The sub-boss of Magic Crafters is a wizard tornado creature thing, who sends out miniature clouds to zap Spyro with lightning. Next is probably my least favourite homeworld, Beastmakers. Again, clues in the name. A swampy and dark realm which I remember giving me the creeps as a kid. The dragons here tend to be quite lazy and are slow to anger unlike their peacekeeper cousins. Enemies here are a mix of monkey men that throw bananas at Spyro, attack frogs which use their tongues to lash at him, and one of the freakiest looking enemies in the game, the dragon-eating plant. The sub-boss of Beastmakers is Metalhead, a large robot that uses power poles to charge itself and send out electric attacks towards Spyro. The penultimate homeworld is Dreamweavers, where, oh you're good at this, dreams are made. This world is made up of a series of floating islands and fanciful buildings. The dragons that live here are probably the most mysterious of all, not surprising given they're creators of dreams and arch-enemies of nightmares. Foes here can be quite terrifying, at least they were for me when I was a kid. Most are manipulated by magic or light to make them more menacing. For example, devil dogs are cute little puppies when the lights are on, but when the light goes out, giant creepy demon dog from hell. The sub-boss of Dreamweavers, and the last in the game, is Jacques, a jack-in-the-box creature with pointy teeth who makes his lair atop a pit of lava. The final homeworld Spyro visits is Nasty's World. This is the smallest homeworld in the game, consisting of nothing more than a bridge, round platform, and 4 portals instead of 5, 3 of which are hidden behind large metal dragon heads. There are no enemies in the main hub, and the only dragons in this homeworld and its realms are ones Spyro saved previously, who were stupid enough to try and stop Nasty themselves. Enemies in these realms resemble dock workers, engineers, and army grunts. A couple variants even use submachine guns and machetes against Spyro. Oh, the 90s were a different time for family-friendly games. Obviously there's no sub-boss here, as this is where Spyro kicks Nasty Nork's butt once and for all. The realms vary greatly from world to world, but tend to have a recurring theme that matches their respective homeworlds. Artisan realms contain a lot of green grass and medieval town-like structures. Peacekeeper realms are dry and rocky with pools and rivers of tar. Magic Crafter realms tend to be high up in the mountains and feature a lot of environmental manipulation. Beastmaker realms are situated in gloomy swamps. Dreamweaver realms are, well, dreamlike and fantastical. And Nasty's World realms are all metally and industrial, filled with ships, guns, oil platforms and so on. The only exceptions to the recurring theme rule I can think of are Ice Cavern in Peacekeepers, Treetops in Beastmakers, and Jacques in Dreamweavers, with the latter more a nightmarish hellscape than a place of dreams and fantasy. Oh, and how could I forget the Special Flight realms? Apart from Sunny Flight, which has some similarities to the Artisan's Hub, these levels don't bear much resemblance to the homeworld they belong to. Night Flight in the Peacekeeper's homeworld is a coastal environment, filled with crystals of various sizes and colours, with even larger crystals visible on the horizon. It's set at night as the name implies, and it's the first flight to feature lighthouse objectives. Crystal Flight in the Magic Crafter's homeworld is a vast ocean filled with, can you guess? Yep, crystals. Apart from being set at evening rather than night, there isn't much difference between this flight and the previous one. Wild Flight resides in the Beastmaker's hub. Unlike its homeworld, this level is set during the day, and the water here is very clean, but that doesn't mean Spyro wants to dive in anytime soon. Crystals dot the landscape of this flight. Noticing a pattern here? And it's the first one to feature boats as an objective. Icy Flight in the Dreamweaver's homeworld is again set at night, with an odd environment consisting of snowy mountains submerged in dark water. A new enemy is introduced once again, the Copter Orc. Now, technically there is a flight realm in Nasty's world, but it doesn't function the same as the previous 5, and I won't go into much detail about it as it's a bonus level. Gameplay and controls. Spyro the Dragon is pretty basic in its controls, which is fairly understandable given it's aimed at a wider audience that includes kids. X to jump and again to glide, circle to breathe fire, square to charge, triangle to look around, and L1 and R1 to roll, though I don't think I ever use the latter. The goal is to make your way through each realm completing all the objectives discussed earlier, freeing dragons, collecting gems, blah blah blah. As you traverse these realms, enemies will try and stop you through various means, but it's not a big deal as combat is incredibly easy in this game. A simple charge or flame breath attack will deal with most foes. Combat doesn't vary much from this throughout the whole game, and can be a little lackluster at times. But there are a few enemies that spice things up occasionally, such as druids who manipulate the environment with magic, and creatures in the Dreamweaver realms that are affected by light and dark. Helping you every step of the way is Sparks, Spyro's dragonfly companion. He's basically your health gauge, with 3 different colours going from gold, to blue, to green, depending on how many times you've been hit, at least in the NTSC and PAL versions. He also picks up all that pesky treasure when you move close enough to it. Once Spyro takes a hit with the green Sparks, the dragonfly will disappear. Another hit and Spyro is a goner, so it's important to keep Sparks healthy by feeding him butterflies, which for some weird reason are found inside fodder such as sheep. Having no Sparks around also means you have to walk Spyro right over the treasure in order to pick it up, which gets tiring really fast, so make sure to keep Sparks healthy. As I mentioned before, each homeworld has its own flight realm which plays very differently from normal levels. Spyro flies rather than glides in these realms, and the objective is to destroy or activate all the obstacles found within before the timer runs out. Obstacles tend to be archways to fly through, trains and planes to blow up, chests to break, and so on. Once the realm has been completed, and if you return to it, you're free to roam with an unlimited timer, so you can have a bit of fun and explore. Now, going back to something I said a bit earlier, about Sparks being certain colours in the NTSC and PAL versions only, the reason I said that is because the Japanese release has Sparks permanently green even at full health. When Spyro takes damage, Sparks will get slightly dimmer instead of change colour. I'm not sure why they changed it, and I personally struggle to see a colour difference when taking damage, which means unless I'm keeping track, it's tough to tell how many more hits I've got left in me. There are a few other differences in this version of the game, and most aren't good. The camera is atrocious. Yeah, the NTSC and PAL camera can be pretty annoying at times, but just look at this. A fixed perspective is used rather than the camera that follows behind Spyro, and the only reason I can dig up for this change is that the normal version of the camera caused motion sickness. I don't know if that's true, but how can you not get sick of that? You can't even see where you're going half the time. Kind of a nightmare given how many death-defying jumps and glides you need to make in this game. Another change was making Spyro's charge incredibly slow. In this version, his charge speed seems no faster than his normal run speed. Weirdly, however, in a director's cut of the Japanese release, if you complete the game at 120%, you can unlock the ability to make Spyro charge at full speed. But why not just do that from the start? One more thing I noticed while messing around in the Japanese version, Spyro doesn't seem able to do the jump and charge trick. Well, he can kind of do it, but you need to press the jump button and immediately press the charge button straight after, and you have to keep hitting that combo for as long as you want to jump dash. It's not a big deal to be honest, I just don't know why it was changed. And we may as well mention the plethora of hint signs that can be found throughout the game. I'm not sure why there's a need for hints in a game as simple as this, but there you go. They also spoil some nice little secrets that players aren't supposed to find out until a certain dragon tells them about it later. So well done for spoiling the fun of exploration and discovery, Japanese Spyro. Music and voice work. One of the things I love in particular about the early games is the fantastic progressive rock theme music. Former drummer of the Police, Stuart Copeland, was very passionate about composing and producing the soundtrack for Spyro the Dragon. The track Jacques even appears in the Stuart Copeland anthology, titled as Rain. Once the game was released, he bought it to sit and play through with his kids. In his own words, it was like a 1950s family, gathered around the one TV with only 3 stations to choose from. The graphics were impressive, the gameplay was engaging, and the best part for me was that I got to do it all while listening to my own damn music. During an interview for PlayStation Underground, he talked a bit about his creative process while coming up with tracks for Spyro the Dragon.
Step 1 is to beat the level. Now for a 10-year-old kid, this is no problem. But for me, I have to beat the level and figure out the jumping, and I kind of navigate my way through the levels. In the very early stage, it's a lot of fun because I find a level that I can beat and get an attitude for it, and then create a piece of music for it.
Stuart would play through the realm first to get a feel for it, then begin composing snippets of music as he went along. He talks about playing the game in another interview. I'd have the music I created on a loop while I played the levels, but sometimes I'd find myself forgetting about the music entirely while trying to finish the level. It was an early version of the game, so it had glitches of course. I could fly right out of the world and off into space, come around and view the level from behind. It ended up looking like a movie set. Though he spent a long time making sure each track matched its respective realm, he was slightly puzzled to find that Insomniac Games had randomly matched tracks with levels they weren't composed for. Even if the tracks weren't used in the way Stuart originally intended, I think we can all agree the music for Spyro the Dragon was fantastic, and one of the reasons the game is still so popular nearly 20 years later. There are quite a few differences in tracks between each version of the game. For example, while the High Caves realm features the same track for both NTSC and Japanese versions, the Treetops track Slowed Down, the PAL version uses a completely new track altogether. Not only this, but there are actually 6 other tracks used in the PAL version that don't appear in the NTSC or Japanese versions. It's not known how exactly you trigger them, but many players report hearing them more often by staying in a realm for a prolonged period of time. The original Spyro the Dragon voice acting wasn't too bad for an at the time relatively unknown game, and you may recognise some of the actors who provided the voices. It's quite exciting to look through the list and see the work they've done not only on Spyro, but outside the series as well, and even more so when I recognise something they've been in. For example, if you randomly asked me who Carlos Alizaki is, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but he provided the voice of Spyro, as well as various adult dragons for Spyro 1. Outside of the game, he's voiced Rocco of Rocco's Modern Life, Winslow T. Oddfellow of CatDog, and Mr. Crocker of Fairly Odd Parents, so basically my childhood. Another actor who worked on Spyro 1 that I've definitely heard of is Clancy Brown. If you want deep, booming voice, Clancy is your guy. So it's no surprise he provided a lot of the voices of the adult dragons in Spyro 1.
The dragons are freed from their crystal, and then they give him advice and tell him how to play the game cryptically, to teach him how to fly, how to use the buttons, where to go, what to say, who to do, who he has to fight, who he doesn't have to fight.
Just like Carlos, Clancy has done a wide range of voice acting roles, including Dr. Neo Cortex and Uka Uka of the Crash Bandicoot series, Hades of God of War 3, and Alec Ryder of Mass Effect Andromeda. In terms of movies and television, Mr. Krabs of SpongeBob SquarePants, Lex Luthor of Superman the Animated Series, and Surtur of Thor Ragnarok, to name just a few. Critical reception and sales. Though Spyro the Dragon is still incredibly popular even today, the first game didn't immediately get the praise and sales the developers were hoping for on initial release. Many reviewers and critics labelled it a kiddie game, implying it wouldn't keep more seasoned players entertained. When Spyro did finally release in autumn 1998, sales weren't exactly impressive.
In Europe, it took off pretty much from the get-go, but in the US, it definitely was slow.
It didn't catch on right away.
Fortunately, as word spread about the plucky little purple dragon, sales picked up, and once past the Christmas period, Spyro began flying off the shelves.
After Christmas, just based on word of mouth, we kept on having these solid weeks, bigger than the launch week. And it just didn't taper off, through January, February, March, it just kept on selling.
What made it so popular was that it was a game people of all ages could enjoy due to its simplicity. Parents and grandparents who had bought it for small children were having a go themselves, even though they'd never played a video game before. Sales began to grow exponentially, and by the time the sequel was set to be released in November 1999, Spyro 1 had sold nearly 2 million copies in the US alone. Critics like IGN praised the graphic style and smooth animations which enhanced the gameplay experience, with the only complaint being the floaty camera. GameSpot loved the soundtrack and level design, but had slight criticism due to it becoming a little formulaic towards the end. To this day, the original game holds an 85.44% ranking on GameRankings.com, making it the 4th most popular game in the entire franchise. Continuing on with my Spyro the Dragon series, it's time to jump into Gateway to Glimmer, or Ripto's Rage if you're American, or Spyro and Spark's Tondemo Tours if you're Japanese. Tondemo? I'm just going to call it Spyro 2 from here on to avoid confusion. As I did with Spyro 1, I'll discuss the development, story, world, and so on. Now, I was hoping this would be a much shorter video, but as usual I got carried away. Like 4,500 words kind of carried away. so I suggest grabbing a cup of tea or coffee and making yourself comfy. Oh, and if you haven't seen the first video, I've put a link in the description for you, so you can check it out. Now let's climb, swim, and head bash our way through the history of Spyro, Gateway to Glimmer, / Ripto's Rage, / Spyro 2, / whatever you want to call it. Development. Okay, contrary to what I just said, this bit is going to be really short, as I'm struggling to find any information on the development of Spyro 2. Apart from telling you it was developed by Insomniac Games and released in November 1999, 14 months after the original game came out, I don't know what else to say. I've even gone past page 1 of Google, guys. There's nothing, I tell you, nothing! Well, there is some brief information on its development in the G4 TV interview I included in my previous video. It goes on about the short amount of time Insomniac Games had to develop the game, as well as how they were scrambling for ideas to keep Spyro fresh. One interesting fact that is mentioned is the origin of the game's title and the main villain's name, Ripto. In the Japanese version, Spyro's name in katakana looks an awful lot like Ripto, so the developers went with it, and lo and behold, we have Spyro, Ripto's Rage. Seeing as there's no other concrete information on the development of Spyro 2, let's talk about rumours. Now, I don't like to discuss hearsay in a video that's supposed to give you the truth and nothing but the truth, but seeing as I have nothing else to talk about for this section, why not? So, rumour has it that the game was rushed during its development. And before anyone gets mad at me, rushed doesn't mean the game is terrible, not by a long shot. Spyro 2 pretty much set the template for the rest of the series, and is often seen by fans as the best game of the original trilogy, if not the entire franchise. It brought in new abilities for Spyro, interesting characters to help him along the way, and some really tough mini-games and side missions to complete in each realm. Nonetheless, there are hints here and there of rushed development. For example, even though the homeworlds are named after the seasons, there are only 3 homeworlds as opposed to 4. On top of this, while the first 2 homeworlds realms have Spyro collecting talismans, with orbs being the reward for completing side missions, the third suddenly abandons this and just shoves more orbs at him. Not to mention the fact the third homeworld has the least amount of realms in the game. What happened to the rest? Were there any more to begin with? There are more clues hinting towards a rushed development, but I'd rather go into detail about them in their relevant sections. So let's move on from here and talk about story, world, and characters. The story of Spyro 2 starts off with a cutscene in the world of dragons. Spyro and Sparks are running through what appears to be the artisan homeworld from the first game. It's a rainy, miserable day, and Spyro remarks that the two of them really need a vacation. Lo and behold, the Dragon Shores portal is just a few feet away, so the two jump through it, ready for a relaxing sunny holiday. Meanwhile, in the world of Avalar, Elora, Hunter, Zoe, and the Professor, characters I'll go into more detail about in a bit, are working on a portal in order to bring a dragon to their world. They of course succeed in bringing Spyro to Avalar, and after a few guffaws at his diminutive size, we are then introduced to the main villain of the game, and the reason Spyro was brought to Avalar in the first place, Ripto. After realising what's occurred, Ripto expresses his deep hatred for dragons, and after a bit of kerfuffle, retreats with his 2 minions, Crush and Gulp. Elora then explains to a puzzled Spyro that Ripto is the big bad of the game, before handing him a guidebook and telling him to get on with it. And this is where the gameplay starts, in the realm of Glimmer, hence the title of the PAL version, Gateway to Glimmer. Later on, Elora goes into a bit more detail about how Ripto and his minions came to be in Avalar. Turns out the Professor was working on his super duper powered by orbs portal and needed to input some coordinates to check it worked. Of course, out of all the possible combination of numbers they could choose, they go with Hunter's birthday, which just so happens to pull Ripto into their world. Ripto is pleased to find there are no dragons in Avalar and pronounces himself as the new king. But before he can send Crush back through the portal to pack his bags, Elora gets her fairy friends to take out all the orbs powering it, thus severing the link to Ripto's world and sending him and his minions chasing after the fairies. It's then the 3 pals devise a plan to bring a dragon into Avalar to deal with Ripto. Now I've talked about the story, it's time to talk about the homeworlds and realms of Avalar. As I mentioned previously, the world is split into 3 hubs: Summer Forest, Autumn Plains, and Winter Tundra. There's no spring insert word here homeworld, which is why people suspect the game wasn't as complete as the developers would have liked. Regardless, these 3 homeworlds are gorgeous to look at, and give you a bit of a breather between realm hopping, as there's no enemies to be found here. You can also travel back and forth between hubs you've already visited by way of the homeworld portals. Summer Forest is set at daytime, and is as you'd expect. a woodland with tall trees, flowing streams, and a large pond which Spyro can dive into, which is necessary in order to make it into the castle walls. Summer Forest Castle is filled with enclosed gardens and pools of water to break up all that marble and stone decor. If I recall, it's the only homeworld that features doors that are unlocked via charging or flaming a button, and it's the only one that players can't inadvertently kill Spyro in. Autumn Plains is the next homeworld Spyro visits. It's set during the evening, and while not very plainy, it is definitely autumnal. The trees are beautiful shades of gold, orange and brown, and are even shedding their leaves, one of the many nice little touches the level designers included. While Summer Forest required a lot of swimming to reach new areas, Autumn Plains requires climbing and gliding for the most part. In fact, this homeworld features the best gliding section of the whole game. Spyro needs to reach an outer grounds plateau in order to collect an orb and some gems, and to do so, he needs to make his way to the top of the castle. Once atop the highest tower, you can hear the wind rush past Spyro. Another nice little touch. And as he makes the daring glide to the plateau, you get a great view of Autumn Plains from a dragon's eye perspective. It's an awesome bit of gameplay that should have been used more often in the game. We like scenic gliding. Winter Tundra is the last homeworld Spyro visits, and, following the theme of the previous hubs, it's set at night. It's the smallest homeworld of the lot, set in a mountainous region and layered with patches of snow. Very little vegetation grows here apart from grass. The castle isn't accessible save for the courtyard outside, and while it is fun to run along the castle walls or skate on the ice rink inside the cave, there isn't much else to do, so a bit of a step down when compared to Autumn Plains. Just like in Spyro 1, homeworlds in Spyro 2 contain realms and speedways being the new name for flights. Unlike the first game, however, the realms don't have a recurring theme that matches the hub they're situated in. Artisan Homeworld was a grassy meadow, so its realms featured a lot of green. Peacekeeper's Homeworld was dry and arid, so were its realms. Yada yada, you get the idea. Realms in this game are a complete mix. Now, I did originally have very detailed explanations of each realm's layout, NPCs and enemies, but frankly it was too long, and I really needed to cut this video down in some way. So instead, have some vague one-line descriptions. Summer Forest has 6 realms and 1 speedway. There's Glimmer, the gem realm, Hurricos, the constantly raining realm, Idle Springs, the stereotypical Hawaiian realm, Colossus, the stereotypical Buddhist monk realm, Sunny Beach, the realm where aquatic animals get eaten, Aquaria Towers, the realm where aquatic animals eat you, and the Ocean Speedway, set on the ocean as the name implies, but not really because half the objectives are located on land. The next homeworld, Autumn Plains, has 8 realms and 2 speedways. There's Skelos Badlands, the dinosaur realm set in the desert, Crystal Glacier, the dinosaur realm again, only this time there's no dinosaurs, and everything's cold. Zephyr, the realm that, let's be honest, everybody hates. Breeze Harbour, the realm at war with Zephyr. Scorch, the stereotypical Middle Eastern realm, also set in a desert. Shady Oasis, the weird realm that's inhabited by baby hippos who grow bigger when they eat special berries. Told you it was weird. Fracture Hills, the stereotypical Scottish realm, also worst escort mission ever. Magma Cone, the volcano realm where the voice actor attempts a Welsh and Irish accent at the same time.
Hello, Spyro. I suppose you're here for the party.
Metro Speedway, the city-like speedway where Spyro murders innocent people having fun and just going about their day. And Icy Speedway, the most gorgeous speedway in the game, ruined by Spyro's never-ending thirst for blood. Finally, we come to Winter Tundra, which has the least amount of realms at 4, with 1 speedway. This is another hint that the game was rushed, as it seems odd that Autumn Plains has so many realms, but Winter Tundra so few. The ones it does have, though, are some of the best in the game. There's Mystic Marsh, the Savannah realm and a personal favourite of mine, featuring some of the oddest creatures you'll encounter, and the best side mission of the game. Fight me if you don't agree. Cloud Temples, an Oriental-inspired realm filled with evil warlocks and attack goats. Oh, and this guy.
I'm not leaving unless you hide behind that tree so you can't see me.
I hate you so much. Robotica Farms, the robot realm under attack from bugs. Metropolis, the other robot realm under attack from farm animals. And lastly, Canyon Speedway, the one where the devs thought, we've used water for every single speedway so far, what can we do to spice things up? Random fact time. A lot of the realms of Avalar share similarities with another. I listed them in a certain way to show this too. That's because in early development, most had a sister realm with a matching name. For example, Idle Springs and Colossus were originally Colossus Springs and Colossus Steps, Crystal Glacier was originally Skelos Glaciers to match Skelos Badlands, Mystic Marsh and Cloud Temples were originally Mystic Savannah and Mystic City, and so on. There's still evidence of this in the game, whether in level design, recurring friendlies and enemies, or snippets of dialogue. I'm not 100% sure why the names were changed, but my guess is they didn't want players to be confused about which realm they were in. Once you've obtained the talismans, or collected enough orbs in each of the realms, you'll be able to take on the boss of that homeworld. This isn't really a realm in itself, more an arena, and the only thing to do is beat the big bad. Summer Forest's boss is Crush, featured in Crush's dungeon. Autumn Plains' boss is Gulp, featured in Gulp's Overlook. And Winter Tundra's boss is of course Ripto, featured in Ripto's arena. Now that I've talked about the realms, let's mention some of Spyro's new friends. The most helpful person you'll come across in Avalar is Allura the Fawn. She's always ready to give Spyro some useful information, being very knowledgeable on the people and places of her world, and has proven to be a strong leader when everyone else around her panics. As I mentioned before, she also gives Spyro the guidebook, which is a great tool for tracking any missing progress for you completionists. On the other end of the spectrum, we have Hunter the Cheetah. He's dorky, he's hopeless at times, and he's pretty much afraid of everything. While he does try and help out whenever he can, he often causes more problems than he fixes. Also, I'd really like to know why he's hoarding all those darn orbs I need to collect. The Professor is a mole-like character, and an incredibly intelligent one at that. He has a penchant for inventing things, such as the Super Portal, and even manages to bring Spyro into Avalar by way of a portal located in Glimmer. Next up is Zoe the Fairy. She'll help out Spyro whenever she can, and acts as the game's checkpoint by zapping him when he passes by. Despite her small size, she has helped her friends out on several occasions, taking one of the orbs powering the Super Portal to stop Ripto's plans, and zapping him in Glimmer to chase him away. She was almost made Gulp food later on in the game, but fortunately Spyro was there to rescue her. And the last person to mention who only counts as a friend in the sense he's not trying to kill Spyro is of course Moneybags. If the name wasn't a dead giveaway, Moneybags is obsessed with treasure, and will extort gems from Spyro whenever he can. Want to learn a new ability?
I suppose I could teach you for a small fee?
Unlock a portal?
A small fee.
Cross a bridge?
A small fee.
Coming to the first big bad you face in the game, if you don't count Moneybags, we have Crush. Crush is a few peas short of a casserole, struggling to complete even the simplest tasks, such as walking through a portal. He even ends up defeating himself during his boss fight, stomping the ground so hard that he brings the castle roof down on his head, on multiple occasions. Crush uses a club for a weapon, but it seems to get him in trouble more than it helps him fight. Next up is Gulp, who is slightly smarter than Crush, but not by much. He acts as Ripto's mount, carrying his master from place to place, as well as being the second antagonist Spyro fights against. Gulp, as his name suggests, likes to eat pretty much anything. Fairies, rockets, scepters. During his fight, Gulp is equipped with 2 large cannons that fire out energy balls, so make sure to keep running. Finally, there's Ripto, the last boss of Spyro 2. Short in stature but big on temper, Ripto is determined to make the inhabitants of Avalar bow to him. Though he can use magic, he's unable to do so for the majority of the game due to Gulp accidentally eating his scepter. He's a very cowardly being, often relying on his minions to do his dirty work for him, but when backed into a corner, he can prove quite deadly. There are various other characters you meet throughout Spyro 2, but if I went into detail on every one, this video would never end. So instead, let's move on to gameplay. The controls in Spyro 2 are pretty much the same as Spyro 1, minus the roll ability, because that mechanic was pretty much useless. Insomniac Games have added a few new abilities to spice things up though. Spyro is still flaming, charging, jumping and gliding his way to victory, but he can also learn to swim, climb and head bash.
And like all the best things, it doesn't come cheap.
These abilities are necessary to progress further in the story, and fully complete most realms. This means you'll frequently have to leave a realm unfinished, and come back to it later when you've learned said ability. There are 2 other abilities in Spyro 2, but they're not taught as Spyro knows them from the get-go. The first one is the hover. Once you've come to the end of a glide, you can press triangle button to make Spyro hover in the air, giving him a bit more height. A lot of realms were designed with the hover in mind, and you'll have to make use of it to land on those tricky ledges. The second ability lets Spyro spit projectiles such as rocks. This comes in handy in a few realms, with the first use of it being against the out-of-reach lizards in Glimmer. It's not as handy as the hover, and it can be awkward getting Spyro to actually pick up the projectile, let alone aim it, but it's still a nice ability to have. Another addition to Spyro 2 is the power-up gates. These gates give Spyro enhanced abilities: Superfly, Super Flame, Supercharge, Invincibility, Spring Jump, and Ice Breath. The gates will only become active once you've killed enough enemies, and, save for the Supercharge and Spring Jump, will only stay active on Spyro for a short amount of time. Supercharge stays active until you stop, glide, or hit something, and Spring Jump is just an extra high jump really. Unlike the first game, when you enter and leave a realm in Spyro 2, you'll be treated to a nifty little cutscene. They give you a brief explanation as to what's happened in that particular realm, and what events unfold after you leave. If you still don't understand what's going on when you arrive, there'll be an NPC standing by to give you the rundown. Once in the realm, your main goal is collecting the talisman. The first 14 realms have talismans, and most of the time you won't have to do anything special to obtain them, just get from point A to point B. Once you start Winter Tundra's realms, you will no longer receive talismans. Instead, you'll be given an orb for finishing the realm. I'm not sure whether this was always intentional, or a result of a rushed development cycle, but it does seem odd that you need talismans to take on the first 2 bosses, then you never hear about them again past Autumn Plains. Once you obtain the realm's talisman, you can leave, but there is so much more to do. A big addition to Spyro 2 is minigames, or side missions if you like. Minigames are a complete variety. In one realm you'll be saving cavemen from being eaten alive by lava lizards. In another realm you'll be riding a trolley and collecting 50 gears for a breeze builder. Trouble with the trolley, eh? Completing a minigame will reward you with an orb. It's important to collect as many orbs as possible, as they'll be used to power doors, fix broken portals, and even help in the fight against Ripto himself. An orb can also be obtained in each speedway after you complete the main objectives. If you search hard enough, you'll find either Hunter or another NPC who will propose a challenge. These challenges are quite tough, requiring you to fly through a set of shrinking rings, shoot targets before they go off screen, collect items before they drop in the water, and so on. The combination of awkward camera angles and sluggish controls can have you pulling your hair out, but you'll eventually get it, whether through skill or by simply memorising the route you need to take. Besides the talisman and orb collecting, you'll also need to hoard all those shiny gems scattered about each realm. How else are you going to keep moneybags in the style to which he's become accustomed? Collecting the talisman, orbs, and gems of every realm will award you with a so-and-so complete animation, but if you want to be a real completionist, you can also go after the skill points. These aren't necessary to 100% the realm, they just add a bit more fun and challenge to each level. Some are very easy. The skill point in Hurricos, for example, requires you to destroy all the miniature windmills. Others can be quite difficult, like running 3 laps of the Supercharge course in Fracture Hills. I can barely do 1 lap, let alone 3. It's purely optional whether you do them or not, but it can add an extra layer of fun to the game, especially if you try and work them out for yourself. Defeating enemies in Spyro 2 is more or less the same as it was in the first game: charge, flame, or a combination of both. There are a few unique enemies to keep you on your toes though. For example, the robo-beetles of Robotica Farms are immune to Spyro's flame breath and require a charge attack to flip them over and then a head bash on their bellies to finish them off. Another unique enemy is the metal sharks in Aquaria Towers. They can only be killed when Spyro is powered up with Super Flame. Random fact time. You can glitch the metal sharks into chasing Spyro even if he's on land. The sharks have been programmed so that once they lock onto Spyro, they won't stop until they eat him. I found this glitch by accident when I was a kid, and I tell you what, it freaked me out so much that I don't think I went back to Aquaria Towers for the rest of the playthrough. Before I end this section, I want to briefly talk about the camera, as Spyro 2 brought a few changes to it. You can now set the camera to passive or active. Passive camera is very similar to how it was in Spyro 1. It's slow to turn, and if you move Spyro towards the camera, it won't automatically adjust unless Spyro is charging. You have to turn it yourself with L2 and R2. Active camera is the opposite, moving very quickly around Spyro, and automatically adjusting to be behind him when he moves towards it. Now, as a kid, when prompted, I always changed the camera to active. As an adult, however, I found I have to constantly swap between modes, especially during some of the mini-games. It could just be a sign of old age and tired eyes struggling to keep up with the action, but it does feel as if the camera's fighting against me in certain situations, and it still occasionally gets stuck on the environment like it did in Spyro 1. Music and voice work. Stuart Copeland reprised his role of composer for the music of Spyro 2, so you can expect pretty much the same thing: attack of the keyboards and drums. I'm only kidding, I love the music of the Spyro games, and Stuart once again proves his genius when it comes to creating themes for levels. One thing I did notice while playing through Spyro 2, the homeworld themes are very different to the rest of the game's music. That's because Stuart used a variety of samples from the Spectrasonics packs to aid him in his editing process. These packs have been used for music in other games, as well as films and television. So if you ever find a piece of music that sounds strangely familiar, it's probably the same sample being used. An example of this would be the Wintry Mist theme from Silent Hill Homecoming. It's basically Spyro 2's Winter Tundra theme. In terms of voice work, a lot of things have changed since the first game. Perhaps the most noticeable difference is Spyro's voice.
Whoa, rough landing.
He originally had quite a nasally, whiny voice which really grated on my ears.
Where's Nasty Nork? I'll torch him.
Spyro sounds more mature this time round. Whether this signifies that some time has passed since the first game, or the devs just wanted to appeal to an older audience, it's a very welcome change. Looking through the IMDb page for both games, it seems that none of the original voice actors reprised their roles for Spyro 2. Which is a shame, as I really enjoyed listening to Clancy Brown's gruff voice bark commands at me. Still, Spyro 2's voice actors are just as good, and I was quite surprised to find there were so few of them for so many different characters. For example, Tom Kenny voiced not only Spyro, but the Professor as well. Greg Berger voiced Hunter, Ripto and his minions Crush and Gulp, and Melissa Disney voiced Elora, Queen Finny and the Hippos to name just a few. I suppose if you are going to pursue a career in voice acting, it pays to pull off any range, accent and species. Sales and critical reception. Insomniac Games were biting their nails coming up to the release of Spyro 2 in autumn 1999. Given that Spyro 1 had such a slow first few weeks, they had every reason to panic. Concerned people wouldn't be as excited at the prospect of another platformer game in the same style as the first.
We're under the double pressure of having a truncated development cycle and trying to come up with something that would make this game feel like more than a sequel, something that was a little bit more revolutionary than evolutionary.
Unlike its predecessor, however, Spyro 2 was a huge success from the get-go. Following the same formula let people familiar with the series know what to expect, while not throwing newcomers into the deep end with overly complicated controls. And the addition of mechanics such as mini-games and skill point chasing gave more hardcore gamers a challenge.
Reviewers tout the more adult game, and it sells. Big time.
We had grandmothers writing us that they had stolen the game from their grandkids because they liked it better, so they wanted to play it.
The first sequel about the plucky purple dragon flew off the shelves, and by the end of its run, Spyro 2 had sold over 3 million units worldwide. Critics praised the game's gorgeous graphics, fun minigames, and addictive collecting. GameSpot's reviews stated, Spyro 2's addictive features show up early and keep on going right through to its excellent final boss level, creating a game that makes you actually want to acquire every single object and coin to see the alternate ending. That's rare to see, and something you really should attempt. To this day, Spyro 2 holds an 86.5% ranking on GameRankings.com, making it the third most popular game in the entire franchise. And that's my video on Spyro Ripto's Rage / Gateway to Glimmer / blah blah blah. I really hope you guys are enjoying watching this series as much as I enjoy playing and writing about it. I know I get carried away talking about these games, but I just love them so much. They were a big part of my childhood, and I'll always find time to sit down and play through them again. It's time for another look into the history of Spyro the Dragon, and today's video will of course be about the final game to appear on the PlayStation 1 and my personal favourite of the whole series, Year of the Dragon. I've really been looking forward to this one. It has some of the most memorable realms in the trilogy, and playing a different character besides Spyro is a breath of fresh air. Not to mention Insomniac Games really went all out on the variety of mini-games and side missions available. Now, before I get into the nitty-gritty of Spyro 3, there's two tiny issues I want to address about my previous Spyro 2 video, as a few people made comments about them. The first is how I described the realm Zephyr as the one nobody likes. Well, turns out a lot of people actually did enjoy Zephyr, so I apologise for my ignorant statement. The second is that I forgot to talk about the bonus realm Dragon Shores. I try not to go into detail about bonus realms, in case I spoil the surprise for newcomers to the series, but this time round it completely slipped my mind to even mention it, so apologies again. Anyway, now that's out of the way, let's stomp, saw, smash and shoot our way through Spyro, Year of the Dragon. Development. Development on Year of the Dragon, named due to the year 2000 being the Year of the Dragon in the Chinese zodiac, began shortly after the release of Spyro 2, and when I say shortly after, I mean the same month and year. Sony really didn't want to give Insomniac Games a break, did they? Development went on for nearly 11 months before the game was finished in September 2000 and released late October of the same year. Despite having less than a year to make another Spyro game, Ted Price, the CEO of Insomniac Games, stated it was one of the most smoothest development cycles the team ever had since starting the series. The two previous titles had helped the team come up with a process that really worked for them, which in turn meant Spyro 3 could be developed in less time while still maintaining the same level of quality as its predecessors, if not better. While coming up with new ideas for their third instalment in the Spyro franchise, the team took a lot of inspiration from other games. You'll see elements of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, GoldenEye, Crash Bandicoot, as well as the odd film reference here and there. Perhaps the biggest change from previous entries though is the addition of the extra playable characters Sheila, Sergeant Bird, Bentley, Agent 9, and even Sparks himself. Ted Price states, "Instead of burdening Spyro with a bunch of extra moves, we wanted players to experience new control schemes and introduce new faces. The best way to do this was through the critters. Since all four are so different, we believe that we created a much greater variety of gameplay by using them versus sticking with Spyro." Another change in this title was the implementation of crack protection. Spyro 1 and 2 both had copy protection, but it wasn't enough to stop the most determined hackers from cracking the games. Spyro 2 was cracked just over a week after it released, to give you an idea of how fast these guys work. The problem is that a lot of game sales occur in the first few months, around 30 to 50% of total sales in fact, depending on the game and time of year it's released. So a good chunk of sales would often be lost from cracked versions. The crack protection on Spyro 3 was the solution, and it was so good that it took hackers over 2 months to develop a working patch, plenty of time for sales to rack up. Instead of just checking that the game was running from an original disc, Spyro 3's crack protection checked for any alterations in the game. Anything slightly out of place, and the game would completely mess up for you. We're talking missing gems and eggs, portals that take you to the wrong realm, and my personal favourite, the final boss sending you back to the beginning of the game. Oh, and if you thought you had got away with it, and had no glitches, sometimes the delightful fairy Zoe would appear and politely inform you about your hacked game, just to let you know what a terrible person you are. This of course was the last Spyro game to be developed by Insomniac Games. As much as the team loved working on the series, they felt they couldn't bring anything new to the table and decided it was better to leave it on a high note, after 5 stressful but awesome years. Insomniac Games went on to develop the Ratchet & Clank series, Resistance series, and are set to release the upcoming 2018 Spider-Man game, their first ever licensed game. Story, world and characters. The story of Spyro 3 starts off with a cutscene in the world of dragons, as it always does. Spyro, Hunter the cheetah, and the rest of the dragons are fast asleep surrounded by dragon eggs. A mysterious hooded creature suddenly appears out of a hole in the ground, followed by a group of rhinox. Humanoid rhino creatures that come in various colours and sizes, and make up the majority of enemies you'll face in the game. The hooded figure, who we later find out is called Bianca, instructs the rhinox to take the dragon eggs back with them through the holes they appeared out of. As she makes her way to one of the holes with the last dragon egg, she accidentally steps on Hunter's tail, causing him to scream in pain and wake up all the dragons, including Spyro. A very short chase ensues, but Bianca escapes with the egg. Another cutscene plays, showing Bianca talking with her ruler and mentor, the sorceress. While the sorceress damns her protege with faint praise, Zoe the fairy overhears their conversation and quickly races back to the dragons to let them know the location of the eggs. The Forgotten Worlds. Spyro and Hunter go through the holes in order to recover the stolen eggs, which have now been scattered about in every homeworld and realm, for some reason. Seriously, why didn't the sorceress just lock them up in a vault or something? Especially considering her ulterior motive for the baby dragons, which I'll talk about later. Now, this next part is going to be a hodgepodge of information, as I need to discuss the characters Spyro meets while still talking about the story, but in order to do that I really need to talk about the homeworlds, and if I'm going to talk about the homeworlds I need to mention the realms. Basically, this is going to be a long section with a complete mix of information, so bear with me. Let's start off by discussing homeworlds and their contents. There are 4 homeworlds in Spyro 3, and, like the previous games, they follow a certain theme, time of day in this instance. The first is Sunrise Spring. This homeworld is set at perpetual dawn and is made up of vibrant green fields, wooded areas, and a large clear lake. The homeworld is staggered into various levels, and there's even a luminescent cave that Spyro can fly through. Bianca turns up twice in this homeworld, to threaten Spyro at the beginning of the game, and later to confront him and Hunter together, to little effect. The first new playable character you'll come across is Sheila the kangaroo. Like the 3 other new characters, she's been captured by the sorceress at some point before or during the events of the game, and is guarded closely by the pompous, money-hungry git known as Moneybags. Yep, he's back to take your gems once again. For a small fee, he'll release his captive, and they'll be playable in their respective realms and in certain minigames. But not before they teach that dastardly Moneybags a lesson. If the name and species weren't stereotypical enough, Sheila also speaks with an Australian accent. She's an easygoing character, and very knowledgeable on the history of the Forgotten Worlds, being the first to inform Spyro that it was once the original home of the dragons, and that when the dragons left, the magic went with them. Now let's move on and talk about the realms. They function more or less the same as they did in the previous 2 games, but this time on a much larger scale and complete with separate areas for minigames. Seriously, some of these realms are huge, with the couple taking me well over 30 minutes to 100% complete. A big change from the good old days where I could be done and dusted with a realm in less than 10 minutes. Each homeworld contains a set of normal realms, an alternative playable characters realm, a speedway, and a special Sparks realm. Some of the realms are locked like in Spyro 2, but not because there's a greedy bear standing by waiting to take your gems. This time around, it's because the fading magic is causing some of the portals to fail. In order to fix them, Spyro must collect a certain amount of eggs and get the magic flowing through the world again. Sparks realms are also locked, but not because of fading magic. They will only become accessible once you beat the upcoming boss and move on to the next homeworld. Then you just need to travel back to the previous one to play it. 2 things I'd like to mention about Spyro 3 realms. One good and one, bad isn't the right word, more disappointing. The good thing is the lovely designs the artist made for the portals. Usually the entrance to a realm is designed to reflect the homeworld it's situated in, but these ones have been made to match their realm. It's a nice little touch that makes me love this game even more. Now, the disappointing thing is that there are no cutscenes when entering and leaving a realm like there was in Spyro 2, which is a shame, as the cutscenes were great. They set the mood for the realm you were visiting or had visited, and added a splash of humour to an already colourful and fun game. But never mind, the realm's content more than makes up for this. So, there are 7 realms in total in Sunrise Spring. The first realm visited is usually Sunny Villa, due to it being the first you see when you start playing. Sunny Villa is a Roman-inspired realm, with the inhabitants and Rhinox dressed accordingly. It serves as a tutorial realm like Glimmer in Spyro 2, so expect some enemies that don't fight back and lots of hints from Zoe. The goal is to defeat the Rhinox terrorising the citizens and eating all their giant chickens. The next realm is Cloud Spires. The inhabitants of Cloud Spires are called Weather Imps, cute little fairy creatures with tiny wings and spiky hair that resembles the cloud generator found in their realm. Spyro must help the Weather Imps activate the bellows situated around Cloud Spires, which in turn will activate their cloud generator. The Rhinoc enemies here resemble Vikings and Valkyrie, and, depending on the Rhinoc, will use either a lightning attack to zap Spyro, or flap their wings to push him away. Molten Crater is the first realm you come across that's locked until you've collected enough eggs. As the name suggests, this realm is basically one large crater filled with lava, with a few grassy ledges here and there so Spyro doesn't burn his bum. The inhabitants resemble idols, and spend most days partying at the Tiki Lodge. Enemies include Rhinox with machetes and shields, larger Rhinox with whips, and warthogs that will charge at Spyro. Seashell Shore is Sunrise Spring's last normal realm. The action takes place both on land and in water, with Spyro starting out in an underwater cave. The seal inhabitants have got themselves into trouble by borrowing the Rhinox submarine and subsequently crashing it into a pile of rocks. The culprits were then thrown into a jail cell by the Rhinox, so it's up to Spyro to rescue them. On the way, he'll need to defeat a wide variety of enemies, including octopuses that spin attack, scuba diving Rhinox that fire projectiles, barrel throwing Rhinox sailors, Rhinox hiding in seashells, and finally a mini-boss called Bluto, who uses a shark submarine to attack Spyro. Luckily, Spyro has his own naval vessel to attack with. Sheila's Alp is home to the kangaroo herself, and is inhabited by lederhosen-wearing goats that speak with Swiss accents. Because why not? You'd expect Sheila to live somewhere that resembles the Australian outback, but nope, she seems more at home halfway up a mountain. Enemies here come in 2 varieties, Rhinox with ice picks, and angry moose that will try to charge at Sheila. Mushroom Speedway is how the world would be if you shrunk down to the size of a bug, filled with giant mushrooms and dandelions, and part of the course even takes you through overturned tree stumps. The inhabitants are of the insect variety, spiders and butterflies to be exact. The names of the Sparks realms give you a basic idea of what you'll be up against. For example, this one is called Crawdad Farm, so expect to be attacked by crawdads and crabs here. The boss is the Crawdad King. Watch out for his fire and rocket attacks. Once you finish all the normal realms in a homeworld, the vehicle to take you to the next hub will be ready. In Sunrise Spring, it's a balloon, just like the good old days of Spyro 1. Before you can access the next homeworld, you'll need to take on a big bad boss. While fighting each boss, the playable character from the homeworld you just left will help Spyro out. Sunrise Spring's boss is Buzz, who started out life as a Rhinoc before being transformed into a monstrous toad creature by Bianca, at the sorceress's command of course. Sheila helps out in the fight and is ultimately the one to finish Buzz off, as all Spyro can do is charge Buzz into the green ooze surrounding the arena. Buzz has 3 phases. The first will have him try to avoid being charged by jumping left and right. The second phase has Buzz summoning a ring of fire for a few seconds after he jumps to protect himself from Spyro's charge attack. In the third phase, he'll not only jump and summon the fire circle, but spit fire at Spyro as well. He also has a spinning attack after he jumps out of the lava, but this can be outpaced by Spyro's charge speed. Overall, he's a relatively easy boss to defeat, which isn't surprising given he's the first one you come across if you don't count sub-bosses. Now we can move on to the second homeworld, Midday Gardens. As the name suggests, it's perpetual midday here, and the hub is made up of various gardens, fancy structures, and small bodies of water, the sort of thing you'd see in a stately home in the English countryside. It's quite an open hub, with plenty of space for Spyro to charge, but it's also surrounded by mountains on one side and a dense forest on the other. There's also an iced-over pool in a cave in this homeworld, odd considering the rest of the environment. Bianca again shows up as you enter Midday Gardens, but spends less time threatening Spyro and more time trying to warn him about the dangers of the Forgotten Worlds. She's seen later trying to practice her magic, which almost ends in complete disaster, until Hunter saves her from the monster bunny she's created, and in turn she rescues him from it. While she initially shows gratitude, Spyro's mockery at her lack of magic has her scurrying away, much to Hunter's annoyance. Do I smell a romance brewing? The second playable character you'll rescue from the evil moneybags is everybody's favourite military penguin, Sergeant James Bird. Taught to fly by hummingbirds, and carrying the latest in weapons technology, the bird-to-air missile launchers, Sergeant Bird is not someone to be trifled with. He speaks with a British accent, and if the name wasn't obvious enough, he's a clear parody of 007 agent James Bond. Midday Gardens has 7 realms. One of the more memorable realms for me, and I'm sure other people, is Spooky Swamp, for a number of reasons. Firstly, the Firefly inhabitants speak in haiku, all the time. Secondly, even though the realm is surrounded by water, you can't splash around in it, because of course hungry piranhas. Thirdly, these guys. Remember my last video when I talked about that awful escort mission in Fracture Hills? Well, this escort mission makes that one look like a cakewalk, but I'll talk more about it in the gameplay section. Enemies here include Rhinocs carrying lanterns, Rhinocs with a slingshot, chompy alligators, stingy mosquitoes, and a sub-boss called Sleepyhead, who spawns alligators and throws bombs at Spyro. This realm is infamous for its lost gem glitch, a bug where, for some reason, one gem will completely disappear from the realm and you won't be able to find it, resulting in you never being able to 100% complete the game. Lovely. Enchanted Towers is one of those huge realms I talked about earlier, with this one taking me well over 30 minutes to fully complete. It's quite an odd looking realm, with most of the architecture appearing misshapen and bent. The goal for Spyro is to destroy the statue of the sorceress, something the inhabitants are grateful for after she forced them to build it and then complained about how ugly it is. The Rhinocs in this realm are themed around construction workers and carry large hammers or ride jackhammers. There's even dragon-like creatures called flying geckos that spit fire. Icy Peak realm is as you'd expect, a snowy mountainous region filled with frozen pools and ice crystals. The inhabitants, who resemble chubby little bears and speak with an exaggerated Canadian accent, need Spyro's help to unblock the paths the Rhinocs have obstructed with ice, so that Bob and Doug can meet up and go ice fishing. The enemies here range from Rhinox with snowball guns and pickaxes, freaky looking rat creatures that try to blow Spyro up with TNT, and vultures that don't actually attack Spyro but still need to be killed with the cannons in order to collect their gems. Time for an Oriental inspired realm by way of Bamboo Terrace, a world based on ancient China. The panda inhabitants here are trying to work in their bamboo fields, but are constantly being harassed by Rhinox. Spyro will need to take out kimono-wearing Rhinox wielding umbrellas as weapons, Rhinox with fireworks, and Water Buffalo. The next alternative character realm is Sergeant Bird's base, home to the penguin himself and his hummingbird troops. This realm is a mixed environment, with areas that resemble military bunkers, grassy meadows and cliffs, and rivers of lava. Sergeant Bird will need to fly and shoot his way through the base in order to rescue the hummingbirds that have been captured by the sorceress's army. Country Speedway is the second speedway Spyro visits. The realm design suggests it's currently autumn, and the architecture is done in an American Midwest farm style. Inhabitants here are mainly farm animals, and intelligent ones at that, seeing as they can drive tractors and fly planes. If you have arachnophobia, look away now, because the last realm of Midday Gardens is Spider Town. It's safe to assume that this is meant to be a garden of some sort, given the homeworld it's in and the fact the spiders spawn from flower pots. The boss of Spider Town is the Spider Queen, a huge spider that spins to attack and spits out smaller spiders to chase down sparks. Once you finish up in Midday Gardens, it's time to hop on the whirligig and head for the next boss. The sorceress has become enraged at the fact Spyro still hasn't kicked the bucket, and, after having a good shout at poor Bianca, decides to create her own monster. Thus, Spike is born, and compared to Buzz, this boss can be a real nightmare to defeat. Sergeant Bird will help Spyro out by dropping various objects he can use against Spike, such as magma balls. The problem is, it's so awkward to line Spyro up to correctly knock the balls into Spike that by the time you've done it, you'll more than likely be hit by his plasma shots. Once Spike's been hit twice, he'll stomp the ground and cause cracks to appear that spurt out fire from time to time, so another thing to try and avoid. Sergeant Bird will now drop red crystals that will grant Spyro a special flame breath to use. And here comes the next issue. Spike gets the same ability if he absorbs one of the crystals into his gun. So not only do you need to get close enough to use the flame breath, but you have to make sure Spike won't flame you back in turn, which is where I experienced my first death in this Spyro 3 playthrough. The final phase will have Sergeant Bird dropping blue crystals, which Spyro can spit directly at Spike for explosive damage. Again, Spike can use these to his advantage, sending a wave of plasma energy out towards Spyro, which will need to be outrun. Overall, an incredibly difficult fight that makes later bosses look like a cakewalk. The third homeworld, Evening Lake, is my favourite in Spyro 3 on account of its beauty. The lake pretty much makes up the entirety of this homeworld, with all except one realm entrance being situated underwater. A castle stands half submerged in the lake, and can be climbed and glided from in order to reach the various eggs dotted about the homeworld. I also have to mention the whale swimming around the lake that swallows Spyro whole. It intentionally does so, as the whale's body houses a dragon egg called Jonah, of course, and once Spyro heads towards the whale's mouth, it happily spits him back out. Bianca will show up once again, but she isn't so hostile towards Spyro, and even promises to look after the rest of the dragon eggs if he and Hunter leave. Of course, Spyro would never leave without collecting the rest of the eggs, and Bianca is forced to take drastic measures, capturing Hunter by laying a trap for him. This can cause problems in some of the realms, depending on what order you do them in, as with Hunter captured, any minigame related to him will be unavailable for the time being. The playable character you'll meet in this homeworld is the eloquent Yeti Bentley. Contrary to what Moneybags says, Bentley is a highly intelligent creature, often using big fancy words that leave Spyro scratching his head, and delivering brilliant lines such as this.
Why, you brazenly avaricious, duplicitous, larcenous Earthside!
Bentley has a younger brother named Bartholomew, who often gets into trouble and needs his big brother to bail him out. Evening Lake has 7 realms. The first I visited was Lost Fleet, as it takes a while to complete if you don't know where to go, and I kind of just wanted it out the way. The realm is set in a ship graveyard of sorts, with several ships rotting away on the sand. The pools surrounding the ships are acidic, so not a pleasant experience for Spyro if he falls in. Crazy Ed, the treasure hunter, needs Spyro to clear out all the spooky ghosts so he can look for the fabled riches he's heard about. But the ghosts in question turn out to just be Rhinox and Sheets. Other enemies include crabs, which are recycled baddies from the second game, and even vultures from the first game, though these ones won't attack you. Frozen Altars is a unique realm because Spyro won't have his usual flame breath as long as he stays here. Instead, the Ice Fairy, Gabrielle, will grant him Ice Breath, which he can use to freeze solid allies and enemies alike. He can then either finish off an enemy with his charge attack, or use a frozen ally as a sort of stepping stone towards hard-to-reach areas. Spyro needs to help the inhabitants of Frozen Altars take out the invading Rhinox, and the creepiest snowman I have ever seen. Just look at their faces! Probably the most loved realm of Spyro 3 has got to be Fireworks Factory. With an oriental flair, unique enemies such as the Rhinox Ninjas, and the return of two classic characters from the second game, Greta and Handel, it's not surprising to see why players love this realm. Also, Matrix parody. The goal is to help the two siblings destroy the sorceress's rocket before it can be sent into space. Charmed Ridge is another realm that stands out in my mind, for good and bad reasons. So the good. I love the, well, charm of this place, for lack of a better word. The inhabitants remind me of ye olde Spyro 1 days, where I helped the fairies of Lofty Castle. And just look at the colours! So pretty! The fairies need Spyro's help in stopping the cat wizards of Felinia from forcing their princess Amy to marry the cat prince Azrael. What the fairies don't realise is that the two are actually very much in love, and would rather run away together than live under the other fairies and wizards' strict rules. Kids, eh? So what's the bad? The mini-games. I'll go into more detail in the gameplay section, but they bring back bad memories. Bentley's outpost is home to the Yeti himself and his younger brother. The design reminds me of the Tibetan levels from Tomb Raider 2. Snowy caves, falling icicles, even gongs to hit. While Bentley's been locked up, Rhinox have invaded his mountain home and kicked out Bartholomew. So Bentley needs to clear them all out and take back what's rightfully his. Enemies here include large torch-bearing Rhinox and seals that throw snowballs, because everybody knows seals live high up in the mountains. Honey Speedway is the third speedway of the game, and I really don't like this one. We've already had a speedway based around giant bugs, do we really need another? Regardless, Honey Speedway is as it sounds, a realm based around honey. Giant bumblebees make their home here, and there's even a river of honey flowing through the zone. If you recognise the background, that's because it's the same one used in the Treetops realm of Spyro 1, only with beehives hanging from the trees. Starfish Reef is the third Sparks realm. Enemies here are mainly small and large starfish, with the larger ones able to multiply when hit enough times. If you're not careful, Sparks can easily be overrun. Other enemies include eels that spit fire at Sparks, and of course the Manta Ray boss, one of the toughest opponents Sparks will come across. Its sporadic movements, ability to spawn smaller manta rays, and replicate itself certainly make it a challenge. During your travels through Evening Lake, Bianca will visit Hunter and apologise for capturing him, even bringing him some food to eat. She then explains why the dragons disappeared in the first place. After a dragon elder had a disagreement with the sorceress, the evil crone banished them to the other side of the world. What she didn't realise at the time was that the dragons were the source of all magic, and without them, things began to go horribly wrong. Bianca believes this is why the sorceress wanted all the dragon eggs in the first place, to bring magic back. Later on, when you finish up in Evening Lake and jump on the rocket, Bianca finds out the sorceress's true plans for the hatchlings. She needs their wings to craft a spell that will make her live forever. Horrified at this news, Bianca rushes back to tell Hunter and free him. While the two of them head on to the next homeworld to wait for Spyro, our plucky purple dragon has his own problems to deal with, in the form of Scorch, the sorceress's latest monster. Scorch will fly around his arena and spit out eggs, which hatch into various creatures depending on what stage of the fight you're on. They start off as crabs, then become those freaky creatures with the TNT, then burning smileys, and finally Buzz, the boss from the first homeworld. The fight is a relatively simple one, with Bentley throwing ammunition at Spyro which can be used against Scorch. Just kill or dodge the spawned enemies and shoot at the big bad. It's time for the last homeworld, Midnight Mountain. The colours used here remind me of Winter Tundra from Spyro 2, but this place is much grander. Though set atop a mountain, the grass is a vibrant turquoise green, with no snow in sight. And rather than one solid chunk of land, the homeworld is made up of different islands connected by bridges. It's also the only homeworld that features pink, oozing liquid rather than the usual clear bodies of water that Spyro can swim in, and the only one he can die in by falling off into the abyss below. My favourite thing about Midnight Mountain is the beautiful midnight sky. stars and galaxies can be seen overhead, and the colours are a beautiful mix of pinks, purples and blues. Bianca shows up at the start of Midnight Mountain and promises to help Spyro stop the evil sorceress once and for all. She tells him to collect more eggs to strengthen her magic, and in turn, she will unlock the hidden portal that leads to the sorceress's lair. Once this is done, she'll wait by the entrance to the lair, warning Spyro to be careful, as her once mentor will be expecting him. The last playable character you'll meet in Spyro 3 is the wacky monkey Agent 9. Starting out life as a lab monkey, Agent 9 was taught how to fight and given his signature laser blaster by the professor from Spyro 2, who we even get to meet again in Agent 9's lab. He has a deep hatred of Rhinox, and coupled with his completely deranged nature, he can be a very unpredictable and dangerous creature to be around. Midnight Mountain technically has 8 realms, but one is a super secret place that I won't mention just yet. Let's start off with one of the more interesting realms, Crystal Islands, because it's not a Spyro game unless there's a realm filled with crystals. What this realm lacks in size, it makes up for in design and content. Spyro needs to help the wizards of Crystal Islands sort out a problem caused by their misuse of the sorceress's magic, namely turning everything around them into crystal, including the animals that live here. The magicians will help Spyro traverse Crystal Islands by magicking up gems that he can use as platforms. The one thing that makes this realm stand out is the ability to fly using the power-up portal. Desert Ruins will be the second time I mention Tomb Raider in a Spyro video, as this realm is basically a spoof of Lara Croft's adventures through ancient ruins. Even the objective is to find Gus's girlfriend, Tara.
I spend all day pressing switches and shoving boxes around, and you just waltz in here expecting to claim the treasure.
On the way, you'll run into scorpions of various sizes that will either fire spikes or bursts of flame at Spyro, and fire breathers that heat up the floor they're standing on by spitting up magma. Haunted Tomb is another personal favourite of mine due to the ancient Egypt aesthetic. I swear they left all the good realms for the last homeworld. Though the inhabitants of Haunted Tombs aren't desperately in need of Spyro's help, they'll still set a task for him, in the form of riddles and making his way through the tomb. This is one of the more tedious realms to complete, as a lot of enemies can't be destroyed by Spyro's flame or charge attacks. Instead, he needs to make use of the exploding rocks to finish off the mummified Earthshapers and the sarcophagi that spawn endless waves of mummy Rhinox. Dino Mines. Oh boy, this one was a toughie for me, mainly because of my slow reactions when dealing with the bandits. This realm is set in the old Wild West, and most of the enemies are gun-toting, dynamite-throwing cowboy dinosaurs. Spyro needs to help free the Sheriff Wyatt by making his way through the realm, and taking out the notorious Dino Gang along the way. Time to visit Agent 9's lab. Set on a tropical island, the lab is home to the Mad Monkey himself and the Professor. Unfortunately, Rhinox have recently invaded the island and plan to destroy the Professor's research, so it's Agent 9's job to blast them all to smithereens. The last speedway in the game is Harbour Speedway. It can be considered very bland when compared to other speedways, given the muted colours and thick shroud of fog hiding the background, but I quite like it. It's a nice change from giant bugs at least. The inhabitants here are of course animals that make their home at or in the sea. Lobsters, sardines, and even albatrosses that, with their pilot helmets on, bear a striking resemblance to Orville from The Rescuers. And finally the last Sparks realm, which won't be available until you defeat the sorceress. Bugbot Factory is very different from the previous Sparks realms. The environment is made entirely of metal, the enemies are much more dangerous, and there are these annoying little beetles that like to steal the keys you need. Let me kill you! The boss of Bugbot Factory, the robotic centipede, can be a challenge for Sparks. Unless you hold on to the power-up you got earlier, then it's a cakewalk. Once you've collected enough eggs, it's time to take on the evil sorceress. Agent 9 will help Spyro out by shooting down the conveniently placed balloon goodies dotted about the arena. It can be difficult getting the initial phase done without taking damage, as Spyro needs to hop onto a cannon and fire at the sorceress before she hits him with a fireball or electric attack. Luckily, some of the balloons will occasionally drop a sheep to recover health. Once the first phase is done, the cannons will be replaced with hoverboards, and it's basically the same thing. Shoot the sorceress, avoid damage. Finally, you'll get to the UFO stage, the most difficult part in my opinion, due to trying to turn the cumbersome vehicle, shoot at the sorceress, and avoid damage all at the same time. Eventually you'll defeat her though, and she'll be thrown into the lava, never to be seen again. Or not? The ending of Year of the Dragon treats you to a number of cutscenes, starting out with Bentley interviewing Spyro, which pays homage to the ending of the first game. Spyro then asks if Bentley knows where Hunter's gone, but Bentley plays ignorant. Spyro then visits Agent 9's lab to talk to the Professor and old-time friend Alora. She asks him if he's going to visit her in Avalar, but he tells her he needs to find the rest of the eggs and look for Hunter. Agent 9 almost tells Spyro where he's gone, but is cut off by the Professor, leaving Spyro suspicious. It's only when he visits Sheila that he finds out what's happened to the fairy numbskull. Turns out Hunter and Bianca have fallen in love and are enjoying a romantic evening watching fireworks. And that's pretty much the end of the game, unless you unlock the super bonus round by collecting all 15,000 gems and 149 eggs. Now, I don't want to go into too much detail about this realm, one, because it's a bonus level and you know my policy on those, and two, because I couldn't actually finish it due to a stupid minigame that I still hate to this day. But besides that minigame, it's really fun to complete, and has a shock surprise at the end. Well, if you're 6 years old it's a surprise, but you know what I mean. Gameplay. Before I discuss anything to do with character abilities, minigames and so on, I want to mention the auto-challenge tuning implemented in Spyro 3, also known as ACT. Now, if you've played Spyro 1 and 2, particularly the first one in this case, you may have found the game a little too easy at times. ACT rectifies this in Spyro 3 by tuning the game to your skill. So if you're flying through the first few realms and minigames with no deaths and no damage, the game will start to get harder. If you're struggling to make it through a realm in one piece and find yourself losing lives, the game will get easier. It's difficult to pinpoint the moment this happens though, as it's not supposed to be obvious when the game basically tells you, you suck at this, let me dumb things down for you. Let's move on to character abilities. While Spyro himself hasn't learned anything new, and still retains the knowledge of how to climb, swim and head bash, his new buddies have a wide array of abilities to spice up gameplay. Let's start with Sheila. Her realm and minigames are themed around her ability to jump, double jump and super jump. She can also do a stomp attack that's similar to Spyro's head bash, and has the same purpose. While she can't charge or breathe fire, she can deliver a nasty kick to those pesky Rhinox. She's a very fast character too, only behind Spyro and Sparks when it comes to speed. Sergeant Bird's realm and minigames revolve around his ability to fly and fire rockets. The flying can be a little awkward when the camera doesn't want to play ball, and trying to make Sergeant Bird speed up or even slow down can be a pain. But other than that, the flying is relatively smooth and quite fun. And thank God for rockets that automatically lock on, else I shudder to think what the Enchanted Towers minigame would be like. Bentley is both brains and brawn in Spyro 3, happy to spout elegant poetry while smashing in a Rhinox skull. His realm and minigames are based around the giant club he carries that allows him to not only bash enemies' heads in, but also break open chests even Spyro can't destroy without help. The second use for his club is spinning it very fast, deflecting projectiles back towards enemies. Agent 9, in my opinion, has the most difficult abilities to master, mainly because aiming in Spyro games is a god-awful affair. Agent 9's attacks are based around his laser blaster and ability to throw bombs. The laser blaster can either be used in third person spray and pray style, or first person sniper mode. Moving the reticle in first person can feel very sluggish, but the game does try to compensate by having slow to react enemies. Also, his laser blasts bounce off walls, so you can actually take out enemies before they even come around the corner. When throwing bombs, you can either tap to throw a bomb immediately, or hold the button down to get a more carefully aimed throw, complete with arc animation. We may as well mention Sparks while we're at it, seeing as he is a playable character this time. Sparks has similar abilities to Spyro, being able to charge and fire projectiles, which can be upgraded for a limited time by eating various butterflies. He can also strafe while he shoots, which comes in pretty handy when he starts to get swamped by enemies in tougher realms like Bugbot Factory. Sparks can take twice as many hits in these realms than when he's outside with Spyro, possibly because the enemies he faces here are on a much smaller scale compared to the enemies Spyro faces. Once Sparks completes his realm, he'll be awarded with a new ability that'll help Spyro out. Assuming you do the realms in order, he'll learn to pick up gems from further away, point to treasure when the L1, L2, R1 and R2 buttons are held down, take one extra hit, and finally break open treasure chests and teleport Spyro to a certain realm by way of the Atlas. Very nifty abilities for those looking to collect every gem possible. Defeating enemies as Spyro is the same as it's always been: flame, charge, or a combination of both. There are enemies that require a bit more thought, however. I already mentioned the mummified earthshapers and sarcophagi in haunted tombs, but another good example is the snowmen of frozen altars. They cannot be charged or flamed, and going anywhere near them will result in Spyro getting a good throttling before being thrown back a fair distance. The only way to defeat them is to use the laser defense system that good old Moneybags sold to the inhabitants. For a small fee, I'm sure. Now to go into some more detail about minigames. Unlike Spyro 2, minigames don't take up part of the main realm. Instead, Spyro must travel through a special portal to reach them. If it involves a different character, Spyro will meet up with them inside the portal and controls will switch over. Minigames are a great addition to Spyro 3, making a realm feel that much bigger and adding so many different challenges that every player is guaranteed to find something they enjoy. Unfortunately, some minigames were not created equally. Now, I could talk at great length about the best ones, but being English and therefore very good at complaining, I'm going to rant on for a few minutes about some of the abominations of minigames the developers dare inflict upon us, the gamers. So earlier I mentioned an escort mission in Spooky Swamp. Here, you take control of Sheila and need to guide 2 fireflies to the dragon eggs at the other end of the zone, so they can break them out of their cages by way of bombs. Along the way, there are boulders and mushrooms which Sheila will need to kick or head bash to give the fireflies a clear path. But do they make your job easier by walking a sensible route all the way to the eggs? Nope! They stray off the path, they loop back around, they make it look like they're going one way and suddenly change course. Ugh! Now this one might have a few people disagreeing with me, but I personally hate the minigame in Charmed Ridge where Sergeant Bird takes on the cat witches. The goal is to shoot all the witches off their brooms, with 3 separate rounds that increase in difficulty. If they ram into Sergeant Bird, or hit him with their magic, he takes damage. The problem comes in the last round, when the floor is turned into blue ooze. If Sergeant Bird touches the floor, it also counts as damage, which he'll inevitably do at some point when a witch hits him and knocks him out the sky. So you're effectively taking 2 points of damage in one go. Not to mention the witches always go out of line of sight, even when I desperately turn the camera to try and face them. Oh, and let's not forget that if you die, you have to start from round 1 and do it all over again. Ugh! While minigames are usually based around the character's abilities, as we discussed earlier, there are some exceptions. The one that springs to mind also happens to be the one I hate the most, the Yeti boxing match in Frozen Altars. That realm always seems to break the rules, doesn't it? Rather than using Bentley's normal club attacks, you're thrown into a ring and pitted up against another Yeti, which eagle-eyed viewers will recognise as the Yeti from Colossus in Spyro 2. Now, I'm really not a big fan of boxing games, and this just further cements that hatred. How are you supposed to fight an enemy, controlled by AI, that can react to every button you press in a split second? The only way I've ever been able to beat the other Yeti is to trap him in the corner of the ring and quick jab him, but even then you're not guaranteed a win. Ugh! Now, I was going to have a one bad minigame per alternate playable character, but to be honest, I don't mind Agent 9's minigames. In fact, they're some of the best in Spyro 3. Taking out the Bailey gang in Dynamines a la classic rail shooter style, going all Doom in Fireworks Factory. I don't even mind doing the 5 deadly trials of King Rover in Haunted Tombs. A big change in Spyro 3 is the frequent use of vehicles. Skateboards, speedboats, submarines, hoverboards, even UFOs. This game has got everything. I found the vehicles divide opinions. Some people love them, while others aren't as keen. I'm kind of in between. I really enjoy the skateboarding arena minigames because I was a big fan of the Tony Hawk Pro Skater series as a kid, and taking on the sorceress in a UFO is entertaining, if not a little odd for a final boss battle. One thing I cannot stand though is those awful skateboard races in later realms. Hitting obstacles, falling off the edge of the map, taking a dip in that nasty acid. Suffice to say, I suck at skateboard racing. And when you do finish in first place and think you can put this awful minigame behind you, Hunter always wants to give you another challenge.
I know you're fast, but I bet you can't defeat all the crabs on the course and still beat me in a race.
Please, someone just end my suffering. The last thing that's worth talking about in more detail is speedways, as they've had a few changes in Spyro 3. In Spyro 2, you'd start a speedway, go through all the objectives, then go find Hunter or another character for a secret side mission. In Spyro 3, you have 2 modes. The usual with objectives, now named Time Attack, and a race mode where you take on the inhabitants of that particular speedway. Mushroom Speedway pits you up against butterflies, Country Speedway flying pigs, Honey Speedway bumblebees, obviously, and Harbour Speedway albatrosses. Somewhere in the zone you'll find Hunter, who is ready with a side mission. This time, however, you take control of Hunter himself, rather than staying as Spyro and tagging along. Every Speedway side mission revolves around the space cows and sheep either abducting people or just generally causing a nuisance, so it's Hunter's job to take them out once and for all. Mushroom Speedway involves Hunter shooting down pesky UFOs with his plane. Country Speedway has him strapping on his jetpack and shooting the space cows trying to abduct the farmers. Honey Speedway has him in a speedboat trying to escape from an angry sheep UFO. And Harbour Speedway involves chasing down a damaged UFO by flying through smoke rings with his makeshift wings. Music and voice work. This section is going to be rather short, at least when compared to the last one, as not much has really happened since Spyro 2, apart from doubling the amount of voice actors. Stuart Copeland is still composing the music for Spyro 3, but this time he has someone to help him, Ryan Beveridge. The music is very different to the last two games, and honestly, I love it. I personally think it's Stuart's best work on the Spyro series, and I wonder if the change in themes is because of Ryan's input. Ted Price also loved the music, stating, "I think it's by far his best work to date, and we really clicked. There are some great tunes." One of my favourite things about the music is the character themes, and how well they suit said character while still in keeping to the tone of the game. Sheila's theme makes use of a didgeridoo, an instrument synonymous with Australia. Sergeant Bird's theme sounds like you're about to charge off into a war zone. Bentley's theme, my personal favourite, makes use of random grunts and gibberish voice lines. And finally, Agent 9's theme gives off a sci-fi action feel, with parts of it very staccato, which suits his crazy personality. Unfortunately for me, it does seem like the PAL version drew the short end of the straw this time around, as themes I'd heard previously from other realms had been repeated for later use in the game. Crystal Islands uses the same theme as Seashell Shore, Evening Lake theme is just a repeat of Sunrise Springs theme, and even the boss battle against the Sorceress uses the same theme as Spike's. This is a shame, because the NTSC versions of the Crystal Islands, Evening Lake and Sorceress's Lair themes are amazing. Seriously, if you're a PAL person like me and you've never heard the NTSC themes, check them out. According to IMDb, Spyro 3 has 13 different voice actors, as opposed to Spyro 2's 6, which makes sense, as Spyro 3 has a lot of heavy dialogue cutscenes when compared to the previous game. Tom Kenny, Greg Berger, and Marcello Tubert, hope I'm saying that right, are the only ones to return for the third instalment. But that doesn't mean the new voice actors aren't worth mentioning. Andre Soliuzo voices Sparks and Bartholomew in Spyro 3, but he's also voiced the English version of Wiz from Final Fantasy XV, and Neil Ross, who voiced Moneybags and Bentley, narrated every Codex entry for the Mass Effect series. There's also Caroline Lawrence, who voiced Zoe the Fairy. Outside of the game, you may recognise her as the voice of Sandy from SpongeBob SquarePants and Ashley from Resident Evil 4. And let's have one more female voice actor for good measure, Pamela Hayden, who voiced Bianca, the Weather Imps and the Seals, and you may recognise outside of Spyro 3 as the voice of Milhouse from The Simpsons. There are other voice actors who I'm sure I'd be surprised to find have voiced other well-known characters, but to be honest, I just want to get this video done now. So let's finally move on to sales and critical reception. Just like Spyro 2, Spyro 3 was a huge success from the get-go, selling more than 2 million units in the US and receiving a Platinum Sales Award from the Entertainment and Leisure Software Publishers Association for selling over 300,000 units in the UK. Rather than worrying about if the third game was going to be successful, Insomniac Games were now worrying that they'd run ideas dry with Spyro 3. They then made the ultimate decision to leave the series and start with a new franchise. IGN gave Spyro 3 high praise, stating, "If you liked the past Spyros, this one will almost certainly be your favourite of the lot. It has all their speed and graphical polish, the same remarkably well done control, lots more variety in its gameplay, and most of all, the dangerously cute Spyro personality. Even if Spyro has to share a little bit of the spotlight, Year of the Dragon is as fine a note as any for them to go out on. and proves that the PlayStation, even if it's losing all its thunder to PS2, can still play host to a universally excellent game. Complaints that did arise about the game were aimed at the sometimes dodgy camera, which is always a failing of these Spyro games, and the unoriginal story, though I personally don't have a problem with it. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a game intended for kids as much as adults. What more can they do to the story without overcomplicating it? To this day, Spyro Year of the Dragon is rated the second most popular game in the whole series, with a score of 90.59% on GameRankings.com. And that's my rather long video on Spyro Year of the Dragon, over 9,000 words. Now, I was considering carrying on this series and talking about Enter the Dragonfly next, but I'm not so sure anymore. Given that the remake has now officially been announced and only covers the first 3 games, I might leave it as it is. I will say though, even though this took me a heck of a long time to gather the footage, write a script, record and edit, I have thoroughly enjoyed it. Spyro 3 will always be my favourite of the series, and playing it again was such a nostalgia trip. It's time for another dive into the magical world of Spyro the Dragon, and today we're going to look into the history of the most notorious game in the series, Spyro Enter the Dragonfly. This game is well known for its dodgy graphics, long loading times, and seemingly endless amount of glitches, and I could have saved myself the trouble by glossing over it and playing A Hero's Tale instead. But I kind of wanted to give it a go, especially as it's been about 15 years since I last played it, and I've forgotten pretty much everything. Though, having played through it now, I'm starting to wonder whether I've forgotten about the game because it's been so long, or my brain is trying to block it out from my memory, because good lord, this was not a pleasant experience at times. I did manage to 100% the game so I can show you guys everything there is, but it took much cursing and fist shaking, so I hope you're grateful. And just to show you what I had to put up with playing this game, here's a mini montage of some of the bugs, glitches and mistakes I ran into.
How do we get ourselves into these messes, pal?
Now that's out of the way, let's get on with the video and start with development. If you know your Spyro history, or watched my previous Spyro video, you'll know that Enter the Dragonfly was the first in the series not to be made by Insomniac Games. Instead, Universal Interactive hired Equinox Digital Entertainment and Check 6 Studios to make the first Spyro game on the GameCube and PlayStation 2. The game was originally going to be about the return of Nasty Nork and Ripto, who would team up and bring about the downfall of the dragons by stealing their dragonflies. The game would feature 120 dragonflies to collect, 25 realms to explore, and due to the power of the PS2 and GameCube, a steady 60 FPS for the NTSC version and super fast loading times. Unfortunately, none of that really happened. What could have been a potentially fantastic follow-up to Year of the Dragon turned into a nightmare for Equinox and Check 6, when Universal Interactive forced them to rush the game to make the Christmas 2002 deadline. Instead of featuring those 120 dragonflies and 25 realms we were promised, the developers only managed 90 dragonflies and 9 realms, even if you include the boss arena. And this was all located in just one homeworld. To put that into perspective, and if you include boss arenas and secret areas, Spyro 1 had 29 realms and 6 homeworlds, Spyro 2 26 realms and 3 homeworlds, and Spyro 3 32 realms and 4 homeworlds. On top of this, the smooth frame rate is virtually non-existent. I used an emulator to play Enter the Dragonfly on a decent computer, and even that wasn't enough to stop my game dipping to 15 frames and sometimes freezing up altogether. The only thing I didn't have too much of an issue with was the loading times, but that's because I remember them taking over a minute on the PS2, if the game didn't just crash altogether. While I haven't found an exact date for when the development started, I did find an old IGN article from February 2002 which announced Universal's plans for a new Spyro game. Enter the Dragonfly was released November 2002, which means at most, Equinox and Check 6 were probably given a year, maybe less, to make this new game. That's a year at most to come up with a fresh story, develop it for a new console and game engine, and most importantly, iron out any bugs and glitches. Needless to say, the game was considered a failure, and it ended up being the only game Equinox Digital Entertainment and Check 6 Studios would ever release. Story, world, and characters. The story of Enter the Dragonfly begins shortly after Year of the Dragon. A party is being held to celebrate the giving of dragonflies to the baby dragons which were rescued in the previous game. Spyro, Sparks, Hunter, Bianca, and a number of baby dragons and dragonflies are in attendance, when suddenly a crack of lightning hits the ground and a portal appears. Out comes none other than Ripto, the antagonist of Spyro 2. He's even brought his minions, Crush and Gulp. After a little speech, Ripto wastes no time in poofing away all the dragonflies, including Sparks. Luckily, he's not a very good sorcerer, and Bianca realises that Sparks hasn't gone far and guides Spyro to him. Bianca then comes up with the idea of empowering Spyro with different breath abilities that will help him in retrieving the lost dragonflies. Unfortunately, she seems just as hopeless with her magic as Ripto, and while Spyro can technically use different breath attacks now, she explains he'll have to find particular dragon runes to enable each one. It's then that the plucky purple dragon and his sparkly sidekick set off to find the dragonflies and collect all the magic runes. And that's pretty much the story. It's a little basic, but seeing as Spyro 1 followed the same formula, I can't really complain. Bad guy makes an appearance, bad guy does something bad guyish, and Spyro sets off to save the day. But while the story has an excuse to be basic, the world doesn't, especially on a brand new powerful console like the PS2 and GameCube. And yet we have only one homeworld to explore, the Dragon Realms. Even though the Dragon Realms was the collective term for all the homeworlds of Spyro 1, this time around it's treated as its own playable world. The terrain varies depending on the nearby realm, and not all these areas will be accessible from the get-go, as special gates stand in Spyro's way which can only be unlocked with certain breaths. While it is the only homeworld, it's beautiful to look at, and comes with many different environments to explore. Grass, farmland, beach, snow, desert, and even jungle areas. So let's talk about those 8 realms, as they're a little different to how they were in previous games. For starters, there's no portal entrance. Instead, Spyro makes use of vehicles or magic, which are usually themed around the realm they transport him to. Oddly, however, he uses a portal to leave the realm, but somehow ends up back on the transportation he used to arrive. To make things even more confusing, mini-games inside the realms have portal entrances too, and look very similar to the ones he leaves the realm through. In order to unlock the realms, Spyro will need to collect a certain amount of dragonflies. The first realm Spyro will visit is Dragonfly Dojo, and the mode of transportation is a flying rock. The environment is as you'd expect, Japanese-inspired architecture with dojos, zen gardens, and pagodas dotted about the realm. It's home to the Dragon Masters, who teach young dragonflies how to be perfect guardians to their dragon companions. The realm has recently come under attack by Riptox, who have frozen all the Dragon Masters, so Spyro will need to use his flame breath to free them. In turn, they will unlock new areas in the realm for Spyro to explore. The Dragon Masters are all named after famous actors and martial artists. Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, Jet Li, Toshiro Mifune, and either Chow Yun-fat or Stephen Chow. I'm not 100% sure on that last one. A few of the dragonflies' names also relate to the film industry, with Yojimbo and Rashomon both named after the famous Japanese films of the same name by director Akira Kurosawa. Both of these films also starred Toshiro Mifune, and what's an oriental-inspired realm without ninja Riptox and staff-wielding Riptox? If you've been wondering about speedways in this game, you'll come across the first one in Dragonfly Dojo, because they're now treated as mini-games rather than their own separate realms. This one is called Banzai Speedway, and features similar architecture to the main realm. Giant cherry blossom trees also grow here, and the lantern objectives hang from their branches. Other objectives include rings, as usual, rickshaws, and gliding Riptox, the latter being who you compete with in the race challenge. This is my favourite speedway of the game, on account of its beauty and the relaxing music that plays. The second minigame, which seems completely out of place given the realm it's situated in, is the tank minigame. Patton the Dragon, named after the famous General George S. Patton, gives Spyro the task of taking out all the dummy tanks using a tank himself. I really didn't enjoy this minigame, but I'll talk about it in the gameplay section. The second realm Spyro visits is Crop Circle Country, because we just have to have a realm with UFOs and space animals. I'm not even kidding. If there hadn't been one, I'd be disappointed. The mode of transportation is of course a UFO. Crop Circle Country is set at night, with a starry dark blue sky and 2 ominous large moons looming over the realm. There's also thick green mist flooding the area which fits in with the creepy alien vibe. The architecture is Midwest American farm style, and the whole place bears a resemblance to Country Speedway of Spyro 3. The farmers' cows have been abducted by space Riptocs and locked up inside a barn, so Spyro will have to make his way through the realm to free them. The enemies don't provide much of a challenge, with the first few space Riptocs cowering in fear at the sight of Spyro. There's also larger red Riptocs with lasers, and even space cows, but a simple flame breath will deal with them. The first minigame I found involves Spyro using a UFO to save cows from other UFOs. Spyro will need to beam up said cows and drop them into the corral before the larger space cow UFO can abduct them. Golden UFOs will try to stop Spyro by shooting at him, but seeing as you don't take any damage, it's not too difficult, just long-winded. The second minigame, which I didn't actually find until I came back to the realm later, is a platform challenge. Why are all these minigames so well hidden? Spyro will need to make his way around the area and head bash buttons on the ground that will lower certain platforms. He'll then need to glide to each platform and power up the poles with his electric breath, which will in turn bring down another set of platforms. This carries on until he makes his way to the centre of the platform, where a red space Riptoc will be waiting. Flame him and you're done. Next up is Luau Island, a tropical island realm which Spyro can reach using the boat in the Dragon Realm's dock. Sandy beaches, large bodies of water, and cliffs that Spyro can climb make up this realm. The pig tourists on Luau Island have been captured by the Riptocs who intend to eat them for dinner, so it's Spyro's job to rescue them. They all have stereotypical piggy names like Porkins and Hammy, whereas some of the dragonflies you find seem to be named after the great philosophers of ancient times. Plato, Homer, Socrates, Scuttlebutt? On the way through the realm, Spyro will encounter idol monsters that you'll probably recognise from the second game, scuba diving Riptocs, and tourist Riptocs, who seem friendly at first, but won't waste time snapping at Spyro. That's biting snapping, not taking photo snapping. Mini-games include helping Hunter recover his baby manta rays, which he of course turns into a competition, and a drumming competition which comes in 2 stages. The first is relatively easy, but the second stage is a lot more challenging on the old memory banks, unless you have a pen and paper handy. Next up is Cloud 9, which is accessed via the swirly-whirly magic thing. As the name suggests, Cloud 9 is situated high up in the sky, with buildings floating on top of clouds surrounded by mist. Spyro will have to make a lot of use out of his gliding here, as the teddy bear inhabitants didn't think to build bridges to traverse their realm. Spyro needs to help the bears activate their hourglass, which have been turned off by the dastardly Riptocs, resulting in some very sleepy signs. Personally, I think they missed a trick by not naming the teddies after Care Bears. Instead, we have Pudgy, Powder, Thimble, Nimble, Danny, and Pudgy again. Only this time his voice has changed.
Please, save us from the battleships! Hooray! You did it!
Maybe Pudgy is a really common name in this universe? You know, like Ice Boy or even Tashi Station. In fairness, I think Tashi Station is a Star Wars reference.
But I was going into Tashi Station to pick up some power converters.
But I digress. In order to reactivate the hourglass, Spyro will need to power up various machines with his electric breath. Along the way, Riptoc angels armed with pillows, bows and arrows will try to stop him, and there are even angry storm clouds that will zap Spyro if he gets too close. The minigame you'll most likely come across first will be Rainbow Speedway, which is designed more or less the same as the main realm. Clouds, rainbows and floating buildings. Objectives are rings, stars, go-karts, and Riptocs flying beds like the one in Bedknobs and Broomsticks. The flying Riptocs will then take Spyro on in a race. The second minigame is very easy and involves Spyro flying a Spitfire plane in order to take out the floating battleships attacking Puffy Palace. Those pesky Riptocs and beds will try and stop Spyro, but they can be easily outmanoeuvred in his far superior Spitfire. Monkey Monastery is up next, which is accessed via a balloon ship. The Monkey Monks, ha ha, are a friendly bunch who just want to live in peace high up in their snowy mountain home. But of course, their peace is disturbed by Ripto's invading minions, who have taken over the monastery and even frozen solid the local Yeti populace. Look, it's our old friend Bartholomew. Sadly, there's no sign of Bentley in this game, and Bart doesn't even make a mention of his older brother. Maybe they had a falling out or something. Spyro will need to free the Yetis with his flame breath, clear out the various Rhinox wielding clubs and shields, and even kill a few mammoths while he's at it. Also, I want to point out this monk dude, who sets you the task of killing the flying Riptocs who are apparently guarding the Yetis trapped within the ice. Firstly, they don't look anything like Riptocs, just some poor Pteranodons who ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time. Secondly, they don't appear to be guarding anything, and seem to be minding their own business flying around the mountains. Thirdly, getting me to kill them is not very monk-like of you, Brother Marcus. I thought you guys practiced divine compassion and all that. The first minigame I found involved a slide, which gave me horrible flashbacks to the slide minigames in Crystal Islands and Haunted Tomb from Spyro 3. But I was surprised to find this one quite enjoyable. The fast pace is a nice change to Spyro's sluggish movements, and controlling him even at this speed isn't too difficult, at least for me. The second minigame once again involves shooting stuff in a Spitfire plane, and is even easier this time around than the one in Cloud 9. Just spam the rocket button and shoot at the Rhinoc bases. The enemies don't even make much of an attempt to fight back. It's really odd, but I'm not going to complain. Now this is where things got a bit confusing for me, mainly because I'm a herpaderp. I was supposed to go to Honey Marsh next, but I somehow completely forgot that realm existed, and was wondering why I didn't have enough dragonflies for what I thought was the next realm, Thieves' Den. So I did a bit of backtracking, collected enough dragonflies, and proceeded to do that realm instead. Anyway, let's do this in the correct order and talk about Honey Marsh, which Spyro can get to with the use of a honeycomb float. Honey Marsh reminds me of Honey Speedway of Spyro 3, but while I didn't really like the look of the latter, I find this place quite charming. The giant flowers, the thunderstorm and sound effects in the background, even the platforming is very enjoyable. Spyro must help the crocodile inhabitants by turning off the honey stills draining all their honey. Along the way, banjo playing and laser blasting Riptocs will try and stop him, as well as a bunch of angry bees who will shoot their stingers at Spyro. There are 2 mini-games in Honey Marsh. The first is another tank minigame. Hooray! Spyro has 2.5 minutes to get through the entire course and shoot all the targets and bees. It's not particularly difficult, more tedious when the rockets the tank fires don't seem to travel more than 6 feet. The second is another slide minigame. It's probably my least favourite of the 3 that are in Enter the Dragonfly, because jumping over logs can be awkward at times, but it's certainly gorgeous to look at, so that makes up for it. Now we can move on to Thieves' Den, which Spyro can get to by riding a magic carpet. This was one of my favourite realms to explore in Enter the Dragonfly. I just love the look of this place. It reminds me of the Cave of Wonders in Aladdin, and you even get into the main part of the realm by travelling through the mouth of a giant stone dragon. I'm also a big fan of the thieves and all the silly noises they make, so finding out there's a realm dedicated to them made me very happy. One of the thieves is named Footpad, which is old terminology for a thief who attacks pedestrians, and 2 of the dragonflies are named Morpheus and Neo, though I'm not sure as to why the Matrix reference. Maybe it's becoming a staple of Spyro games. Thieves' Den is basically one enormous cave filled to the brim with stolen treasure, and Spyro will need to stop the Riptoc wizards who have magicked the thieves' treasure into pesky little critters. While the living treasure isn't a problem for Spyro, as the most it'll do is run away from him, the Riptoc wizards can be a pain to defeat, as Spyro can only do so by deflecting their magic back at them with the use of Wing Shield. It's not as easy to aim as you think. You'll come across the last speedway of the game here, named Oasis Speedway, situated in a desert with a mix of Egyptian and Arabian architecture, pyramids, grand palaces, obelisks, and so on. Objectives include rings, thieves on magic carpets, cobras in baskets, and finally 2-legged camels, just like the ones in Spyro 2's Scorch Realm. The race section of the speedway will put Spyro up against the magic carpet thieves. The second minigame is another platform challenge, and oh boy, this one was a toughie for me, mainly because of my lack of patience. You really need to take this one slow and think about where to jump and glide, but even that won't always save you from the dodgy platforming mechanics. Now we come to the last realm of the game if you don't count the boss, Jurassic Jungle, accessed by a strange bubble device created by the mouse scientist Dr. Whiskers. I said Thieves' Den was one of my favourite realms to explore, this is the other. I mean, a realm based on 2 film series I adore, Jurassic Park and Terminator. What's there not to like? Well, besides that one minigame I'll get to in a minute. Jurassic Jungle is a mixed environment, with areas of dense flora, lakes and rivers of lava, large caves, and a ziggurat taking up the rest of the space. The scientists of Jurassic Jungle have been busy creating robot Riptocs called R1000s and T-Rex 1000s, and all hell breaks loose when said Riptocs escape from containment and cause havoc in the jungle. Spyro will need to destroy the robots before they cause even greater problems for the scientists. The 2 minigames in this realm involve a long slide down a very steep volcano, and this. I hate this minigame so much. Spyro needs to climb to the top of the Tower of Scary and Ridiculous Heights to receive the tower's secret treasure. But the climbing is so bad at times I wanted to pull my hair out. There's pointless boulder traps that are only there to make you waste time trying to figure out how to get past them, dart traps which you can't see half the time because the camera won't look up when Spyro moves sideways, rows of spiders to avoid, and to top it all off, if Spyro gets hit and falls to the bottom, he'll probably get caught in an endless loop of taking damage and eventually die. The best bit of it all though? The treasure doesn't actually exist, and you did all this for a measly dragonfly.
What? So I did all that for nothing?
My thoughts exactly, Spyro. Now, I don't know if it's midway through the game or after a certain realm, but a cutscene will play at some point showing Ripto, Crush and Gulp arriving in a throne room. It must take time to travel via those portals of his, because even though I've been collecting dragonflies for the last 4 hours by this point, Ripto has only just realised said dragonflies are nowhere to be seen. It's then that Crush pipes up and tells Ripto that something went wrong with his scepter, and the dragonflies are now scattered about the realms. After taking his frustrations out on poor Crush and Gulp, Ripto then announces he'll send his Riptocs out to catch all the dragonflies and deal with Spyro once and for all. Honestly, it's a really out-of-place cutscene that I feel should have come straight after the one where Spyro finds Sparks at the beginning of the game. The threat of sending out his minions to stop Spyro doesn't have much effect, as I've been dealing with him the entire time, and I can't help but get the impression this is another result of rushed development. The developers probably intended to have multiple cutscenes like Year of the Dragon, but having run out of time and not wanting to use all their cutscenes at the beginning of the game, they put it here instead. Once you've finished every realm and entered the Dragonfly, you'll be able to take on Ripto. You can get to him via the circular portal in the main area of the Dragon Realms, and his arena consists of a platform surrounded by a lake of lava and mountains on all sides. Ripto is the only boss of the game. Being the only boss, you'd think the developers could put a bit of effort into making the fight interesting, but I guess they ran out of time for that too. Ripto's boss battle comes in 1, 2 or 3 stages, depending on your progress in the game. Anything below 85% will only give you the first stage. In this round, Ripto will magic up a wall of ice to protect himself. Spyro will need to chase him around the arena and flame the ice wall until it disappears, all while trying to avoid Ripto's spells. Once the ice wall is gone, Ripto is vulnerable to Spyro's attacks. One charge or breath will finish him off, and, if you've got less than 85% completion, Ripto will do his "I'll be back" speech, and the game will end. No, really, that's it. No final cutscene, just roll credits. If you get anything between 85 and 99% completion, you'll be treated to a second round with Ripto. I wouldn't get your hopes up too high though. It's pretty much the same as the first round, only this time Ripto uses a flame wall to protect himself, and Spyro will have to make use of his ice breath instead. Oh yeah, and Ripto has doubled in size for some reason. It doesn't help him in any way, and actually makes the fight a lot easier, because being so big, he can't put as much distance between himself and Spyro. So finish off the flame wall, whack Ripto, listen to the "I'll be back" speech, and roll credits again. The third and final stage is where things get changed up a little bit, and is only available if you 100% complete the game. Ripto will magic himself into a hulking monstrosity, and use 2 different ice attacks against Spyro. The first is where he slams his scepter into the ground and sends out a ring of ice, which can be avoided by jumping. The second attack is an ice projectile which Spyro can avoid by charging around the arena. Occasionally, Ripto will get his scepter stuck in the ground, and it's then that Spyro can use his electric breath to give him a good zap. Repeat a number of times, and you'll finally defeat Ripto. Instead of credits, you're now treated to a cutscene. Ripto will throw a temper tantrum about how his magic scepter has failed him a second time before escaping through one of his portals. Another cutscene will play showing the Dragonfly party back in full swing. Both Sparks and Hunter will make a comment about how everything is back to normal, and then Spyro turns to the camera and winks. Roll credits. Really? 100% completion, and that's what I get. No secret bonus realm, no special abilities to make the game more fun, just a fourth wall break. Now, you may notice I didn't go into much detail about any of the characters of Enter the Dragonfly. Well, that's because there isn't really anything new to say about them. Apart from the Spirit Dragon statue, who only announces the new ability you've learned from a rune, and various NPCs in each realm, we've seen every character before, and most of them behave the same way they did in previous titles. The only exceptions are Crush and Gulp, who can now speak.
Oh, yeah. What do we want this time, boss?
But they had such small roles in Enter the Dragonfly, they're hardly worth mentioning. Other characters that barely show up include Moneybags, who only makes one appearance in the entire game, and Bianca, who's only seen once outside of cutscenes. I'm assuming these characters had bigger roles in early game development, but got cut to save time. So let's just forget about that and move on to gameplay. Just a heads up, this is where most of my gripe for the game comes from. There isn't a great deal of good to say about the gameplay, so I just thought I'd let you know I may get a bit grumpy here. In terms of controls, Enter the Dragonfly plays more or less the same as Year of the Dragon, with a few extras thrown in. It's still circle to breath attack, square to charge, X to jump and again to glide, and triangle to hover at the end of a glide, look around while stationary, and of course head bash. The newest abilities Spyro will learn are his various breath attacks and wing shield. These are taught by finding and collecting various runes scattered about the realms. The first one you'll come across is the Bubble Breath rune, found as soon as you start the game. Bianca explains that taking it to the Spirit Dragon statue will infuse dragon magic with her magic and grant Spyro the power of Bubble Breath. The only use this has in the game is to catch those pesky dragonflies, which might I add is a pain in the backside to do. Just stand still! Also, while we're on the topic, remember when Bianca told us the dragonflies were quite shy? Yeah, that doesn't sound shy to me. The next rune you'll come across is the Electric Breath rune, found in Dragonfly Dojo. This is my preferred breath attack because it has a number of uses. Not only can it be used to kill regular enemies like Flame Breath does, it also comes in handy in various realms such as Crop Circle Country and Cloud 9, and mini-games like the platforming challenges. Plus, I love the sound effect. Now the third rune, found on Luau Island, isn't actually a breath. It's the rune to learn Wing Shield. In terms of useless abilities, this one takes the cake. The only time it comes in use is in Thieves' Den to deflect the Ripto wizard's magic abilities back at them. I'm assuming Wing Shield would have had a lot more use in the 25 realms that were initially planned, but we'll just have to imagine what for. Last but not least is the Ice Breath rune, found in Cloud 9. Ice Breath has very little use in my opinion, only one up from Bubble Breath. It's only necessary for 3 things: getting the baby dragon's kites in Dragonfly Dojo, freezing solid the R1000s in Jurassic Jungle, and defeating Ripto in his second stage. Sure, you can freeze large enemies solid with Ice Breath and then use your charge attack to kill them, but why do all that where you can just Flame or Electric Breath and kill them in one go? Plus Electric Breath is awesome. To cycle through all of Spyro's different breath attacks, you'll need to hit L1. R1 is used to show the inventory, though I hardly ever looked at it myself. The most you'll carry at one time is a rune or key, not exactly difficult to remember. And apart from Sparks' abilities to spot treasure by holding down the L3 and R3 buttons, that's it in terms of controls. Obviously they do vary depending on the situation, but I'm not going to go into detail on those because I'm just too lazy. So instead, let's talk about how it feels to control Spyro throughout the game. Short answer, not great. Long answer, oh boy. After enjoying the controls of Year of the Dragon, Enter the Dragonfly feels extremely sluggish. For starters, Spyro moves like he's wading through treacle, at least he seems to on the PAL version. I wouldn't mind as much if he didn't also turn like an 18-wheeler truck. Oh, and that charge speed, am I right? You can imagine how fun this is when I'm chasing down dragonflies that 180 at complete random. Well, at least they can't mess up the platforming part of the game, right? Oh dear. Nearly every jump and glide in this game has me biting my nails because it's so difficult to tell if Spyro will make it. The worst realms for me were Cloud 9 with those weird jumps near the end of the realm, and funnily enough, Thieves' Den. It was so dark in parts of this realm that I couldn't see if I'd cleared the edge of the platform or not, though admittedly this could be down to the brightness settings on the TV I was using. But the one bit of platforming I hope to never, ever do again was definitely the electric pole minigame, the second one in particular. It takes so long to complete that you start trying to cut corners to make it go faster, which almost always ends in Spyro plummeting to his death and having to start all over again. On top of this, trying to time your glide and hover so that Spyro will land on an oncoming platform is really difficult. Not just in this minigame, but throughout Enter the Dragonfly. Stop flapping and just land! Then there's the camera. We all know cameras in Spyro games are not great, but this one is a bloody nightmare. It gets stuck on walls, it decides to look down when I begin a jump, and my personal favourite, it sometimes zooms in on Spyro's butt when I try to look forwards. Spyro's climbing and swimming abilities aren't much to write home about either. For some reason, though Spyro moves incredibly slowly on the ground, the developers decided to make him shoot up ladders at Mach 1 speed. And the swimming, you know, that mechanic everybody hates but Insomniac Games managed to make enjoyable, yeah, that sucks in this game too. If turning on land is bad, turning in water is diabolical, making gem collection in lakes a very unpleasant experience. Head Bash is the only one of the 3 abilities that hasn't been bodged, but it's used so little in this game it's not really worth mentioning. It's not all bad though. I personally enjoyed the look and controls of the Speedway realms, particularly Banzai Speedway as I said before. The mini-games themselves weren't much to write home about. Time Attack plays the same as it always has, though now you have a set amount of time rather than getting extra time from objectives. The racing challenges are incredibly easy, and there's no secret minigame to be found. But I just love the way Spyro moves in these speedways. I could honestly spend hours in here listening to the music and watching Spyro soar and dive. And back to the bad. Besides collecting dragonflies, you'll also need to find all the gems scattered about the realms if you want the full Ripto boss battle experience. Nothing new there. Collecting gems has always been a staple of Spyro games. So why is it bad? Draw distance. I frequently found myself returning to areas and finding lone gems I hadn't picked up. I could have sworn I checked and double-checked this part of the realm though. Well, in earlier Spyro games, you could see a gem from further away before the draw distance unrendered it. Not only that, if a gem was far off in the distance, you couldn't see its shape, but it would sparkle occasionally to let you know it was there. Enter the Dragonfly doesn't use a sparkle animation for gems, at least from what I've seen, and the draw distance is so small that I found myself frequently missing gems only a few meters away from Spyro. Combined with how awkward it is to control him, having to backtrack to find that one last gem the game wouldn't render for you is a pain. So what about the mini-games? While there may not be that much variety between them, they're a mix in terms of difficulty. For example, one of the first mini-games you come across is the tank mini-game in Dragonfly Dojo. The goal is to shoot all the dummy tanks before they destroy Spyro's tank, which I found incredibly difficult to do from third person. And once I'd been hit, I couldn't seem to get away before the dummy tank shot again, so you can guess how well my first couple of attempts went. In the end, I moved through the area incredibly slowly and made sure to shoot everything from a distance in first person mode. It took forever, but hey, I wasn't being timed, so who cares? By contrast, the mini-games that involve the Spitfire are shockingly easy, even though they appear halfway through the game. For example, in the first Spitfire minigame, I completely ignored the Rhinox shooting at me by moving a bit to the left or right, and fired rockets like crazy at the battleships. I repeated this over and over, circling around the area until all the battleships had been destroyed. The second Spitfire minigame in Monkey Monastery was even easier. I managed to destroy all the Riptop bases in about 45 seconds, which means loading into the area and talking to the NPC both times took longer than the actual challenge. I also found the 3 slide minigames quite easy for the most part, apart from those annoying logs in the Honey Marsh slide. The most difficult challenges for me were definitely the electric platform ones. As I've discussed earlier, platforming in this game can be an absolute nightmare, and if you rush everything like I do, you're gonna have a bad time. Besides the main objectives and minigames, there'll sometimes be a side mission to complete in the realm. Dragonfly Dojo's side mission involves retrieving the baby dragon's kites from the trees, and is the only one you have to backtrack for, as you need to freeze solid the dragons and step on top of them. Crop Circle Country is zap the cows you saved to herd them towards Farmer Dean. Monkey Monastery, take out the Ripto Pteranodon creatures. Honey Marsh, destroy the beehives. And Jurassic Jungle, retrieve the science equipment. On top of these side missions, there are also breath challenges in various realms, including the main hub. Just like the mini-games, these tend to vary greatly in difficulty. I found the very first one you do with the scarecrows quite tedious, as a couple of the targets are very far out, and the game gives you barely enough time to get them all. By contrast, the one in Jurassic Jungle, the last one you'll do might I add, was incredibly easy. All the poles were in close proximity to each other, and I finished it with half the time remaining. Then you have the buggy ones like the Ice Breath challenge in the main hub. The first time I attempted this one, only half the fires I needed to put out were lit. I assumed it was a mixed challenge, where I had to put out half and light the other half, but no, turns out it was just broken. Yippee! So moving on, music and voice work. Thankfully there is something good that came out of this game, and that's the soundtrack. Stuart Copeland made his fourth and final appearance as composer on the Spyro series with Enter the Dragonfly, and once again he didn't disappoint. I know people have their favourite Spyro soundtrack, and this one is sometimes considered his weakest, but I personally love the music of Enter the Dragonfly. In fact, after playing through the game again and giving it a good listen, it could be my favourite so far. The title theme alone is great and reminds me of Spyro 1's theme, which I'm sure all Spyro fans can agree is an awesome piece of music. I noticed Stuart used more vocals for Enter the Dragonfly's soundtrack than the other Spyro soundtracks combined, even if the words are gibberish. As far as I can remember, Spyro 1 made no use of vocals, Spyro 2 only had vocals for Magma Cone, and Spyro 3 had a couple, depending on your game's region. There are so many examples of vocals in Enter the Dragonfly that I couldn't list them all, but three of my personal favourite themes are Banzai Speedway, Monkey Monastery, and Platform Peril. The music really sets the tone of the realm you're in, and it's so good to listen to that I don't mind falling off that darn platform 14 million times. In terms of voice work, the cast of Year the Dragon returned for Enter the Dragonfly, but just like Stuart Copeland, most of them did not come back for further instalments in the series. New additions to the voice cast include Billy West, Darren Norris, Dee Baker, Jeannie Elias, and surprisingly, Michael Dorn. Billy West voiced a lot of the realm's inhabitants, including Rod Tikini, the Pig Tourists, and the Gators. Outside of Spyro, he is perhaps best known for providing the voices of various characters in Futurama, but he has done tons of voice work over the years. Darren Norris, while only listed as additional voices in Enter the Dragonfly, has voiced well-known characters such as Cosmo and Mr. Turner in Fairly Odd Parents, and even antagonist Vincent from Cowboy Bebop the movie. Dee Baker is a master at animal vocalizations, as well as a great voice actor in general, so it's no surprise he provided the voices and noises of the thieves and space cows. If you've ever watched Phineas and Ferb and heard the strange noises Perry the Platypus makes, guess what? Dee Baker made those noises himself. He also voices Klaus the Fish for any American Dad fans out there. Jeannie Elias had a small role in Enter the Dragonfly, only voicing the baby dragons. While she hasn't had very notable roles outside the game, she has provided additional voices for pretty much every show out there. Just check out her IMDb page. Lastly, we come to Michael Dorn, who is also listed as additional voices for the game. If you don't know who Michael Dorn is, I guess you're not a Star Trek fan, as this guy played one of my favourite characters from the series, Lieutenant Worf. In terms of voice acting, perhaps his most notable role is that of I Am Weasel from one of Cartoon Network's most successful series, I Am Weasel. But he's done so many roles over the years there's too many to list. Now, normally I end this part after discussing voice actors and their various roles, but I want to go into a bit more detail here, as I don't think I've ever played a game with quite so many voice acting issues and hiccups.
Hi!
I don't hold the voice actors or even the developers at fault for this. I think the publishers rushing development are to blame. But honestly, How does something like this get put in the game?
Wanna practice riding down the honey slide again?
Okay, come back anytime.
His voice completely changed. Not only this, but that voice line is used again for another NPC, only slowed down.
It seems as if the volcano has stabilized.
Okay, come back anytime.
This was slightly jarring playing through the first time, and actually had me in a fit of laughter after the conversation ended. The voice line doesn't even suit either character. The gators usually have a stereotypical hillbilly accent, and the mouse scientists have thick German accents. Then there's those bits of dialogue where you just know they forgot to record something, and had to get another voice actor to fill in. On top of this, there's moments where NPCs just won't speak their lines, and mispronunciations abound.
Hey, it's Dustin!
But enough laughing about the dodgy voice work, let's move on to the final part. Sales and critical reception. Sale-wise, Enter the Dragonfly actually did rather well, but I guess that's because it was riding on the success of Year of the Dragon. Just like its predecessor, the PS2 version of Enter the Dragonfly received a Platinum Sales Award from the Entertainment and Leisure Software Publishers Association for selling over 300,000 units in the UK. High sales don't indicate high quality though, and reviews for Enter the Dragonfly ranged from mixed to negative. While critics praised the wonderful soundtrack and some even liked the graphics, others were not impressed by the pace of the game, boring story, and how there was nothing particularly new brought to the table. GameSpot gave the game a Metascore of 28, stating, "A train wreck of a game that has no direction, no technical merit, and little appeal except as a game design house of horrors and a showcase for some good music by Stuart Copeland." G4TV wrote, "Czech 6 Studios has clearly designed this instalment of the Spyro franchise for very young gamers, and with that demographic, the title works well. Unfortunately, this limited scope will bore anyone familiar with other platforming titles." To this day on game rankings, the PS2 version of Enter the Dragonfly holds a 55.58% rating based on 39 reviews, and the GameCube version holds a 47.76% rating based on 23 reviews. Now, I'd like to give my thoughts and opinions on the game, as honestly, I don't think it's atrocious. I know you might not get that impression from listening to what I've said, particularly in the gameplay section, but hear me out. I'm not going to deny that the game is flawed. The amount of bugs I've run into alone is proof of that, but there are some things I really enjoyed about Enter the Dragonfly. You already know I love the soundtrack, so that's one thing, but I actually don't mind the graphics either, despite what critics say. After being used to the graphics of the first 3 games, I have to say the graphics here are quite jarring, at first. As the game went on though, I started to appreciate them more. Sure, a lot of the characters look really freaky and have weird mouth movements, Ripto in particular, but Spyro himself looks great, and so do his animations. At least I think so. Just look at the way he flies through speedways, for example. And some of the environments are fantastic, particularly Honey Marsh and Thieves' Den. For all we know as well, the graphics could have been improved upon had the developers been given more time. It does seem odd that Spyro and Sparks look so great in this world, but other characters like Bianca and Hunter seem out of place, almost as if they've been taken from another game with completely different graphics. And yeah, the story is basic, but previous Spyro stories weren't exactly the Lord of the Rings. Spyro 1 was all about freeing the dragons from Crystal and stopping Nasty Naught, and Spyro 2 had us ridding Avalar of Ripto. Spyro 3 was a bit more complicated, what with its changing allegiances and the sorceress's dark plans for the dragon eggs, but every game has more or less been a collectathon, whether it's dragons, talisman, eggs or dragonflies, so I don't think it's fair to label the 4th game's story as a major fault. Now, there are other things I didn't go into much detail about in this video, the dodgy sound effects and naff script for example, but to be honest, I think Enter the Dragonfly has taken enough of a beating for one day, so let's leave it there. It's time to look into the history of what I consider the oddball of the Spyro series, Spyro: A Hero's Tale. Some people love it, some people hate it, and some people like me have mixed feelings about it. There are parts of this game which are great fun and I couldn't get enough of, and parts that I wish I could delete into oblivion. Now, I know some people might consider the Legend of Spyro series as even quirkier than A Hero's Tale, but just bear in mind that I haven't played that trilogy, yet. I will do at some point, but as of writing this script, A Hero's Tale is still the black sheep of the Spyro family as far as I'm concerned. That's not to say it's bad. As I said, I really did enjoy some parts of the game. You'll see what I mean when I get to the relevant sections anyway. And before I get into the nitty-gritty of A Hero's Tale, I just want to apologise to you guys for making you wait so long for this video. I've spent the last few weeks planning and moving my entire life to South Africa, so up to now my free time has been virtually non-existent. Anyway, enough idle chatter. Let's start our analysis of A Hero's Tale and go straight into development. A Hero's Tale had a different developer compared to previous games in the series. This time it was the turn of British developers, Eurocom Entertainment Software, to come up with a fresh adventure for the plucky purple dragon. Eurocom had previously worked on titles such as Crash Bash, Disney's Tarzan, and 40 Winks to name a few, but they've developed so many games before and after A Hero's Tale that I suggest you look them all up. Unfortunately, the developers filed for bankruptcy and closed their doors in late 2012, so no more games from Eurocom. Back to the topic at hand, development of A Hero's Tale began shortly after the release of its ill-fated predecessor, Enter the Dragonfly, and the game was ready to ship by November 2004, releasing on the 9th for the US and the 12th for Europe. This would be the first time a Spyro game would appear on the Xbox, as well as the second time on the PS2 and GameCube. The developers were determined to make their own version of a Spyro game that would still fit into the series without being too far-fetched. So while you will see old faces and mechanics from previous games, you'll also see plenty of new characters and abilities. Not to mention most of those old faces have had a complete revamp in terms of appearance and personality, so they're Spyro the Dragon characters, but not as we know them. And that's all I can tell you about the development. Not a lot of info, but that seems to be the way with these later games, so let's move on to something more interesting. Story, world, and characters. Like most of the Spyro games, the story for A Hero's Tale is pretty basic. The first cinematic of the game shows us a Nork, yep, those guys are back, placing a dark, foreboding gem into the grounds of the Dragon Village. As he does so, the land darkens, flowers shrink and disappear, and up sprout spiky, twisted vines. We see other Norks pouring into the Dragon Village with even more of these dark gems. Then the camera pans to reveal none other than Nasty Nork himself, Spyro's nemesis from the first game. He then commands his minions to travel through a portal to wreak havoc in other realms by planting more dark gems. Nasty Nork then signals to someone off screen and makes his way to the cave behind him. We're then introduced to the main antagonist of A Hero's Tale, the fallen dragon Red. Red uses his magic to block off the cave entrance with spiky vines before flying away. Okay, before I carry on, I just want to say, can developers please stop recycling bad guys? Red doesn't bother me too much, as though he is a little cliché, he's at least a new villain. But do we really need to go up against Nasty Nork again? As far as I'm concerned, I kicked his butt when I was 6 years old. At least give me a good reason as to why he's still alive, because this is the same issue I had when Ripto fell into lava in Spyro 2, yet still came back in Enter the Dragonfly. Anyway, rant over and back to the story. The Professor gives Spyro some brief information on Red and his dark gems, and I mean brief. All we know is that Red was once a dragon elder who became evil at some point in the past, was thought gone by all, but is back anyway and using the dark gems to slowly drain all life from the land and power his magic. So Spyro sets off across the realms to destroy the dark gems, defeat Red and save the day. But this isn't the way we're used to exploring the world. Every Spyro game I've covered up to this point has Spyro in a main homeworld with a multitude of portals or vehicles to reach a new realm or level if you like. While these still exist here and there in A Hero's Tale, the majority of the exploration is one seamless adventure with no need for portals or loading screens. And when I mention realms in this game, I'm actually talking about the world that Spyro currently resides in. As Spyro traverses these realms and destroys more dark gems, new areas will open up. Most areas are designed to match the realm they're situated in, but there are a few exceptions. These are usually the areas that require a mode of transportation to reach. There are 4 main realms in A Hero's Tale: Dragon Kingdom, Lost Cities, Icy Wilderness, and Volcanic Isles. Each is broken up into 3 or 4 areas, with a smaller area to fight the realm's boss in. The majority of enemies you'll face in this game are Norks. It's the usual bog standard Spyro combat. If it's big, breath attack it. If it's wearing armour, charge it then breath attack it. Dragon Kingdom is made up of 3 main areas. Dragon Village is where the game starts off, a vibrant and relatively peaceful village in the hills. There's the odd Nork to deal with, but nothing too dangerous for Spyro. He'll meet not only the Professor who I mentioned earlier, but also the dreaded Moneybags, who has completely changed his ethnic background, now sporting an Arabic accent with outfit to match.
Hey, check it out, Spyro! I have got a shop here too!
Moneybags will crop up plenty of times in the game too, so there's no escape from him. Spyro will also run into his good old buddy and playable side character Hunter, who's less goofy than his past iterations, Zoe the Fairy, who still acts as a save point throughout the game, newcomers Nanny, Flame and Ember, the latter being the dragon version of overly attached girlfriend.
Still, it would look nice on an engagement ring, don't you think, Spyro?
And even Elder Thomas, who shares his name with Thomas of Spyro 1. In fact, all the Elder Dragons Spyro meets, bar Red himself, are named after dragons from the first game. I assume they're the same characters, even if their appearances have changed. Thomas was yellow in Spyro 1, but now he's blue. The last character Spyro will meet here once he knows how to double jump is everybody's favourite flying penguin, Sergeant Bird. I'm not a massive fan of this version, to be honest. His appearance is more or less the same as it was in Spyro 3, but his personality is completely different, and not for the better. In Spyro 3, he understood the importance of dragon eggs in his world, and helped Spyro in any way he could to retrieve them. In A Hero's Tale, however, he regards collecting dragon eggs as a waste of his time, and sees more value in the light gems. At least playing him is quite fun. Moving on to the next area, and the first that differs from its realm, we have Crocovile Swamp. This dark bog is filled with Crocovile natives, blue dragon dogs, dragon-eating spiders and plants, various traps, and of course, deadly quicksand. Here, Spyro will meet another playable character, Blink. Blink is the Professor's nephew and has what he describes as fresh aerophobia, a fear of not being underground. He's also my most hated character in the game. I'll show you why later on. Spyro meets two more characters in Crocovile Swamp. Fredneck the Frog, who will help Spyro cross the deadly quicksand by way of his lily pads, and Elder Magnus, possibly the campiest dragon that's ever existed and nothing like his past self.
Spyro, darling, you'll need to learn as much as you can to help you in your quest to find Red.
Magnus of Spyro 1 was a sandy colour with brown spots, and sounded a lot gruffer when he talked. Also, Spyro 1 Magnus was a peacekeeper dragon, so he was quite well built, whereas A Hero's Tale Magnus is a little on the chubby side. Still, I'll give this version points for making me chuckle. Finally, on to Dragonfly Falls, an exotic island complete with caves, waterfalls, and tropical flora. New enemies include vultures that will not only do damage to Spyro but also knock him into piranha-infested waters, and angry goats and their staff-wielding shepherds, which is a nice little throwback to Spyro 1. Once everything's been done in these areas, and 10 dark gems have been destroyed, Spyro can head back to Dragon Village to take on Nasty Nork, located in Nasty's cave. As he makes his way across the bridge, it begins to collapse, forcing Spyro to make a mad dash to the other side. He makes it, of course, because, come on, he's the hero of the game, and we're then introduced to this version of Nasty Nork. I'm guessing the dragons in Spyro 1 were right about him being simple, because not only does Nasty not remember the details of his previous fight with Spyro, he thinks he won it too. Spyro's not really in the mood for stupidity, and gets the fight going. The boss battles in this game are fairly repetitive, and if you're like me, you'll probably be bored halfway through wishing they were over. I'll go into more detail about each one in the gameplay section. Anyway, Spyro defeats Nasty Nork, again, which in turn releases a fairy called Amp from Nasty's mace. She blesses Spyro with electric breath. Spyro then makes his way to the Professor's teleportation device in order to go to the Lost City's realm. Another cutscene will play, showing a Nork informing Red that Nasty was defeated by our plucky purple dragon. Red takes out his frustrations on the poor Nork, freezing him solid and smashing the ice to pieces, which gives us a glimpse into more of Red's power. The camera then pans to reveal the next upcoming boss, Ineptune, a huge, ugly mermaid that reminds me of Ursula from Disney's The Little Mermaid. When Spyro arrives in Lost Cities, he'll start off in coastal remains, an area made up of sandy beaches, lakes, and ancient ruins. New enemies here include two different types of crabs, a smaller one that can be charged or breath attacked, and a larger one that can only be defeated by charging to knock it over and then head bashing its belly. There are also hostile natives and all their traps that Spyro must avoid, as well as clams and jellyfish in the pools of water. We meet two new characters here. The first is Otto the Otter, ha ha, a surfer dude with the personality to match. He tasks Spyro with refilling his pool because, you know, he can't apparently do that himself. The second character is Turtle Mother, who tasks Spyro with protecting her offspring while they make their way to the water. The next area Spyro will visit is Sunken Ruins, which is accessed by destroying the dark gem in the large beach area and riding the elevator down. Sunken Ruins is what remains of a vast underwater city, filled with enemies such as Mernorks, red dragon dogs, and pufferfish. Spyro will meet a friendly mermaid here named Lily, though she doesn't seem to understand what Spyro is. A lot of the exploration here involves avoiding falling into acid pools until you unlock the invincibility power-up, pole swinging, elevator riding, and flipping switches, so it can get a bit tiring to navigate after a while. The last area to visit in Lost Cities is Cloudy Domain, a city high up in the sky. This one's a mixed bag for me. I love the look of the place. It's kind of Cloud9 realm from Enter the Dragonfly meets Cloud City from Star Wars. It's just the platforming that frustrates me. It feels awesome to jump and glide from platform to platform high above the clouds, shooting enemies out of the sky. Then you get parts like this. I mean, could you make platforming any more boring than this? Enemies in Cloudy Domain include seagulls that apparently poop explosives, and flying Norks for a nice change of pace. Spyro will meet Elder Titan here, who vaguely looks like his Spyro 1 counterpart. Vaguely. He hasn't aged well either, with poor hearing and possible early signs of dementia. Quite sad, really. Once Spyro has destroyed enough dark gems, he can head back to the main hub and enter the acid-filled watery tomb to deal with a Neptune. She comments on Spyro's size, telling him he's larger than she expected, which completely throws Spyro off. She then proceeds to show off her dreadful table manners by spitting acid at Spyro, which in turn starts the fight. Once she's been defeated and sinks into the acid water, a new fairy will appear called Aqua. She grants Spyro the power of, can you guess? Yup, water breath. Spyro can now move on to the icy wilderness realm, which gives us the next cutscene involving Red. After killing yet another poor Nork out of frustration, Red brings in a new enemy to slow down Spyro, a mammoth. Spyro will arrive in Frostbite Village. This place is made up of snow-covered towns, frozen-over ponds, and ice caverns. Enemies include the native Eskimos and, of course, Yetis. There's always a Yeti. There are two new characters to meet here, Phil the Penguin and his wife Peggy, who both set Spyro tasks to complete. As he makes his way through the area, he'll come face to face with the mammoth from the cutscene earlier. Before Spyro can fight back, he is stomped and promptly captured by the mammoth. Sparks is also captured, but manages to find a way out, and zooms off to get help. He finds Hunter practicing his archery, and this is where the new area begins, Gloomy Glacier. This area is mostly made up of caves of various sizes, filled with prehistoric bones and booby traps. New enemies include large bats that swoop down to attack Hunter, and a necromancer who summons skeletal warriors to fight for him. We meet an old friend in the caves too, though he might as well be a stranger given how much the developers butchered him.
Hey, it's not my old pal, Hunter. What are you doing in these parts?
Yep, that is Bentley the Yeti from Spyro 3, now with just 2 brain cells and no fight in him whatsoever. He's been kicked out of his home by other Yetis, and can't apparently chase them away himself, even though that's exactly what he did in Spyro 3 against the Rhinox. Hunter helps him out by defeating the aforementioned Yetis, and we get to take a look at Bentley's home, which is pretty cool. No sign of Bartholomew though. Once Hunter makes his way to the end of Gloomy Glacier, Spyro can be found in a suspended cage in Ice Citadel. Hunter frees him and asks if he'd like help on his quest. Spyro, apparently forgetting the fact Hunter just saved his butt, rudely declines and carries on by himself. Poor Hunter, nobody appreciates you, buddy. The Ice Citadel is a large metal building and is pretty boring to look at, really. It's also well below freezing here, judging by what the resident Ice Princess tells us.
Please warm this place up. It's colder than a witch's. I'm on it.
New enemies include bear traps that will snap at Spyro when he gets too close, and ice golems which I couldn't seem to defeat with flame breath, only fire bombs. Spyro will meet the final Elder here, who's been imprisoned in the Citadel for some time given the tallies on the wall. Astor is a green dragon, whilst his Spyro 1 counterpart was a dark grey colour. He's also impatient, and sometimes rude, frequently cutting Spyro off mid-sentence and mentioning Spyro's ADD. Once all the dark gems have been destroyed, it's time to head back to Frostbite Village and deal with the big bad boss. But it's not the mammoth we're up against, it's actually Red. I guess the mammoth is no more, given Red's warning to it if it failed.
If you let me down, you know what will happen.
This has got to be one of the most irritating fights I've ever done in a Spyro game. I'll tell you why later on. Once Red has been bested, he flies out of the arena, dropping his scepter in the process and releasing a fairy named Frieza. She grants Spyro the power of Ice Breath, the most awesome breath in the game given its usefulness. Spyro can now use the Professor's teleportation device to travel to the final realm, Volcanic Isles. We're treated to another cutscene showing Red flying to the top of a volcano, and once Spyro arrives in the first area, Stormy Beach, the Professor explains that Red has a secret laboratory hidden deep inside the volcano, and that he's going to go there himself to stop Red. I think we can already guess this is going to end in disaster. Stormy Beach is filled with old ships and cargo, which Spyro can climb to reach other areas, as well as a cave system acting as a smuggler's den. Spyro meets another unimportant NPC here, Wally the Walrus. Like the other NPCs, he's just here to give Spyro a task to complete, and then he'll never crop up again. As Spyro makes his way through the smuggler's den, he'll come across a large stone dragon head that'll open up once the dark gem in front of it is destroyed. This will lead him into the next area, Molten Mount, which is filled with pools of lava, spitting molten rock, and large dead trees. We get a nice new batch of enemies here, including phoenixes, fire imps, and rock golems. The first two can only be defeated with water or ice breath, and the third is defeated by charging into them and knocking them off the cliff, reminiscent of the Earthshapers in Spyro 2's Fracture Hills. Tina the hyena actually sets us the task of defeating the rock golems as revenge for them burning down her house. The next area Spyro visits is Magma Falls, which is split into two parts and connected via a ball gadget device. Magma Falls Top and Magma Falls Bottom. It's more or less the same as the previous area in terms of enemies and design, and Spyro will need to reach the end of Magma Falls Bottom in order to move on to the next area, which is Dark Mine. Imagine a typical cartoonish evil villain mine, steam pipes, wooden structures, pools of acid, and a lot of excavation machinery. That's Dark Mine. Red has been performing all sorts of weird experiments in his lab, namely turning his Nork minions into robots. These Robo-Norks are a lot tougher to take down, being immune to flame breath, and some possessing ranged attacks that can hit Spyro from a fair distance. Luckily, they're vulnerable to electric and ice breath. Other enemies include haywire robots which can either attack Spyro head-on or use turrets, and frilled dragon dogs that can breathe fire. The last area of the game is Red's laboratory. Just like Dark Mine, this is your typical bad guy's secret underground lab, with consoles lining the walls, wires running across the ceilings and floors, deadly laser traps, and Robo-Norks. Robo-Norks everywhere. The only NPCs you'll come across in Red's laboratory are the maintenance robots that keep everything running. Once the final dark gem of the game is destroyed, it's time to take on Red and defeat him once and for all. Spyro enters the main part of the lab to find the Professor, who has been captured by Red and forced to create his robot army. Thanks a lot, Professor. Red makes his appearance, and Spyro is dumb enough to knock him into the Nork conversion machine, turning Red into a robot himself. And the Professor can't let the game end without doing Spyro in one more time. So in an effort to help out, he accidentally enlarges Red. Professor, I will kill you myself, I swear. A fairly long-winded fight ensues, but ultimately our plucky purple dragon comes out victorious. Red is changed back to a normal dragon and then shrunk down to bug size to be placed in a glass jar, keeping him out of trouble. And then the game ends, because why not? There is a secret ending if you 100% complete the game, but honestly, it's pretty terrible for how long that takes to do, and I just couldn't be bothered. If you want to check it out, look up A Hero's Tale secret ending on YouTube. I guarantee you'll be disappointed. So let's wrap up this part and move on to gameplay. In terms of controlling Spyro, some commands are the same as previous games, others are new, and the rest will leave you scratching your head. Spyro starts off with some basic abilities, and as he visits each Elder, he'll learn something new. Perhaps the biggest head scratcher most people talk about is the swapping of circle and square. Every game up to this point uses square to charge and circle to breath attack, but A Hero's Tale wants to be different, and different apparently means mixing up the button commands. Needless to say, I was caught out a few times at the beginning of the game when I dashed off a platform instead of breathing fire on the nearby chests. Gliding's been changed too, but I kind of like it now. In previous games, you'd press X to jump, X again to glide, then press triangle at the end of your jump to hover and gain more height. That was about the extent of your control while gliding. If you stopped midway, you couldn't start gliding again, and Spyro would fall to his death in most cases. In A Hero's Tale, Spyro learns the ability to double jump by pressing X and then X again, but loses his hover ability, so you're effectively gaining the height before you start gliding. Letting go of the X button will stop Spyro's glide, but holding it down again will continue it. Also, to make things a little easier for those trickier ledges, Spyro will grab onto the edge just in case he doesn't quite clear the top. I found the ledge grab to be hit and miss though, so it's best not to rely on it. As I mentioned before, each Elder Spyro visits will teach him a new ability. Elder Thomas teaches him how to horn dive, which is necessary in order to destroy all the dark gems scattered about the realms. Horn dive functions the same as head bash from previous games, and is performed by double jumping, then pressing the circle button. Elder Magnus teaches Spyro how to pole spin, because of course he does. It's fairly simple to perform. All you have to do is jump towards the pole to grab on, then press X to jump to the next pole. Changing direction is as simple as pushing in the opposite direction with the analog stick. Next up is Elder Titan, who teaches Spyro Wing Shield, performed by pressing and holding triangle. I personally never use the Wing Shield in normal combat. It's not as awful as the one in Enter the Dragonfly, but I'd still rather outmaneuver and kill the enemy before they throw a projectile at me. Finally, Elder Astor will teach Spyro the Wall Kick ability, performed by jumping between two close together walls and pretty much mashing X all the way to the top. Spyro's other mechanic, which is worth going into detail about, is his various breath attacks: fire, electric, water, and ice. Each breath can be selected by using the D-pad on the PS2 controller. We all know fire breath, so let's talk about electric breath first. It's mostly used to power switches and devices which you'll find in pretty much every area of the game. It can be used to defeat enemies, but it takes longer to do so than fire breath, so I never really used it as my main attack and just stuck with fire breath for the majority of the game. The next one you learn is incredibly useless in my opinion. Water breath cannot defeat enemies, only stun them, and it's used for the odd water device that needs to be turned on or for pushing objects. Okay, it can kill phoenixes and fire imps that appear later in the game, but so can ice breath. I feel like water breath only exists so that the player gets a reward for killing the big bad boss. By far the most useful is of course the one you get last, ice breath. Unlike Enter the Dragonfly, where ice breath felt pointless due to fire or electric breath killing enemies faster, ice breath in A Hero's Tale bypasses the process of having to knock off an enemy's armour by letting you freeze any enemy regardless of size or shield. All you then have to do is charge into them to kill them. Not to mention it has quite a large spread. I was freezing enemies that the ice breath particles didn't even seem to touch. Gotta love those hitboxes. I may as well mention the bomb ammo Spyro can pick up and spit as well. This ammo comes in 4 varieties just like Spyro's breath attacks: fire bombs, ball lightnings, aqua bombs and ice missiles. They can be thrown by tapping R1 and thrown even further by holding down R1. To be honest, I hardly use the bombs and never felt like they were a necessary part of the game, so I don't have footage to show you of all their different effects. Sorry! In all, Spyro's mechanics and abilities whilst navigating through the realms feel very smooth and responsive, making platforming and combat with him pretty enjoyable, especially so when you remember that this came out after Enter the Dragonfly, and the platforming and combat in that was not great. Of course, Spyro isn't the only character to play as in A Hero's Tale. There's Sparks the Dragonfly, Hunter the Cheetah, Blink the Mole, and Sergeant Bird the Penguin. Everybody bar Hunter is involved in minigames, and each minigame needs to be completed twice to collect all the available items. First for a Dragon Egg, and then again for a Light Gem. Dragon Eggs aren't necessary to collect, given they're only used to unlock cosmetic skins, artwork, model viewers and so on. Light Gems are the important items in the game, as Spyro needs to collect enough of them in order to unlock the Professor's various gadgets and power-ups. But seeing as you get the Dragon Egg first on each minigame, you're going to collect a fair few regardless. So back to the side characters. I want to start with Hunter and Blink first because, like Spyro, their gameplay involves platforming. Except while I found Hunter very rewarding to play, I thought Blink was absolutely terrible. So what can Hunter do? Well, obviously he can't glide or breathe fire like Spyro, but he can leap pretty far and high with his double jump. He also has a stomp attack that's the same as Spyro's horn dive. Then there's that nifty bow of his that can be used to take out enemies from afar and break open chests. The bow can either be used manually by holding L1 and firing with square, or automatically by waiting for the reticle to appear on enemies and chests and then hitting square. Hunter can even find and use explosive arrows for a bit of extra kick, usable by pressing R1. These are necessary in order to break open certain walls and find goodies inside. He's not useless in close quarters combat either. able to deliver a nasty dash punch with circle button, and even use his bow as a melee weapon by hitting square whilst in the air. He can also perform a flying kick the same way by pressing circle, but I don't think I ever use this in combat. The last nifty thing Hunter can do is wall climb, by running up to a climbable surface and jumping onto it. He'll then dig his claws in, and you can move him vertically or horizontally. While I only made use of Hunter twice during my playthrough, he was certainly fun to play. And given that he's integral in saving Spyro at one point, I don't feel like he's an unnecessary addition to the game. So what about Blink? Well, take a mix of Spyro and Hunter's abilities, jiggle them around a bit, and make everything feel 10 times slower, and you have Blink. Honestly, I really didn't enjoy playing him. In fact, I found him so awful to play that I gave up midway through his last minigame in Volcanic Isles. Blink's minigames involve going underground and destroying all the dark gems he can find there, but they aren't all located in the same area. That would be too easy and make this character less tedious to play, so Blink will have to make use of his digging, climbing, and wall kicking abilities to reach them. I would say his jumping abilities too, but both Spyro and Hunter put him to shame in that regard. Digging is accomplished by pressing circle and can only be used on certain surfaces. Doing so will move Blink into a new section of the minigame and act as a checkpoint for him, so at least if you die you don't have to start right at the beginning. Wall kicking is pretty much the same as Spyro's, except Blink can cling indefinitely to the wall. Butt bounce is the same as horn dive, and monkey barring along the ceiling is the same as Hunter's wall climb. You're just going forwards and backwards rather than up and down. Blink has two other abilities up his sleeve. He can use his laser blaster to destroy boxes and kill enemies, albeit very slowly. It's basically a crap version of Hunter's bow. Not to mention, if it's shot too much, it overheats. His other ability is picking up and using bombs to blow stuff up. These are necessary to destroy dark gems and metal crates, as Blink has no other way to do so, but even this isn't smooth sailing. You're supposed to be able to tap R1 for a short throw, and hold it down and release for a longer throw. But I sometimes found tapping R1 would do nothing, and other times it would throw out 2 bombs instead of just 1. Other times, the sound effect for throwing a bomb wouldn't even play, meaning I would catch myself out and take an unnecessary hit. At least the developers put in a crouch ability for Blink, to stop him taking damage from explosions, accomplished by pressing triangle, assuming you actually realise he's trying to kamikaze himself. The worst part of it all though is getting the first minigame done, and then realising that if you want that sweet light gem, you're gonna have to come back and do it all over again, with twice as many dark gems to destroy. Now you can see why I hate Blink so much. So let's move on to Sparks and his minigames. While travelling through each realm, you'll occasionally find cracks in the walls that are impossible for Spyro to fit through. This is where Sparks comes in. His minigames are basically rail shooters, and require him to go from point A to point B. Sounds simple enough, but on the way, waves of bugs will try to stop him, as well as other creatures related to the realm Spyro's in. Sparks can shoot out an endless stream of bullets by holding down X, which can also be temporarily upgraded into rapid fire by collecting the red spinning items. He can even collect missiles and use them by pressing square. The best weapon he has though is the Smart Bomb. They're not commonly found, and for good reason. They can destroy every enemy in the screen with one triangle click. It's not just enemies that'll damage Sparks. He'll have to avoid falling rocks, doors that smash shut continuously, and tunnel entrances that need to be opened by hitting switches. Luckily, Sparks can speed himself up, or put on the brakes with R1 and L1 respectively. Just be careful that you don't run out of turbo boost. I found the Sparks minigames quite entertaining. The only thing I would say was that the difficulty level was a complete mix. By far the hardest one to do in my opinion was only the second one of the game. The combination of slamming doors, falling rocks and spiders throwing webs was very difficult to deal with. I got there in the end though, and it's still infinitely more entertaining than Blink's minigames. Finally we come to Sergeant Bird and his minigames, which have taken the old Speedway idea and changed things up a teeny bit. As you know, Speedways of previous games were a fairly bog-standard affair. Fly through or destroy the various objectives before time runs out. The route you needed to take was pretty obvious too, usually starting out with rings, then moving on to whatever was in your field of view. Spyro 3 and Enter the Dragonfly even included races against the inhabitants of said speedways. The speedways of A Hero's Tale do things a little differently. The biggest change of course is that it's Sergeant Bird completing them, not Spyro. There doesn't seem to be an obvious route to take either. At least I couldn't work out where to go, and spent most of my time flying around aimlessly, hoping to spot that last archway. There's also no races in these speedways. Coming back a second time for the light gem has you doing the same thing, only with less time and more spread out objectives. In terms of his abilities, Sergeant Bird is very enjoyable to play. I never found his flying awkward or slow, and he can in fact be sped up by collecting the booster fuel barrels located in certain areas of the speedway. To make Sergeant Bird fly, hold down X to thrust him into the air. It can also be let go in order to drop speed or altitude, just make sure you don't hit the ground or he'll be temporarily stunned. Speed him up by holding down square at the same time as X, but this will only work for as long as he has booster fuel. Sergeant Bird has 2 weapons at his disposal, bombs that can be dropped out of the sky, and missiles that lock on and chase down a target. While the help menu informs you that bombs are better for ground targets and missiles for aerial targets, I found the missiles were effective at both. Playing Sergeant Bird was a pleasant change from the usual platforming of A Hero's Tale, and of course, it's awesome to see old faces from past games make an appearance. Besides the mini-games involving each character, there's 2 that Spyro can do himself. The first type, the turret minigame, is given to you by those random NPCs that crop up once and are never heard from again. These vary in objective, but basically have you shooting enough enemies to fill a bar to max. For each enemy that isn't killed and escapes, a separate bar will fill up. You've got to get your bar to full first. Simple as that. The controls are simple too, using only square to fire shells and the analog stick to move the turrets. The first turret minigame is given to you by Fredneck the Frog. The local dragon dogs and swamp bats keep stealing his supplies, so shoot them before they gobble everything up. The next one is given to you by Turtle Mother. Her babies are trying to make their way to the sea, but are constantly being picked off by vultures and crabs, so Spyro will need to kill all the enemies to give the baby turtles a clear path. Next up is Peggy the Penguin, who tasks Spyro with shooting all the Yetis and Eskimos that have taken over her beloved skating rink. Lastly, Wally the Walrus needs Spyro to take out the invading Norks that are storming the beach and causing havoc in the volcanic isles. I found these minigames very easy to complete, even on the second round, though that could be down to all the time I spend playing Overwatch. The second type of minigame involves a gadget that the Professor has invented, so I may as well talk a bit about his other creations. Throughout his travels, Spyro will be helped along by the Professor, who will invent new things to make Spyro's life easier. The first you'll use is the ball gadget, which basically is the second minigame. It looks like a giant hamster ball and is used to travel to new areas in the realm, such as the one that connects Dragon Village and Dragonfly Falls. Entering the ball gadget will move Spyro to a separate area, usually with obstacles to avoid and a light gem to collect at the end. The ball gadget minigames start off simple, but get gradually more difficult the further you progress in the game. You'll need to collect enough light gems before the ball gadget will activate. The next device that you'll use far more frequently if you're going for 100% completion is the Professor's teleporter. Spyro will need this to travel back and forth between the realms, though the experience of teleporting isn't pleasant for him.
Certainly gives the old system a thorough workout, eh? Yeah, right. Like being sucked down a giant drain.
Next up is the power-ups, of which there are 2. Invincibility and Supercharge can be accessed via the pads you find on the ground. Just like the ball gadget, they require enough light gems in order to function, and if you're going for 100% completion, you're going to need these power-ups. Invincibility is mainly used in sunken ruins to dive into the acid pools, and Molten Mount to walk on the lava lakes. You'll know Spyro is invincible because he'll look just like the T-1000 from Terminator 2. As far as I remember, I only use Supercharge in Ice Citadel to travel up the steep areas that Spyro can't normally run up. I know there are more areas in the game that utilise Supercharge, but I never actually went back to them, given I wasn't trying to collect everything. Supercharge activation will give Spyro a glowing, slightly blurry aura. Seeing as I've mentioned the Professor's devices and power-ups, I may as well talk about the elephant in the room, or rather bear in the shop.
Ah, there you are, my favorite wallet.
Before that though, I should mention gems and their role in A Hero's Tale. Previous games included gems as part of the huge collectathon, with a certain amount to find in each realm. This time, however, there's an endless supply of gems as they're necessary to buy all the items in Moneybag's shop. If you leave an area and come back a little later, all the gems you picked up will have magically respawned. I really don't like this change. Part of the fun of the old Spyro games was seeking out that last pesky gem that was in a well-hidden or difficult-to-reach area. Ironically, trying to give the gems value by making them currency for use in Moneybag's shop has made them feel utterly worthless to collect, seeing as most of the items he sells I don't care to buy. So what does everybody's most hated Ursine sell anyway? Restocked items are lockpicks, the elemental bomb ammo I mentioned earlier, butterfly jars that restore sparks to full health, double value gems, and teleport passes. There are magazine upgrades for the elemental bombs which do technically restock, but only up to 8 times each. Out of all these items, I only bought lockpicks regularly, because you need them to unlock the treasure chests you find scattered about the realms containing dragon eggs and light gems. I bought the butterfly jars a couple of times, usually before boss fights, and only bought the double value gem and teleport pass once. One-off items at Moneybag's shop include a keychain that allows Sparks to carry up to 3 lockpicks instead of 1, an upgrade to Spyro's horn dive to give it a wider area of effect, and an extra health unit to allow Sparks to take one more hit, which will make him go from green to red before disappearing. All these items understandably cost far more than the usual restocked items, but they add a better quality of life to the game, so they're worth spending the gems on. Plus, halfway through the game, I had more gems than I really needed, so buying this stuff was trivial. Moneybag's shop can be found in the main hub of every realm, but don't worry if you're miles away. He's made the buying process even easier by installing remote shop pads all over the place. Just remember there's a 25% markup on all items bought at these pads, so spend wisely. The last thing to pick apart in this section is the boss fights, as I didn't go into much detail before. So as I said, the boss fights are a fairly repetitive and boring affair. At least I didn't find them that entertaining. Each boss fight is broken into 3 parts, and if you fail on, say, the second part, you won't have to go right back to the beginning of the fight, just start the second part again. Thank goodness too, because these fights go on for a while. The first boss, Nasty Nork, is fairly straightforward. He'll smash the ground with his mace, which will either send out waves of energy, tornadoes, or a combination of the two. As long as there's enough distance between Spyro and Nasty, he can easily jump or dodge out of the way. Every so often, Nasty will get his mace stuck in the ground, which is the perfect opportunity to burn his butt. In the second phase, he'll continue to use the same attacks, but he'll throw in the cliché ceiling falling down attack. Again, this attack can easily be avoided by watching the floor for the shadows of falling rocks. The third phase has Nasty dropping most of his abilities in favour of lightning attacks. Now when he smashes the ground, balls of electricity will come flying out, that Spyro will need to double jump and fly over. The second lightning attack involves a trail of electricity emanating from Nasty's mace. This will chase after Spyro, but can easily be outrun. Overall, this was a fairly easy fight. I died once because I was standing too close to avoid the energy blast, and with deaths, it took me around 5.5 minutes to finish. The next boss, Neptune, was slightly more difficult for me, mainly because I couldn't get the camera to work with me and kept falling off the edge of the platform into acid. Also, I just suck in general. The fight will start with a Neptune throwing balls of acid at Spyro, then spewing acid out from her mouth. Depending on which attack it is, Spyro will have to outrun the damage or jump over it. Once she's done this initial attack, she'll stop moving for a few seconds, giving time for Spyro to charge attack the gem on her belt. When she recovers, she'll dive under the platform Spyro is standing on and remove a segment of it to replace with a laser beam device. Spyro will need to jump over the laser to avoid damage. After a few turns, the laser beam device will disappear and the segment of platform will return to normal. The second phase is the same, except this time, 2 segments of platform are replaced with the laser beams, making avoiding damage even harder. The third phase is the same as the second phase, except the laser beams move a bit faster. Overall, I found this fight challenging, but as I said, that's partly down to the camera angle making it difficult to see the platform edge. I died 3 times in this fight, and with deaths, it took me around 9 minutes to finish. Next up, we have the first fight with Red, and oh my gosh, this has got to be the worst fight in Spyro history, on account of its unfair difficulty and tediously long sections of nothingness. This might actually bring the Yeti boxing match in Spyro 3 down a peg or 2 in my bad books. The fight will initially start with Red sending out ice magic to freeze Spyro solid, but as long as Spyro's using Wing Shield, he can't be hit. For some unknown reason, the developers decided to make this part of the fight go on for 20 seconds at a time. That's 20 seconds of standing still and holding down triangle. I think later on in this fight, I actually started browsing Facebook to kill time. When Red decides the whole ice thing really ain't working, he'll move on to spawning crates of explosives. I'm really not sure what the reasoning is behind spawning them. All Red does is explode each one individually. He doesn't even push them towards Spyro. The goal is to use water breath to set them ticking and push them towards Red. It's supposed to do damage to him, but more often than not, after I pushed the crates into him and they exploded, nothing happened. I thought maybe I was doing something wrong, but after looking at other people's videos of this fight, I was doing exactly what they were, so I have no clue what was going on. Couple that with the fact Red will fly into the air if he catches you pushing the crates towards him, and you can start to see why I really don't like this fight. Rinse and repeat this whole phase a couple of times until the second phase begins. This time, Red will summon Dragon Dogs to attack Spyro, drop ice from the ceiling when he stomps his foot, and still cast ice spells to try and freeze Spyro solid, so a lot of damage to avoid. If you manage to survive this onslaught, and push the exploding crates into Red a couple more times, you'll move into the third phase. This time, Red will melt part of the ice platform Spyro is standing on to give him less room to move. Then he'll keep turning towards Spyro to try and burn him with fire breath. After this, he'll cast an ice spray spell and chase Spyro with it. Luckily, this brings the ice platform back to its usual size. Now comes the unfair part of the fight. Note on the edge of the platform those energy devices. Red will turn these on, which will send out lines of laser beams, first clockwise, then anti-clockwise, which Spyro will need to jump over. The lines are incredibly difficult to avoid, even if you're standing as close to the edge of the platform as you can, and given that the devices they come from spin round to a random position, you'll sometimes find they shoot out laser beams straight on top of Spyro's head. My other favourite thing they do? When Spyro takes damage from the beam, it knocks him back, which then makes him take damage again because the same beam is still coming towards him. If you can get through this nightmare part of the third phase, the rest is fairly straightforward. Avoid falling ice, wing shield, and blow Red up with explosive crates. By the end of this fight, I racked up 6 deaths, and with those, the fight took me a whopping 19 minutes to complete. The last fight against Red, or Mecha Red if you like, is thankfully a lot easier than the previous. Mecha Red will start off by spewing out bouncing bombs that will chase Spyro before exploding. He'll then stomp the ground, sending out a wave of energy and causing sheets of metal to fall from the ceiling. Honestly, who do they contract to build these places? Next, he'll use his eye beams to chase Spyro along the platform. Mecha Red will then change back to normal-sized Red. Rockets will then appear from below the ground, which Spyro can light with his fire breath, and send into Red to do significant damage to him. Red will transform back into Mecha Red and repeat the same attacks, but this time he'll also send out a jet of fire with his rocket boots. He'll then transform into normal Red again. Instead of rockets, Spyro will need to zap the generators to give Red a nasty shock, all while avoiding the bouncing bombs. Back to Mecha Red once more, and this time he swaps his jet of fire attack for missiles, but they're a lot easier to dodge than the former. This time when he transforms back into Red, he'll be surrounded by Robo-Norks, who will initially attack Spyro until Spyro horn dives a switch. This will make them turn on Red and fire their lasers at him. Repeat this process until Red runs out of health and you're done. I managed to not die at all fighting Mecha Red, and the whole process took about 6.5 minutes. And that's pretty much it for gameplay. If I've forgotten anything significant, I can't remember what it would be, so let's move on to music and voice work. A Hero's Tale was the first Spyro game on main consoles that Stuart Copeland did not compose the music for. Instead, that role went to British composers Steve Duckworth and Paul Lawler. Duckworth started his video game music career with Eurocom way back in 1993, and stayed with the developers until they closed their doors in 2012, so he's worked on soundtracks for pretty much every game they've developed. He now works at 8 Pixel Square, based just outside of Derby in the UK. From what I found out about Lawler, he's a freelance composer who started off writing scores for the likes of the BBC and other TV stations, before moving on to video game music. Quoting DeWolfMusic.com's page about him, Paul now works from an analogue and modular synthesizer-laden studio in an old Victorian vicarage out on the Lancashire hills. I'm not a music nerd, so analogue and modular synthesizer means nothing to me, but it sounds pretty cool. So let's talk about the soundtrack of A Hero's Tale, and this is where my non-nerdy musicness lets me down again, so please forgive me. It would have been easy enough to copy Stuart Copeland's style because after all, A Hero's Tale is still part of the main Spyro series. Instead, the composers came up with a soundtrack that feels a lot more bouncy and upbeat. Playing through A Hero's Tale, I get the impression the game was really intended for kids, more so than any other entry in the series. Not to say I didn't enjoy playing it myself, but between characters breaking the fourth wall,
Close one.
crude humour, and very cliched story and villains, you definitely get the impression A Hero's Tale was made for kids, and the soundtrack reflects that too. Unfortunately, bouncy and upbeat doesn't always equal memorable, and most of the tracks from A Hero's Tale are pretty forgettable to me. I mean, when I actually sit down and take the time to listen, I like them, but I feel a lot of the tracks don't add anything to the area they play in, and so you forget there's even music to begin with. It's background noise, basically. The only track in the game which I thought really complemented its area was the Cloudy Domain theme. Making those death-defying jumps and glides, trying to avoid the flying Norks throwing boomerangs and magic at you, all while those trumpets boomed in the background and that choir sang angelically. One word: awesome. Let's move on from the soundtrack and talk about the voice work in A Hero's Tale, because there have been some big changes in that department, namely the entire voice cast being replaced. The only two voice actors to return are Michael Goff, reprising his role as Nasty Nork as well as taking on the role of the Professor, and Andre Soliuzo, returning to voice Sparks. Funnily enough, even with the same voice actors, the characters don't sound the same at all. Admittedly, Nasty Nork only had 3 lines and a bunch of accompanying grunts in Spyro 1, but he sounds slightly higher pitched and nasally in A Hero's Tale.
Spyro, it's been a while since I last defeated you in battle.
The Professor doesn't sound the same either.
I thought I could stop him after you had weakened him.
But that's understandable given that Goff is filling in for Tom Kenny's voice. Sparks has had the biggest change, of course, because now he actually speaks rather than buzzes.
Spyro always used to send me into cracks like this.
A trend that will carry on in future Spyro games, though not with Soliuzo as his voice actor. The oddest voice change in my opinion is Spyro's, now voiced by Jess Harnell.
Wow, 1 million brain cells? That seems excessively destructive. That seems kind of bad. Okay, it's cool.
Perhaps it's because I've been used to Tom Kenny's voice for the last 3 games, but I can't put my finger on why I don't like it. It's possibly because Harnell makes Spyro sound very nasally, like he has a cold or something. It could also be down to the writing. Spyro comes across as quite mean and snarky at times during A Hero's Tale, which makes him a very unlikable character to me. Still, that isn't Harnell's fault, and I'll give him points for his interesting take on the voice of Spyro. He also voices Hunter.
Are you sure you're okay, Bentley? I could go in there with my bows and arrows and get rid of them for you.
Moneybags.
Hey, check it out, Spyro. I have got a shop here too.
Red.
I cannot believe this. What is going on around here? Do I have to deal with Spyro myself?
And all the Dragon Elders of A Hero's Tale. For those unfamiliar with his work outside of the Spyro series, Jess Harnell has also voiced Wacko Warner of Animaniacs, and even Crash Bandicoot, Ripperoo, and Pinstripe from the rebooted Insane trilogy. Moving on, we have Tara Strong, probably the best known voice actress in, the whole world. Her roles in A Hero's Tale are fairly limited, a shame given she's talented at what she does. She voices Blink the Mole.
Yep, I bet I'd make a great sidekick, if it weren't for my fresh aerophobia.
Both Flame and Ember.
The force field has disappeared. I thought I was gonna be trapped in here forever.
Maybe the Dragon Elder can tell you how to smash it into bits.
Zoe the Fairy.
Hey there, Spyro. When I zap you with my wand like this, your current position in progress is saved.
And Tina the Hyena.
Those rock monsters burned down my house. I'm actually quite sad.
Outside of Spyro, she has had hundreds of voice acting roles, her most popular being Raven from Teen Titans, Twilight Sparkle from My Little Pony, and Bubbles from the Powerpuff Girls. There are other voice actors who had various roles in the game, but the majority of the characters only appeared briefly or spoke a few lines, so I won't go into detail on each one. Let's move on to the final part of this video before I lose my voice. Critical reception. A Hero's Tale received mixed to positive reviews on release. One thing most critics unanimously agreed on was that it was definitely a step up from Enter the Dragonfly, and I concur. Whereas its predecessor felt rushed and sloppily made, with glitches and bugs abound, A Hero's Tale was an incredibly smooth game from start to finish. Movement and combat feels great, the voice acting isn't bad, and the realms Spyro explores are gorgeous to look at. However, some critics weren't impressed with Eurocom's lack of innovation, stating that nothing new had been brought to the game, despite the developers trying to make their own unique mark on the series. GameSpot were particularly scathing, stating, "Today, modest improvements on this tired formula, like giving Spyro's once vestigial T-Rex-like arms the ability to grip ledges, just aren't enough to make the game feel innovative. Filling the title with disruptive and boring mini-games to artificially increase playtime apparently wasn't a good move either. Despite all the new window dressing, Spyro A Hero's Tale is the same game you played 6 years ago, and you probably remember it being better." IGN was slightly kinder, stating, "Spyro A Hero's Tale delivers a decent amount of fun. While lacking innovation in style and play mechanics, the game controls well, and offers enough challenge and length to warrant a hard look by parents looking to buy a game for their kids. In the end, A Hero's Tale is a definite improvement over Enter the Dragonfly. It's a solid, albeit simple and slightly unimaginative platformer." To this day, on game rankings, the PS2 version of Spyro A Hero's Tale holds a 64.59% ranking based on 22 reviews. So to wrap up, what do I think of A Hero's Tale? Well, even though I played this way back when I was 12 years old, I genuinely couldn't remember anything about the game. I don't know whether that's because 12-year-old me found it too hard or fairly forgettable, but adult me still finds it both those things. It's not a bad game. Yes, it's a different formula to the usual Spyro the Dragon, and there were some parts of gameplay that I would delete into oblivion if I could. Curse you, Blink. But overall, it's not bad. It's certainly an improvement on Enter the Dragonfly, that's for sure. But nothing really stood out for me while playing, and there were some things about the game that bugged me. I know Eurocom wanted to make their own spin-off Spyro game, but there are some things I wish they hadn't changed or removed. I miss having a finite amount of gems to hunt down, travelling through a portal and wondering what strange unique world I'd end up in. I even miss the original formula for minigames. There isn't enough variety in the minigames of A Hero's Tale, and making players have to repeat them twice, even those really nasty Blink ones, is a gaming sin. Overall, Spyro A Hero's Tale is an okay but forgettable game for me. It's time for the video I know some of you are eager to see. The one where I take my first look at the Legend of Spyro series, a trilogy of games that up until now I'd never touched. Today I'll be concentrating on the first game in this reboot trilogy, A New Beginning. Leading up to this video, you guys left plenty of comments about how much you love the Legend of Spyro series, but I do know for a fact that this reboot gets an equal amount of flack as it does praise. It's kind of a Marmite thing. People either seem to love the Legend of Spyro, or absolutely despise its very being. I've also heard that all three games are a complete mix in terms of enjoyment, with A New Beginning being so-so, The Eternal Night being terrible, and Dawn of the Dragon being the most fun out of all three. I don't know how true that is, but given A New Beginning had me feeling a bit at times, that opinion hasn't been wrong so far. I guess I'll have to see as I continue through the series. Now, given these three games are a reboot of Spyro and his origins, I'm going to be fair and try not to compare them to previous games, at least until the gameplay section. You guys already know I'm a huge fan of the original trilogy, and comparing such different styles of games to each other would make for a very biased video. Instead, I'll treat The Legend of Spyro as a standalone series. Besides, you guys know enough about the previous games to make your own decisions about this reboot. Oh, and I'm playing the PS2 version of A New Beginning for anyone curious. Enough babbling from me anyway. I'll start off with development. A New Beginning was developed by Chrome Studios, an Australian video game company founded in 1999. They in turn had been given the task of creating a fresh Spyro trilogy by American developers and publishers Sierra Entertainment. Chrome Studios have worked on titles such as Ty the Tasmanian Tiger, Blade Kitten, and Star Wars The Force Unleashed. A New Beginning was developed not only for the PS2, GameCube and Xbox, but handheld versions were also released for the Nintendo DS and Game Boy Advance. Judging from the very little amount of footage I have watched, the story appears to be more or less the same, but the actual gameplay is very different. The Nintendo DS version gives the player an isometric view of the world, whereas the Game Boy Advance version is a side-scroller. All console and handheld versions of the game were released in 2006, between the 10th of October and the 2nd of November, for North America, Europe and Australasia. Now, normally this is where I run out of stuff to talk about, and I start desperately perusing the Wikipedia page for that last tidbit of information. Luckily, I have been pointed in the direction of Jared Pullen, the lead concept artist for the Legend of Spyro series. Thank you so much to Emile DeBoss for telling me about this guy. Jared Pullen actually has a DeviantArt page where he's uploaded concept art for the three games, and he's even done a Q&A about the characters. I've put a link to both in the description below if you want to check them out for yourself, but as this video goes on, I will make mention of the stuff he writes about, particularly characters, their looks, and their relationship to Spyro. Bear in mind that what he tells us isn't technically canon, as it was never mentioned in the games. The Q&A writer, Dragon of Ice and Fire, even stresses this point, stating, 90% of the stuff here is only unused ideas or speculation from Jared's end. It is not canon. Don't go pissing on people with theories and stories that differ from what you've read here. If it wasn't in the game, it's not canon. Anyway, moving on to story, world, and characters. The story for The Legend of Spyro A New Beginning starts off with a cutscene showing us an as-yet unnamed red dragon. We learn that it's currently the Year of the Dragon, nice plug there, and that wherever this dragon currently is, it's a world beyond the realms. He breathes fire on some sort of magical seal, which opens up a doorway into a large temple containing multiple dragon eggs. The Red Dragon explains that he, and others like him, are awaiting the birth of a prophesized dragon. I bet we can guess who that is. The Guardian Dragons know the eggs are in danger, as the Dark Master has already heard of said prophecy and seeks to destroy these eggs before the prophesized dragon can be born. As the Red Dragon watches over a purple egg, the temple suddenly shakes violently. A yellow dragon appears and tells the Red Dragon to save the eggs as the Dark Armies have come. The Red Dragon, realising he doesn't have time to save them all, quickly grabs the purple egg, creates another magical doorway with his fire breath, and flies away from the temple. Knowing he can't leave the temple and other dragon eggs to their fate, he finds a place to hide the precious purple egg. He takes the head of a mushroom and places the egg inside before pushing it downriver. He flies back to the temple and looks on in shock, but we don't get to see what he's staring at until later in the game. The cutscene fades to show us the purple dragon egg continuing on its merry way down the river, before finally coming to rest in a swamp far from the temple. 2 dragonflies find the egg just in time for it to hatch, and the cutscene fades once again. We then move from pre-rendered cinematics to in-game cinematics, and the dragon that hatched from the purple egg is revealed to be none other than Spyro! Oh my gosh, who would have guessed? The dragonflies raise Spyro as one of their own, alongside his surrogate brother Sparx, who was born on the same day. So far, we don't know a lot about this version of Spyro, apart from what he looks like. Sparx, on the other hand, well, I can tell he's going to annoy me from his first few lines.
What's the matter, little Spyro? You can't fly? Oh, that's right, you walk everywhere. That's too bad.
This first area the game starts in is mainly swamp, with all sorts of swampy, fantastical things like giant mushrooms, pools of goop, and plant-like creatures. Oh, and brown. Just lots and lots of brown. Spyro chases Sparx through the swamp, which is basically to give the player a chance to learn how to move and fight. The fighting part is necessary in order to save Sparx from the frogweeds that gobble him up, and the baboon-like creatures, simply called apes, that capture him and place him in a cage. Sparx is about to be crushed by the largest ape, when Spyro suddenly unleashes a torrent of flame. Spyro finishes off the few remaining ape stragglers, releases Sparx, and the two head back to Mummy and Daddy Dragonfly to tell them about their interesting day. It's then they explain to Spyro he isn't a dragonfly after all, shocker, but an exile from an unknown, distant land. Spyro decides to set off and find out who and what he truly is, much to Sparx's chagrin. Come on dude, your brother just found out that not only is he not what he thought he was his entire life, but he came from elsewhere, and there are possibly others just like him wherever elsewhere is. And you're gonna act like that. I'll just add this to the ever-growing list of why I hate Sparx in this game. After a pep talk from surrogate mum and dad, Spyro sets off on his own through the swamp, fighting frogweeds, bulb spiders, and more apes as he goes. Unfortunately for me, Sparx decides to forgive Spyro and join him on his journey. I mean, yeah, okay, it's not Spyro the Dragon without his sparkly sidekick to accompany him, but if someone could just give me some tape to make this game a bit more bearable, that would be great. Spyro comes across his most challenging foes so far, swamp monsters called growths that attack by smacking the ground with their clubs, or firing slime projectiles that slow Spyro down. Once the growths are defeated, the two brothers carry on through the swamp and run into none other than the Red Dragon from the beginning of the game. After Spyro throws a million questions a minute at him, he goes on to explain that he and 3 other Guardians were tasked with protecting the dragon eggs and making sure they hatched, but they failed, and now the temple and grotto is completely overrun. We also learn more of this prophecy, which tells of a purple dragon that is only born once every 10 generations. That purple dragon is of course Spyro. The Red Dragon tells the two of the countless wars he and the other Guardians fought in against the Dark Armies, and that they were almost about to turn the tide until Cinder came. One by one, she captured the Guardians until only the Red Dragon remained, who reveals his name to be Ignitus. Spyro manages to convince Ignitus to stop moping around and lead him to the temple, so all 3 set off. Luckily, the temple isn't too far off, but it is overrun with apes, so Spyro travels through the area, killing every APCs and fixing the statues so that he, Sparx, and Ignitus can progress further in. A massive horde of apes suddenly attacks the 3, but Ignitus shows off his sick moves, smacking the invaders with headbutts and tail whips before letting loose a powerful fire spell. Fast forward through a bit more ape murder, and we finally arrive in the main section of the temple. The doors open to reveal a huge dragon statue in the centre of the temple. Jared Pullen revealed more about what this statue intended to represent, stating, The image of the Great Guardian statue above was a homage to dragon culture in general, but more specifically, a stately and regal representation of an actual ancient dragon hero, the last purple dragon before Spyro's time. I pitched the idea that the statue itself was actually a representation of the Dark Master, before he renounced the path of good. So you could say that right from the beginning, from the new beginning, we had already caught a glimpse of the Dark Master. I thought it a very fitting and full circle type of thing to do. So, if we ever had a game where Spyro was a fully grown adult dragon, this is potentially what he looked like. Pretty cool! Anyway, carrying on with the story, Ignitus shows Spyro what has become of the islands, before taking him into the dojo for fire training, as well as some basic combat. It's here Spyro learns the ability that Ignitus used earlier against the Ape Horde, Fire Fury. When training is over, Ignitus heads to the Pool of Visions, where he sees the Guardian Voltaire being held on Dante's freezer. Now Spyro gets his first proper mission, to fly to Dante's freezer and rescue the Guardian. Only problem with this plan? Spyro can't actually fly, at least not until Ignitus teaches him. Turns out all dragons have the ability to learn powers they never knew they had due to their connection to their ancient ancestors, which certainly makes life easier for Spyro. So off Spyro and Sparks fly to rescue Voltaire. The two find themselves in an ancient snow-covered fortress, filled with catapults, spiked walls, and icicle traps. After about 5 minutes, I was already getting quite bored of this area, to be honest. It's just snow, spikes, and stone pretty much everywhere, and I was hoping that Voltaire would turn up sooner rather than later, so I could leave as soon as possible. As Spyro makes his way through the fortress, he'll come across a new enemy type, undead soldiers. They come in all shapes and sizes, the more common troll type, and the bulkier type known as ogres, which have 2 stages, an undead form and a wraith form. Lastly, troll horsemen will appear later in the fortress, who ride huge armoured mounts that look like undead oxen. While fighting these undead soldiers, a nearby tower suddenly zaps Spyro, but instead of doing serious damage to him, it instead bestows him with the power of electric stream breath. These soldiers seem to be at war with the apes, constantly fighting for dominion over the fortress. Speaking of the apes, they're the same design as those found in the swamp, only with a colour change. This will continue throughout A New Beginning. Same apes, same attacks, different colour. It's a little lazy in my opinion, especially given these guys make up the majority of the enemies in the game. It's also one of the reasons combat feels so lacklustre to me, but I'll talk about that later. The developers do try to spice things up a little bit by having said apes use catapults and turrets against Spyro, but seeing as these can be defeated in a few hits, they're not that impressive. Another new enemy is the Dreadwing, large bat-like creatures that the apes use for transportation as well as combat. They can be time-consuming to defeat due to being able to completely negate Spyro's breath attacks by shielding themselves with their wings, but overall they aren't too difficult to kill. These Dreadwings will also crop up frequently in the game in various colours. Partway through, Spyro gets his first glimpse of Cinder, albeit from very far away. Luckily, she doesn't spot the plucky purple dragon, so Spyro is free to carry on through the fortress, finally coming to an ice cave. Inside, he finds Voltaire, but before he can help the Guardian, the resident Ice King boss takes a disliking to Sparks' inane chatter and jumps to life ready to fight the two. I'll take this opportunity to say that all the boss fights in A New Beginning are incredibly simple and rather lacklustre. You can easily kill most bosses by exploiting one move over and over. Regardless, I hadn't quite refined my dodging techniques, so this fight took me a couple of attempts. I'll go into more detail about the bosses later. Once the Ice King is defeated, Voltaire is freed, and we find out he's as much a chatterbox as Sparks.
Spyro.
A purple dragon named Spyro. Amazing. Of course, there were unsubstantiated rumors of a purple dragon countless generations ago.
The three head back to the temple, where Voltaire explains to Ignitus that Cinder was using him to power some sort of yellow orb. Ignitus, realising that something is afoot, tells the band that they need to rescue the other Guardians before Cinder can power any more orbs. But before that, Spyro needs to learn how to harness his newfound power over electricity, so it's off to the dojo with Voltaire to train some more and learn a new ability, Electric Fury. Ignitus informs Spyro and Sparks that the next Guardian, Cyril, is being held in Tall Plains, so off Spyro goes to rescue him. Tall Plains is a series of islands connected by bridges and made up of jungles and sheer cliffs. There'll be a number of puzzles to complete here too, but nothing too complicated. Horn dive some switches, run up a seesaw, and roll some giant boulders. The usual stuff, you know. Ignitus gives us a little exposition about Tall Plains. It was once the home of a tribe known as the Atlawa, humanoid llama-like beings that Jared Pullen explains were modelled after the Aztecs. When Cinder arrived with her forces, the Atlawa were forced to flee underground, but Spyro gets a glimpse of them when he finds two who have been captured by the apes. One is transported away by a Dreadwing, but Spyro manages to rescue the other, called Kane. He's not very grateful to our plucky purple dragon, and sets off to try and rescue the rest of his tribe. As Spyro traverses the Tall Plains, he'll meet two new enemies. Large armadillo creatures that roll into him and smack him with their tails, and rock golems known as rubble brutes, very slow moving foes that pack a nasty punch. Spyro will come to a clearing where he'll spot Kane in serious trouble. Before the Atlawa can meet his maker, Spyro breathes ice onto the river, which freezes the water solid and in turn stops Kane from plummeting down the waterfall. Yay, we learned Ice Stream Breath! A lot more fighting ensues, and we finally come to a locked door, which Kane explains leads to the shrine where the shrine god awaits. Apparently he's in a bad mood. Okay, I'm going to briefly sum up these next parts because I'm starting to get bored. Get on floating ship, smack some apes, get off floating ship, avoid log traps while horn diving switches, and meet up with Kane outside the shrine. Wait, how did he get here before Spyro? As I ask myself why the game couldn't let me take the same shortcut Kane used, Cinder flies overhead, even closer than before. She must have poor vision because she doesn't spot Spyro, so our dynamic duo are free to enter the shrine and attempt to rescue the Ice Guardian Cyril. Kane warns us of the shrine god's anger, but I'm left wondering if this giant stone sentinel is the god in question, because honestly, he's a complete pushover. Once Spyro has spam-dodged his way to victory, Cyril the incredibly rude is freed, and he, Spyro, and Sparks return to the temple.
Yes, old boy, we'd like nothing more than to stay and be a part of your primitive barbaric society, but duty calls, duty calls.
The Guardians tell Spyro of the last dragon to free, Toridori. No points for guessing what he's a master of. And just like before, Spyro is ushered into the dojo, this time by Cyril, to learn more about his Ice Stream Breath and gain a new ability, Ice Fury. After training is over, Ignitus tells the others of Cinder's potential plan. She intends to harness the power of all Guardians to unlock a portal, but Ignitus won't tell Spyro what this portal is. Like, why, dude? You're happy to send this young dragon out to do all the fighting for you and save the other Guardians, but you can't tell him what this portal is. Anyway, Spyro is sent off to Munitions Forge where Toridori is trapped. This area is made up of lava pits, a mine, and a large active volcano known as Boitzitbig. Wait, boy is it big. Really? Who came up with these names? The volcano is so unstable that the inhabitants of the island, the Manwismalls, have to make their home underground. Manwismalls. Someone in the development team was really having fun with these names, weren't they? The Manwismalls have been forced by Cinder to mine metals for the war machines the Dark Armies use in battle. As Spyro travels through the area and beats up more apes, he'll come across his first Manwismall called Moliere. Moliere explains that while most of his people are mining metals deep underground, the rest are being held in the caves, trapped by magical crystals that keep them from moving. Spyro and Moliere make an agreement. If Spyro frees all the Manwismalls, Moliere will tell him where to find Toridori. After freeing the rest of the tiny mole people and doing combat in the smallest room ever, Spyro heads back to Moliere, who tells him that Toridori is held prisoner in the centre of the volcano, and that if he finds and frees his brother, Exuma, the latter will tell him how to proceed. Travelling further into the island, Spyro comes across several new enemies: magma worms that spit fire and tail whip, fire beetles which are more a nuisance than dangerous, and finally the buffalo beetle, large scorpion-like creatures which do quite a lot of damage if Spyro gets caught between a rock and a hard place. They can not only attack with their pincers and tail, but also shoot fire from their stingers. Spyro will eventually come to an opening with some sort of bell shrine inside. Anyone else getting Okami vibes here? After being goaded by Sparks, Spyro rings the bell which sends it crashing down on Spyro's head. Well done, Sparks, you killed the hero. Oh wait, he's alive? And now he's learned a new breath, Earthshot. After killing a billion more apes, Spyro and Sparks find themselves in a clearing with a train. A conductor ape shouts orders at two underlings before hopping onto his train named Steam and choo-chooing away. Pulling the various levers around the area will open up the door and allow Spyro and Sparks to chase after the train via a track cart. which is a pretty fun little section of gameplay. The ride is cut short, however, when the track cart plummets off the track and into a pool of lava. But luckily our heroes survive by the power of flight. Much bug squashing, ape smacking and train dodging later, Spyro finally comes across Moliere's brother, Exuma, and once the other Man-with-Smalls have been freed from their cages, he explains where exactly to find Toridori and tells Spyro to watch out for the conductor who runs the train. I'm skipping through this part too because it's more or less the same as before: kill bugs and apes, save Man-with-Smalls, and watch out for trains. Spyro eventually finds Toridori trapped in some sort of magical floating cage, but before he can rescue the Guardian, the conductor attacks with Steam the Train. Time for another boss battle. This one's a little different from other bosses, as you're fighting the vehicle itself rather than the conductor, but it's really not difficult. Once Toridori is freed, a cutscene will play, and the Guardian tells Spyro and Sparx they need to get back to the temple as soon as possible and inform the others of Cinder's plans. Before they can do so, however, Cinder herself bursts out the lava and grabs the crystal powered by Toridori. Toridori tries to chase after Cinder, but she easily knocks him out of the sky with one wing slap. Toridori shouts at Spyro to escape, which gets the attention of the Black Dragon. Thanks a lot, dude. The next 2 minutes of gameplay are shockingly boring, which is a shame given Spyro is being chased after by Cinder, flying over and between lava pits and waterfalls all while trying to dodge her breath attacks. Once the 2 minutes of I don't know why they bothered are over, another cutscene will play. Cinder chases relentlessly after Spyro, snapping at his heels before being attacked by Ignitus, who comes rushing in to save the day. A short fight ensues, and both Cinder and Ignitus plummet to the earth. Spyro desperately wants to save his mentor, but Toridori tells him he isn't ready to fight Cinder, because, you know, we haven't completed the mandatory dojo training for that. Once in the temple, and after a pep talk from Toridori, Spyro heads into the dojo with him to practice his new breath and learn the final ability, Earth Fury. Spyro and the Guardians then discuss their next plan of action to save Ignitus. If you hadn't guessed by now, Cinder needs Ignitus to power the last crystal, which will open the portal that was mentioned earlier. Toridori points Spyro in the right direction, telling him Ignitus is being held in Cinder's lair. When arriving, Spyro starts off in crystalline fields, but eventually moves on to the fortress itself. Jared Pullen explains that this place was intended to be a haven for Voltaire and other electric dragons. The spires on the towers were perfect conductors for all the lightning storms that occurred, and the electric dragons could divert the storms if needed. Once Cinder moved in, however, the storms became incredibly powerful and wild, due to nobody keeping them in check, hence why the skies are so dark and foreboding now. Besides the never-ending onslaught of apes, Spyro will come across electric leeches in the pools of water that can give him a painful zap if he gets too close. He'll also have to deal with laser traps, preventing him from progressing further until all enemies in the area are killed, and even towers that emit a powerful blast when anything steps into their beam of light, be it friend or foe. Another new enemy is the Conduit, a ball of energy that scouts the area for threats. If Spyro is spotted, the Conduit will attack by either slamming its body into him or by zapping him from afar. Lastly, we have the Crystal Brutes, which are similar to the Stone Brutes of Tall Plains, but made of crystal instead of rock, obviously. Now, I'm not going to go into much detail about exploring this place because, well, it was all a bit samey to be honest. You're either beating up waves and waves of enemies to move a bit further into the fortress, or completing mundane objectives to do so instead. For example, part of this level has you breaking crystal shards to raise a platform. Before you can do this, however, you need to defeat all the apes that charge in through the gates. This is incredibly simple to do if you use electric stream breath, as you can just pull them off the side of the platform, but it's the fact it goes on for so long. 7 minutes of beating up apes and breaking shards to move slightly higher up in the tower isn't my idea of fun. The only bit of fun I had in this place was dealing with the Electric King, but this fight was even easier than the Ice King with all my upgrades, so it didn't last long. Thankfully, reaching the top of the tower ends all this by playing a cutscene. Spyro finds Ignitus trapped within an electric prison, and he goes to destroy the crystal Ignitus is powering. Sparx finally has some words of wisdom, informing his purple partner that this all seems too easy, and it is, because Cinder turns up to stop him.
If only it were that easy, little one.
Ignitus begs Spyro to run, but Spyro is made of tougher stuff, and both Purple and Black Dragon do battle with each other. One disappointing penultimate boss fight later, Cinder grabs the fully charged crystal and flies away. Oh dear. At least Ignitus is freed. Spyro tells his mentor that something felt familiar about Cinder, and Ignitus decides now is the time to tell Spyro the truth. It just so happens that Cinder was born in the Year of the Dragon, the same year as Spyro. When Ignitus returned to the grotto after saving Spyro's egg, he found all the other eggs smashed by the Dark Armies, except one. Turns out the Dark Master, while simultaneously wanting to destroy all eggs to prevent the purple dragon from being born, also needs one born under the Year of the Dragon to open the portal that traps him. Talk about irony, eh? So the Dark Master is what's inside the portal that's been mentioned throughout this game. Who'da thunk it? Cinder is so large in comparison to Spyro because the Dark Master's powers twisted her and made her evil. You know, typical unwilling villain stuff. Ignitus explains that the Dark Master wants to be freed from the portal of convexity in order to bring disaster to every realm, and if Cinder brings the final crystal to his prison, this will be inevitable. Of course, the hero of the tale won't be having any of that, and after giving Ignitus his own pep talk, Spyro and Sparx fly off to stop Cinder once and for all. This leads our plucky purple dragon to the weirdest area so far, and my personal favourite of the whole game, convexity. Convexity is a void dimension filled with huge planets and floating rocks, which Spyro can use to move about the area. It's inhabited by strange Lovecraftian creatures that resemble jellyfish and whales, which I think is about as dark as you can get before you terrify any children playing. At least, if I played this as a kid, I'd be pretty freaked out. Sadly, it's the least explored area of the game, with the only objective being jumping from rock to rock and occasional jellyfish to reach the final platform that houses the portal of convexity. It's here the final battle of the game takes place, though not against the Dark Master. I guess he's being saved for a later game. Instead, we fight Cinder again, and it's more or less the same as before, until the final stage. Hearing Ignitus' voice in his head, Spyro gains a new, mysterious power that finally puts an end to Cinder's evilness. Time for another cutscene! Cinder, having been drained of the Dark Master's power and influence, reverts back to a normal-sized dragon. The platform begins to collapse and the portal starts to suck in everything around it, but Spyro can't leave Cinder behind and flies through the portal to rescue her. Carrying Cinder, he and Sparx fly as fast as their wings can carry them. They manage to escape just in the nick of time and arrive back in their world. The camera fades to the temple, where Spyro and Cinder recover from their battle. Ignitus apologises to Cinder for failing her the night the Dark Army stole her egg, but is happy that they're all back together again. Aww. And the game can't possibly end without Sparx getting a few words in, much to the annoyance of everybody present, including me. Once the credits have finished rolling, a final cutscene will play, showing Spyro looking up into the night sky. He's joined by Cinder, and both share how they feel knowing the Dark Master is still out there. This is only the beginning. Look, I tied it into the game's title. Aren't I clever? Now we can move on to gameplay. I'm gonna say it now, this is the biggest gripe I have with A New Beginning. They made such an awesome story that I enjoyed every second of, and then ruined it with monotonous, repetitive gameplay. For those of you who have never played this game, let me fill you in with some rough numbers. 85% of your time will be spent beating something up, 10% is training in the dojo or solving very easy puzzles, and the remaining 5% will be dialogue. The only one I don't have a real problem with is the latter. The rest are handled so poorly in this game that, unless you enjoy beating up the same mobs over and over, or working out puzzles that a 6-year-old would have no issues with, you're not going to enjoy the gameplay. Let's talk about controlling Spyro, as well as the different gauges that can be seen on the top left of the screen. So, to move Spyro and control the camera, use the left analog stick and right analog stick respectively. Pressing X will make Spyro jump, and holding it down after jumping will have him slowly glide to the floor. He can even double jump like in A Hero's Tale by double tapping X. Charging is very different in A New Beginning, as not only do you have to hold down R1 to do it, you have very little control whilst performing the charge. Previous games had you use it to quickly move around the map or take out enemies, but it's so difficult to turn while charging in A New Beginning that I barely used it at all. Spyro's various breath attacks feel very different too, but before we discuss them, let's go into more detail about those gauges. The red gauge signifies Spyro's health, green is used to perform his various breath attacks, and the purple circular gauge is for the big Fury elemental attacks. The icon in the centre of the purple gauge informs you of which breath you're using. To fill these gauges, Spyro will have to collect the various gems that drop off enemies or broken crystals. The gem colour relates to the gauge, and whilst the red and the green gauge fill up relatively quickly, you'll need a lot of purple gems to fill the Fury gauge, as Fury attacks are Spyro's most devastating abilities. There are 4 elemental breath attacks in total: fire, electric, ice, and earth. As long as you have resource left in the green gauge, each element can be used in a short-range breath attack by holding square, or a long-range breath attack by pressing triangle, and each has different effects on the enemy. These breaths can be upgraded further by way of the level up menu, but before you can do this, you need to have collected enough blue gems from enemies and crystals to increase Spyro's spirit energy. This level up system completely threw me. I didn't realise until much later in the game that the pot on the bottom left signifies how much spirit energy Spyro has to spend. You're supposed to hold down X on the breath you want to upgrade, and wait for the chime to signify it's finished. Because I couldn't see the pot going down in resource, I figured it wasn't working. This was also not helped by the fact it takes a while to upgrade these breaths. You're sometimes holding down X for 10 seconds at a time before you hear the level up chime. I finally worked out how the upgrade system worked in Munitions Forge, and by that point I had enough spirit energy to upgrade my breaths multiple times in one sitting. Needless to say, it made combat a lot less tedious from then on. Let's talk about the short-range breath attacks, their effects, and how useful they are in the game. Fire is the first breath Spyro acquires, and it's not a bad one at that. Enemies set on fire lose health for as long as you keep torching them, and while they try to desperately put themselves out, you can give them a good whack or two. The second breath Spyro learns, electricity, was by far the most useful to me in later levels. While it doesn't seem that fantastic at first, only used to stun foes for a short time, Spyro later learns to throw enemies around with it, regardless of their size. Using it to pull an enemy off a tall enough ledge will instantly kill them, and you can still collect the gems they drop. If they're thrown off into a bottomless pit, the gems will even fly towards Spyro, so it's an incredibly fast and easy way to gain spirit energy. The next breath, Ice, is the one I use the least on account of it being a little meh. Maybe I was using it wrong and didn't realise its full potential, but from what I could tell, it only slowed certain enemies for a few seconds and turned others into giant snowballs. While this sounds pretty cool, it's actually a pain in the butt, as Spyro then latches onto the snowball and pushes it around. I just want to kill the bad guy dude, not play with them. The last breath, Earth, is a very powerful one to use, and when I wasn't throwing enemies off cliffs with electricity, this was my go-to breath of choice. It actually has the same effect if you aim it correctly next to a ledge. It's able to knock foes back a significant distance, and if you can get them trapped against a wall, it can even finish off their entire health bar in a few blasts. The long-range breath attacks, which look like balls of elemental energy, all have a similar function: to incapacitate and/or damage the enemy over a short period of time. Fireball throws an enemy into the air and knocks down other targets around them. Electric Arc is heat-seeking and will entrap the foe in an electric cage, so Spyro has more time to perform aerial moves. Ice Shards can be used to freeze an enemy in place, which is especially useful on faster-moving targets. And finally, Earth Bomb can be used to trap enemies in a whirlwind, so it has a similar function to Electric Arc. His final elemental-based attacks, the Furies, are all performed by pressing R2 once the purple gauge is filled. They each have a similar animation. Time slows down as Spyro jumps into the air and releases a huge wave of elemental power in all directions. Not much else to say really. They look pretty cool, and they can deal significant damage to all enemies in the area, but that's about it. Though I've talked at length about Spyro's various breath attacks, the majority of combat is melee-based, so I should go into more detail about that. Spyro is able to perform various melee attacks both on the ground and in the air, and by pressing the right button combinations, he can do some pretty cool things. Ignitus shows us a lot of these when Spyro trains with him in the dojo, but I hardly use most of them. Instead, I ended up mashing the circle button pretty much all the time, or at least in earlier fights. And here is where another problem with the combat lies: it's way too easy. Though mashing the same button can get Spyro into trouble when an enemy counters or isn't thrown off balance, most foes aren't worth worrying about. For example, the smaller apes Spyro faces can be killed with a few smacks, and any damage he takes while you recklessly mash circle is negated by the red gems they drop, which nearly fills his health bar to full again. Killing foes with only the circle button is made even easier when you master the strafe and dodge abilities. Strafing is performed by holding down L1 to keep the camera on a target while Spyro circles them, and dodging is performed by tapping X while holding down L1 to quickly move out of the way of an attack. Later in the game, I was avoiding most melee fights anyway by abusing Electric Breath's ability to pull enemies off ledges. There's one other melee ability I haven't really mentioned, the Horn Dive, performed by jumping and pressing R1. Again, this sees so little use in the game that it's hardly worth talking about, only used for puzzles in tall planes and certain melee combinations. In all, the melee combat offers very little in terms of engagement, especially when it's the same type of enemies you've already fought multiple times as you travel through each area. Besides fighting tooth and claw on the ground, Spyro can occasionally take the fight to the skies after Ignitus shows him how to fly. Seeing this for the first time in A New Beginning, I was really hoping this was going to make up for the lackluster ground combat. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite live up to expectations. This rail shooter style of gameplay is only used twice in the entire game. First when Spyro heads to Dante's freezer to rescue Voltaire, and during the chase sequence with Cinder, with the latter giving you even less to do than the former. I have no idea why it wasn't used when Spyro travels to Tall Plains, Munitions Forge or Cinder's Lair, but I guess the developers have their reasons. Controls while flying are L1 and R1 to slow down or speed up respectively, and triangle button to fireball attack the various enemies and turrets that are in Spyro's way. There's also a barrel roll ability, accomplished by pushing left or right on the left analog stick and tapping X, but I never use this myself. Now I've gone over Spyro's abilities and melee attacks, it's time to look at gameplay in general. Once Spyro, Sparks and Ignitus have liberated the temple, the game can be broken down to 4 parts from here on. Go to a new island, learn a new breath, kill the boss in order to rescue the Guardian, and finally head back to the temple and train with said Guardian. This wouldn't be much of a problem for me if 1, the islands weren't so linear, 2, the bosses were a bit more of a challenge, and 3, the dojo training wasn't such a waste of time. I haven't got too much of an issue with Spyro learning the various breath attacks, because Ignitus did explain to Spyro that in times of crisis, his ancestors would teach him new powers he never knew he had. If being trapped under a bell counts as a time of crisis, then fair enough. Exploring the various islands in A New Beginning is so far the most linear experience I've had playing a Spyro game. Unlike A Hero's Tale where you had multiple areas to explore in a realm, A New Beginning gives you one path to follow and one path only. There also seems to be no backtracking in this game. At least I never felt the need to go back to an island, and I don't even know if you can, to be honest. Though some people might see this as more of a positive, because I know backtracking isn't everybody's cup of tea. So going from point A to point B isn't exactly my idea of fun, but it could have been made so much better if there was more to do. Most of the time you'll move into a new area, watch a bunch of apes turn up to fight Spyro, and then you'll beat them all up and continue on to the next area where the same thing happens. Rinse and repeat until you come to the big bad boss, which now gives me a chance to go into a little more detail about the boss battles. They're a bit more entertaining than the usual enemies, but as I said before, they don't take much to defeat. The first boss is the Ice King, a heavily armoured troll who holds Voltaire prisoner inside of an ice cave on Dante's freezer. He has 3 stages, but he does the same attacks each time. He'll first summon an ice sword and shield to use against Spyro, but his swings can easily be avoided by strafing and dodging. Spyro can even destroy the shield with fire breath attacks, leaving the Ice King vulnerable, but he is able to make a new one after a short time. Every so often he'll summon a bubble shield to protect himself, and can even shoot out ice shards, either over his head or through the ground. These are incredibly easy to avoid, either by running away or jumping, and they even drop red and green gems so Spyro can recover his health and breath gauge. As the fight moves into different stages, the Ice King will keep shedding his armour until you can see his skeletal remains underneath. A few more whacks in the final stage and the Ice King will drop to the floor and die. The next boss, the stone sentinel that holds Cyril prisoner, was even easier to defeat than the Ice King. Again, this fight has 3 stages, but I was able to cheese it the entire time by waiting for the stone sentinel to do his incredibly predictable punch attack, dodging out of the way at the last second, and giving his arm a good smack. Repeat this for a century, and you'll easily win the fight. He does have other attacks, such as rotating the top half of his body, or kicking out at Spyro, but these can be avoided by not going near him and waiting for the punch attack instead. The third boss, the Conductor and Steam, are a little more annoying. They guard Toridori, and again there are 3 stages. Steam will move along the train tracks, and the Conductor will try and run Spyro over with a locomotive. but standing on the tracks is necessary in order to trick the conductor into driving Steam into a wall. This gives you time to unleash devastating Earthshot attacks against Steam. You can also do damage to Steam as it passes Spyro by on the tracks, but by far the best way to damage it is the wall tactic. What makes this fight more annoying is that Steam will shoot out explosive rocks, so you have to keep Spyro moving, but overall it's not a difficult fight. Next up is the Electric King, fought outside the main fortress of Cinder's lair with 3 stages. Not much to say about this one, as it's pretty much the same fight as the Ice King, only the Electric King is made up of crystal and electricity and has crystal-based attacks. He was incredibly easy for me to defeat, as by this point, my breath attacks had been upgraded so much I was taking chunks of his health off in a few hits. Lastly are the 2 fights with Cinder. The first fight is over relatively quickly as she only has 1 stage at this point. She'll mainly attack Spyro with wing slaps and tail whips, but you can easily defeat her by spamming Earthshot. When you catch up with Cinder again in Convexity, there's a bit more to the fight as there are 3 stages. The first stage has her attacking in the same way as she did before, but the second stage will be a mix. She'll continue to attack Spyro, but will occasionally take off and breathe fire along the platform. This is easily avoided by standing on the inside edge. The last stage is arguably the coolest. Cinder will hover above Spyro and shoot out fire blasts, and all Spyro can do in terms of movement is strafe left and right. He can, however, fire powerful purple blasts at Cinder. Once the purple gauge is filled using these blasts, and you hear Ignitus' voice, you can use Spyro's most powerful fury yet. And that's all the boss fights of A New Beginning. There's not much else to say about the gameplay. I should talk a bit more about the dojo training, but it's just the same thing 4 times over. Ignitus has the longest training out of all 4 Guardians, as the game feels it's necessary to tell me how to fight, even though I've been doing so all the way up to reaching the temple. The rest of the training consists of practicing your breath attacks against the dummies in various ways, and using your fury attack. That's pretty much it. So let's move on to music and voice work. The music of the Legend of Spyro trilogy was composed by Rebecca Newbell and Gabriel Mann. Both Newbell and Mann are composers from Los Angeles, and have worked on scores for film, television and video games. Besides the Legend of Spyro series, they've also worked together on soundtracks for The Saboteur, Crash Twinsanity, Fear Perseus Mandate, and Time Shift. Unlike previous soundtracks for Spyro games, which were always very bouncy or whimsical to match the tone of the game, the music of A New Beginning is very orchestral and dramatic, making use of choir vocals and classical instruments. This matches the darker and more serious tone of A New Beginning story. Just listen to the theme for the battle with Cinder in Convexity as an example. However, the scores aren't always dark and foreboding. They can be lighter-hearted from time to time, with a good example being the title screen theme. In terms of voice work, we've got a few famous names here. Now, normally I list off the actors and give you some examples of films, TV shows, or other games they've starred or voice acted in, but seeing as the first few are big stars, I don't think it's necessary for them. So first of all, we have Mr. Frodo himself, Elijah Wood as the voice of Spyro. It's kind of funny that he stars in this, given how often people compare the Legend of Spyro characters to the Lord of the Rings characters. You've got the unprepared but determined protagonist, the elder father figure who puts himself in harm's way to protect our young hero, the incorporeal but malevolent force. Yeah, I can see some similarities between the two, but I digress. Let's carry on with the voice actors. So next up we have an even bigger name than Elijah Wood. It's of course Gary Oldman, the man with 1,000 faces, or in this case voices. He's the voice of the Fire Guardian and Spyro's mentor Ignitus, and I have to say he pulls it off brilliantly, but that's to be expected from an actor with his level of talent. And then we have David Spade as the voice of Sparks. When I first started A New Beginning and saw his name on the opening credits, I wasn't too concerned, as to be honest, the only thing I've heard David Spade in up until now was The Emperor's New Groove, and I love that film. But my gosh was he irritating as the voice of Sparks.
My dear Outlawas, I am the mighty Sparks, scourge of the despots.
Okay, to be fair on the dude, that's more down to the writing than his voice. But the character of Sparks just feels so out of place in such a dark story with serious characters, and that problem is exacerbated by David Spade's over-the-top comedic voice. Now we can move on to a few lesser-known actors. at least when compared to Elijah Wood and Gary Oldman. Cree Summer voices Cinder, but she has had tons of voice acting roles. Her most notable include Number 5 from Codename Kids Next Door, Susie Carmichael from Rugrats, and Princess Kaida from Atlantis The Lost Empire. Corey Burton voices Voltaire and Exuma. His most notable voice acting roles include Brainiac and Hugo Strange from various DC animated shows and video games, and the Decepticon Shockwave from Transformers, with his earliest role as the character dating back to 1984. Next up we have Jeff Bennett, who voiced Cyril, Sparks' father, Moliere, and a number of other voices. By far, his most notable voice acting role has got to be as the smooth-talking womanizer Johnny Bravo. Kevin Michael Richardson voices Toridori and the Conductor. If you want deep, booming voice, Kevin is your guy, and I'm sure a lot of you who played A New Beginning instantly recognised him as the voice of Captain Gantu from the Lilo & Stitch films and TV shows. Phil Lamar only had a small role in A New Beginning, as the voice of Kane, but I knew there was something about Kane's voice that I recognised, so I was pleasantly surprised to see that Phil had done a number of voice acting roles for characters I adore. His most famous has got to be everybody's favourite time-travelling warrior, Samurai Jack, but he's also voiced other favourites of mine such as Jon Stewart from Justice League, Virgil Hawkins from Static Shock, and even Wilt from Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. I miss my childhood. Finally, we have Vanessa Marshall, who voiced Sparks' mother. The only voice acting role I recognise of hers is as Scaredy Cat Irwin from the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. So now that's out of the way, let's move on to the final part. Critical reception. The PS2, GameCube, Nintendo DS, and Xbox versions of The Legend of Spyro A New Beginning received mixed to positive reviews upon release. The Game Boy Advance version was not as popular, which is understandable given it looked and felt like a totally different game compared to the other versions. Even the dialogue was completely changed in places to better fit the side-scrolling action. IGN were quite positive about A New Beginning on the PS2, GameCube and Xbox, stating, "The Legend of Spyro A New Beginning caught us entirely by surprise. We assumed the attempt at revitalising the series would be purely at face value, but are pleasantly surprised to see that the franchise has gotten a serious lift in nearly every area. We would have sped up the overall melee attacks a bit and dropped the amount of health per baddie, but aside from a few minor tweaks, the game is very rewarding." The Nintendo DS version, while not quite as popular, still fared well under IGN's scrutiny. Their reviewer, Craig Harris, stated, "I was a little disappointed to find out that the adventuring element was almost completely removed from the design, but I continued to warm up to the game as the action heated up. The touchscreen targeting is pretty clever, as is the way the designers change up button and touchscreen control during the action. The game still needs a bit of tightening up, the frame rate's a bit of a drag at times, and the boss battles are very uncreative, but overall this actionized Spyro game is a solid and surprising design on the Nintendo DS. In comparison, the review for the Game Boy Advance version was not so positive. IGN reviewer, Jack DeVries, stated, "He's seen his ups and downs on nearly every major console since the PlayStation. The GBA had been good to our purple hero though, and for years, fans could count on some really solid Spyro action on the handheld. The Legend of Spyro A New Beginning fails to capture the appeal that the past games had. The graphics are pretty bland, and for the gameplay, while at first glance promising, turns out to be insultingly easy. For long-time fans of the series, this game is going to be a letdown, and newcomers that are picking up a Spyro game for the first time are going to get burned. Oh dear. Maybe I'll do a video on the Game Boy Advance version just for laughs." To this day on GameRankings.com, The Legend of Spyro A New Beginning rankings go as follows. PS2, 64.52% based on 21 reviews, GameCube 67.17% based on 12 reviews, Xbox 71.27% based on 11 reviews, Nintendo DS 68.22% based on 9 reviews, and finally the Game Boy Advance 44.67% based on 3 reviews. So as you probably guessed from watching my video, I had a few ups and downs with A New Beginning. The story was engaging and I loved most of the characters. Most. I'm looking at you, Sparks. And even though I still think he's rather goofy looking, this iteration of Spyro has really grown on me. He comes across as a very realistic character, at least as realistic as a purple dragon that breathes fire, electricity, ice and earth can be. He is unsure of himself at times, but he never gives up, especially if it's to protect friends and family, a very admirable trait. Likewise, the 4 Guardians are all interesting characters in their own ways. Ignitus is a wise leader, Voltaire is incredibly smart and a hilarious chatterbox, Cyril is rather pompous and direct, and Toridori is a strong and noble warrior. The only character I'm a little disappointed by is Cinder, but only because I really wanted to see more of her, both evil and good. Luckily, I still have 2 games involving her to enjoy. The downside to the awesome story and all these great characters is definitely the gameplay. It's so repetitive. Do I really need to go back to the dojo each time Spyro gets a new breath? It's all the same moves anyway, just with a different element. And could we have a bit of variation with the enemies? Because fighting apes got old about halfway through Dante's Freezer. The worst of it all, when the game did change things up a little bit, it was only for 3 short sections of gameplay. Regardless, I did have more fun with A New Beginning than I was expecting to. It's a fairly solid reboot to the Spyro series, with dynamic characters, an interesting story, and beautiful graphics. The original series is still my baby though. It's time for another history video, and today we'll be looking at the second game in the Legend of Spyro series, The Eternal Nights. Though after playing through it myself, I'd like to change the title to The Eternal Suffering, because my goodness, this game loved torturing me. I want to say Chrome Studios learned from A New Beginning's mistakes, making some excellent changes in The Eternal Night and crafting an exciting, challenging, and flawless game. But that wouldn't be completely true. While some issues I had with The New Beginning have been improved upon for The Eternal Nights, others have been made exponentially worse, and it's these issues that force me to say it. I don't like this game. To put into perspective how irritating this game was for me, this is the first time since doing the history series that I felt compelled to cheat in order to finish the bloody thing. That's right guys, I cheated to get a game done. You may now think of me as a terrible person, but I say blame the crappy mechanics and not the crappy player. As I said before, however, there were some good changes made to certain mechanics in The Eternal Nights. Mechanics I'll more than happily enthuse over to make up for all the griping, so fans of this game, do not fret. I'm not going to rip it apart completely, just mostly. Now, before I get into the main body of this video, I best let you guys know I'm having a little change up in how I present this one. Normally I have everything in separate sections like story, world and characters, gameplay and so on, but this time I'm going to keep it as one long section. The format in which I did the videos before, in my opinion, worked better for the first 4 Spyro games, where areas were broken up into realms and the story was quite simple. It didn't work quite so well for A Hero's Tale, and felt completely off for A New Beginning, with some sections such as story, world and characters going on for far too long. So let me know what you guys think of the new format. Anyway, let's get going before we all die of old age. So, the first thing I took note of when starting The Eternal Night was the title screen and that awesome opening theme. Come on, who doesn't love a good monk choir? The theme also sets the tone of what's to come in The Eternal Nights, and while the New Beginnings theme was light-hearted and joyous, this one sounds dark, foreboding, maybe even despairing to some. There's one other thing to take note of on this title screen, something I wasn't aware of until after I finished the game and had read up about it. Nearing the end of the title theme, if you look to the left of the screen, you'll spot a very brief flash of a dragon's head in the clouds. I won't say who it is, but by this point, it's probably obvious even to people who haven't played The Eternal Nights. Also, I'd like to say this is the first time I've ever jumped out of my skin playing a Spyro game. Even when I was expecting the flash, it still got me. Chrome Studios, you dastardly people. So moving on to the first cinematic, and we get a brief glimpse of a mountain that plays a significant role later in the game. A beam of light shoots down from the heavens and into the mouth of the mountain. We're then treated to a recap of A New Beginning's ending. Spyro beats the crap out of Cinder, saves her life, and then flies away from the portal of convexity. As he does so, however, a mysterious voice calls out his name. I wonder who that could be. The cutscene ends abruptly, and we move from pre-rendered cinematic to in-game cinematic, with Spyro being woken up by his brother Sparks. It's not clear whether Spyro really heard the mysterious voice when he saved Cinder, or it was just part of his dream, as it was never heard during a New Beginnings ending cinematic. Either way, it's bloody creepy. Sparks informs Spyro that he saw Cinder sneaking out of the temple, a big no-no as all manner of creepy monsters come out at night. Sparks' voice actor, David Spade, must have been puffing on helium or something, because now he sounds oddly enough like voice actor Billy West.
Hey Spyro, some night, huh? Beautiful.
That's sarcasm, guys. Please don't do a Drax and comment telling me it is Billy West, I know it is. This isn't West's first Spyro rodeo. As some of you will remember, he cropped up in Enter the Dragonfly to do the odd voice here and there.
Hello, Spyro. Unka. We Tiki getting ready for big Tiki Tourist Luau. Unga.
Unfortunately, I hate West's rendition of Sparks even more than Spade's, which is quite impressive given how much Spade bugged me. Oh, bugged. Get it? Even if he was annoying at times, I have to admit Spade did pull off the sarcastic and humorous character of Sparks.
I've never gotten the respect I deserve, the praise that should be mine.
West's Sparks just comes across as, well, mean really. He constantly paints Cinder in a harsh light because she used to be their enemy, even though it was established in the first game that she was under the influence of the Dark Master. Listen to him here too.
It's dangerous for any of us to be outside at night. Besides, Ignitus said you have to wait till your powers return, 'cause you're weak.
Was that supposed to be funny? Sparks, you're not smart, you're just a knobhead. Anyway, the two head off in search of Cinder, and this is where the actual gameplay begins. Now, some of you eagle-eyed viewers may notice throughout this video that Spyro goes from fat to thin to fat again. That's because every time this bloody game starts up, it changes my widescreen options and reverts back to non-widescreen. It took me a while to notice sometimes, so I apologise if it bothers anyone. It wasn't intentional. The game makes a point of showing us the statue in the temple, and we stumble across the first of many collectibles in the game, an enchanted scriber's quill. Collecting these quills will unlock new items in the art gallery, whereas collecting the other two items, the orange and green dragon relics, will boost Spyro's health and magic. There are 40 scriber's quills, and 5 of each dragon relic to find and collect in the Eternal Nights. The game switches from platforming beat-em-up to teenage sneaking out with my friends simulator, as Spyro and Sparks carefully make their way across the room where the elders sleep, with their eyes open apparently. Once outside, we're treated to the usual tutorial, beating up poor innocent Toadweed so we can master that sweet circle button mash, and climbing a few rocks here and there. Spyro doesn't have access to any of his elemental breaths as he's still recovering from his battle with adult Cinder, so I guess it's just tail whipping, headbutting, and jumping around like a loon for now. Speaking of which, double jumping feels even more unforgiving than it did in the previous game, as Spyro seems to have less time to perform the secondary jump. This may cause problems on the longer jump and glides, unless you have no problem timing it perfectly in your head. If you're like me, however, and can't count without the aid of your fingers, you'll end up winging it for the most part and hoping for the best. Wing it. Spyro and Sparks finally catch up with Cinder, who explains she doesn't belong with them after what she did.
I'm leaving, Spyro. I don't belong here. After all I've done, all I've put you through, I can't stay.
Even though nobody blames her, well, except Sparks, but nobody likes him anyway, Cinder still feels it's best to leave and find her own path. Keen listeners may notice Cinder's voice doesn't quite sound the same as it did in A New Beginning. That's because her original voice actor, Cree Summer, left the role and it went to Mae Whitman instead. Mae Whitman's most famous voice acting role is as Katara from Avatar: The Last Airbender, but she's also had on-screen roles in films such as Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, where she played one of Ramona Flowers' crazy exes. I personally preferred Cree Summer in the role of Cinder, but seeing as she has so few lines in this game anyway, I guess it really doesn't matter. Perhaps that's why Cree Summer didn't return. Anyway, Cinder runs off into the wilds, and Spyro decides now is the time to have a nap. He blacks out and awakens in an unknown place that's similar in appearance to Convexity from A New Beginning, though with a few giant books and runes thrown in for good measure. A menacing, disembodied voice calls out to Spyro from the darkness. But luckily there's a much friendlier voice to guide him.
Do not be frightened, young dragon.
And after begging them to stop talking, everything suddenly slows down to a crawl. Congratulations, Spyro, you broke time itself. Nah, I'm kidding. He's only gone and learned a new ability, Dragon Time. This ability can be started and stopped by tapping L1, but can only be used for a limited duration. The elderly voice explains that purple dragons can wield many abilities, including time itself. How convenient! Because Chrome Studios made sure to throw in a seemingly endless supply of fast-paced platforming puzzles that you can test Dragon Time out on. I'm not a massive fan of gameplay that's designed around a particular mandatory ability, especially as developers usually start throwing it in wherever they can to pad out the game's length. But at least Dragon Time is a useful mechanic in the Eternal Night, and not just for platforming. I frequently found myself utilising Dragon Time during combat to avoid an enemy's attack, something that's even more important to do in the Eternal Night, as the bad guys hit like trucks. Also, I didn't even realise strafing and dodging was still a thing in this game, because I swear when I tried the button combination, nothing happened. I even complained about it on my Discord channel, only to find out after I finished the game that it did in fact exist and I am in fact a moron. Spyro eventually reaches an orange glowing portal and the voice tells him he's not much of a purple dragon without his elemental powers. Luckily, this guy is happy to help Spyro reclaim his powers, and stepping into the orange glow reawakens Spyro's power over the element of fire. This next section of gameplay is repeated multiple times throughout the Eternal Night. Much like a New Beginnings dojo training, it serves to teach the player how to use Spyro's various elemental powers. Unlike the dojo, however, this is actually enjoyable, in no short part thanks to the variation in Spyro's breath abilities and the fact the training doesn't overstay its welcome. So what does the element of fire do now? Well, holding down square still performs the flame breath attack because, come on, that's a staple of Spyro games. But instead of lobbing out a firebomb with triangle, Spyro can now do a superheated comet dash through his enemies, which is useful for both dealing a decent amount of damage and getting out of a sticky situation. Just make sure you don't launch Spyro off a cliff edge. Unlike a New Beginning, where I found myself using one type over and over, all the elemental abilities of the Eternal Night have a use. Ice gives you a polar bomb to freeze enemies with, and an ice tail attack to knock them away. That's right guys, they actually made ice useful. Earth provides Spyro with a devastating Earth Flail.
I'll try spinning, that's a good trick.
The second ability, Earth Pound, while not as exciting, can be used to knock multiple enemies in the air, which can then be followed through with an air combo. Finally, Electricity provides Spyro with the Electric Orb, a ball of energy which travels further the longer square is held down before releasing. Pressing square again causes an electric explosion, sending most enemies flying up into the air and crash landing with a comical cartoon splat. Then there's something even better, the Electric Whirlwind. The name speaks for itself. Out of my way, peasants! As cool as these abilities are, they're a lot tougher to level up than before, which means you won't have an incredibly overpowered elemental ability early on. By the end of the game, I'd only managed to max out Ice Breath, but this didn't bother me too much, as it meant combat wasn't such a one-shot affair on my part, and I actually had to put in effort. After passing through the various teleport beacons, Spyro moves on to the final enemy area, where he'll regain the first Fury he learned when he started his journey way back in A New Beginning. Fire Fury. The animations for the Furies play out differently than they did before. This time we're treated to a badass in-game cutscene in which Spyro jumps into the air and releases a fiery blast of molten rock, jagged ice shards, pulsating tremors, and, okay, I'm not sure what happened here, but you get the idea. Time stops for a brief second, and then slowly picks up speed again as the camera circles around Spyro, showing off his Fury ability in all its deadly glory. Every unfortunate soul in the vicinity goes boom and dies, and Spyro gets a limited duration power boost to beat up any remaining stragglers. I have to say, I really enjoyed all the animations of the Furies in this game. They were awesome already in A New Beginning, but now they're friggin' badass in the Eternal Night. And I have to sit back and applaud the developers for making me feel like an unstoppable force of nature for a few seconds. So bish bash bosh, and on to the last area in this weird dreamscape. The voice finally reveals itself to be the Chronicler, before showing Spyro a vision of a tree. Spyro then abruptly wakes up to find all is not well at the temple. Oh, that better not be what I think it is, game. Yep, it is. More apes. Joy. Though these ones look quite sickly and seem to have a bondage fetish going on. These new apes, known as wraiths, have the same attacks as before, and even brought along their rabid death hounds for Spyro to play with. Now, this gives me an opportunity to talk about a problem I have with the combat in the Eternal Nights. If Spyro knocks down an enemy, he can still do damage to it while it's down, but the enemy is free to get back on its feet and is even immune for a few seconds to any more knockdowns. That's fair enough, otherwise some of these battles would be a cakewalk if I could continuously spam knockdowns and knockups. Why, oh why then, can enemies continuously hit and stunlock Spyro? This is especially irritating in the Eternal Night because someone decided the way to make combat more difficult was to throw so many enemies on the screen at once that you can't even see Spyro. Add in the fact that Spyro can still be hit by some attacks even after the animation finishes, and said attacks hit Spyro for massive damage, and pretty soon you've got a dead dragon on your hands. You know earlier when I said I cheated to get part of the game done? This is what I was talking about. No matter how aggressive, careful, or smart I played, I would continuously die to this ridiculous horde of bad guys due to a combination of the camera hating me, enemies so large I can't see where I'm telling Spyro to go, and the constant stun, smack, die. So Chrome Studios, if you're going to allow enemies to continuously stunlock me, let me do the same back. Or even better, don't let either party be able to stunlock. Problem solved. Right, so where were we? Ah yes, murder and puzzle solving, the basic ingredients of this game. To access the temple, you'll have to make use of bulk dragon time to make it through the first door after you've pushed the various pedestals into place and lit the torches. By the way, I hope you're a fan of repetitiveness, because this section of gameplay goes on forever. Don't worry, I'll speed this up a little bit. Light torches, kill apes, go through door, beat up spiders, don't realise I have to finish the spiders with horn dive, platform, torch, platform, snail, die to snail. Mash the L1 button to skip the cutscene. Finish my rant about why the checkpoints are so spread out in this game. Kill snail, go through door, and oh my gosh, does this ever end. I'm not even exaggerating. According to Windows Explorer, this entire section of gameplay from first encountering the apes to meeting up with Ignitus took 32 minutes. 32 minutes of the same combat and unnecessary padding. At least they blessed us with some actual new enemies. Spyro finally catches up to Ignitus, who's kicking ass and flaming apes, and is ordered to help by his mentor. Right, let's show Ignitus just how awesome we are. Oh, okay. Bye, Ignitus. Spyro's left on his own to fight the remaining apes and deal with an assassin riding a shadow wing, which brings us to a rather drab bit of gameplay that'll crop up multiple times in the Eternal Nights. Spyro is locked on the X-axis and can only strafe left and right and dodge and throw a firebomb. You'd think this guy would be a proper boss fight and have difficult to avoid abilities too, but no. Just hold down square to charge at the firebombs to throw at the assassin, and dodge left and right to avoid the Shadow Wings bolts. Bish bash bosh, the assassin does his "I'll be back" line, and flies away. And Spyro makes his way into the temple to meet with the other dragons. They all have a little gathering around the fancy pool of visions, and are shown the tree from Spyro's dreams, with him standing at the foot of it. Spyro spills the beans on what he's been dreaming about, including the mountain draped in shadow and the two moons, to which Toridori exclaims,
"The mountain of Malefor."
Whoa! Am I the only one that thought that was weird?
I'm with you on that one, Sparks. Spyro also mentions the Chronicler, which surprises the other dragons, as they haven't heard his name in ages apparently. Nobody writes letters, checks in to see how he is from time to time. Anyway, we get a bit more detail about the inevitable eclipsing of the celestial moons, which will bring about the Night of Eternal Darkness. Look guys, it ties in with the title! Ignitus then gives orders to the dragons, sending them in various directions before telling Spyro to head for an ancient grove where the tree from his dreams most likely resides. That's the last we see of the Elder Dragons for the rest of the game, so I want to take this opportunity to say that Gary Oldman, who voices Ignitus, sounds incredibly bored during this whole scene of dialogue, delivering his lines so half-heartedly you think he'd had somewhere else to be in 5 minutes.
The Chronicler is an ancient dragon of immeasurable wisdom. Though I've only heard stories. In fact, I've had my doubts as to the legitimacy of the tales.
He's not the only one who sounds slightly off either. For most of the game, Elijah Wood sounds like he's just woken up from an alcohol-induced coma and doesn't know where he is.
What is it you want, Sparks? Cinder, what are you doing out here? It's dangerous. Cinder,
I don't want you to go.
Sparks? Sparks? Sparks, where are you?
Could someone bring him a coffee or something? The other Guardians voice actors put a bit more effort in, but they have so few lines in this game before their respective characters disappear that you wonder why they even bothered coming back. So Spyro arrives in the Forbidden Forest, I mean Ancient Grove, and is beset upon by an all-new type of enemy. Joke, it's just dogs again. Okay, we do come across some new enemies here, but they're basically reskins from A New Beginning, and even have the same attacks. Grove Mites are purple versions of the Fire Beetles from Munitions Forge, Grove Beasts are the same as the growths found in A New Beginning Swamp, and what should be the newest, most exciting enemies to encounter, the hyena-like scavengers, well, they're reskins of my good old favourite, the apes. Is there no escape from them? Ape escape. Now, I have been told that a possible reason Chrome Studios used so many assets and models from A New Beginning was because of a small budget, and I want to thank my friend Emile DeBoss for pointing me in the direction of a developer commentary for Ratchet & Clank. During the video, game designer Mike Stout explains that the budgets for the Legend of Spyro series were incredibly low.
So about the Spyro thing, I can talk to it just a little before we're done.
Yeah, okay.
From what I heard, the budgets on those games were really low. And the producers who were working on the game really, really wanted them to be great, but they only had, you know, however much, like $1 million or something, right? Which is nothing to make a game.
Yeah.
There were a lot of struggles that they had to go through to make the games even as playable as they were.
I'm going to assume that having actors like Elijah Wood and Gary Oldman didn't help their budget either. Stout was told this by a friend, so it isn't official information and can't be taken as fact. But it would make sense as to why Chrome Studios reused and reskinned so many assets and models from A New Beginning. So if you're starting to get a bit of deja vu by now, there's a possible explanation as to why. After Spyro platforms his way through the ancient grove, he comes across the aforementioned scavengers, before blacking out once again. Sparks, who had been happily munching on butterflies the entire time, love the homage to OG Sparks by the way, lets out a loud burp which gives away their position to the scavengers. Spyro awakens once again in the dreamscape, so you know what it's time for. New ability! Spyro regains his power over ice and makes his way to the pool to talk with the Chronicler, who remains as cryptic as ever with his words. He gives Spyro a vision of the Mountain of Malafor, explaining that this is where evil ghosty woasties go once they leave their mortal bodies.
Silent the wandering phantoms and lost spirits of those who had turned to darkness. But to the spirits themselves and the black-hearted goes by another name.
The Well of Souls.
It's not a nice place, basically. Spyro reawakens and calls for Sparks, who comes zooming in with a bunch of scavengers hot on his wings. I'm not sure how we went from here to here. Apparently Spyro teleported while he was knocked out. Sounds like another game character I know. We get to test out Spyro's new ice powers on these guys, and I have to say, so far ice is shaping up to be my favourite elemental ability this time around. The tail whip is so useful, especially as this game just loves to throw tons of enemies at Spyro in areas that restrict movement. Ice can also be used to traverse the poisonous pools of water by using the Polar Bomb ability to create a temporary makeshift platform. This is turning into a Totally Spies episode for me. Did any of you guys watch Totally Spies? You know how Jerry always gave the girls some form of gadget that just so happened to come into use in that same episode? Yeah, that's the Eternal Night for me. Learn a new ability, just so happen I need that ability to progress. What a coincidence. Spyro eventually comes to a scavenger camp where much slaughter commences. Let's just zoom through this bit because it goes on for a while. Spyro beats hyenas up, gets to the ship, and fires the cannon to open up a new area. We get another fight against an aerial combatant, and it's exactly the same as before with the assassin. I think it was by this point that I started to lose interest in this game, and if I wasn't doing this for a history video, I probably would have quit by now. However, for the good of my viewers, I continued. Something I wish I hadn't done when I came to this next section of platforms. You have to jump Spyro from branch to branch and jellyfish to jellyfish to reach the next area. And if you're an idiot like me who wanted to go for the orange relic, you're gonna die a few times, mostly due to awkward double jumping and gliding. You know what, let's just fast forward this again. I'm losing the will to live here. fight these big tree dudes and the camera in a tiny annoying room, do some more jellyfish bouncing, fight some more tree dudes along with their evil doggos, platform a little bit, and ta-da! You've reached the tree. Only it isn't a nice tree. It's a big, dangerous tree with arms, legs, and a bad attitude. Look familiar at all? So here is the first proper boss of the game, Arboric, and it's a strafing battle.
Why didn't you dodge?
The game gives you no indication as to what you're supposed to do for this fight, so I spent a good 10 minutes of it just throwing firebombs all over the place and trying to dodge Arboric's punches and kicks before I worked out the objective. You're supposed to use Firebomb to light Arboric's limbs and chest on fire, but aiming and landing the damn ability is so awkward that I felt like lighting myself on fire instead. Also, if you don't light Arboric up fast enough, he'll spin around rapidly to put himself out and gain health, because screw you player, suffer the mechanics. Once you have managed to toast him, the fight will move into a second phase. Now, technically I died before the second phase began, but because it was already transitioning, the game let me continue on with full health. Shh, don't tell anyone. Luckily, the second phase is a lot easier. Arboric chases Spyro up a grassy ridge and begins to climb it himself. As he does so, you can spam Firebomb at him to eat away at his health. Once atop the ridge, all Arboric does is stomp and kick. Incredibly easy to avoid due to the predictable animations. Throw a bit more fire about the place and down Arboric goes. Wait, why did we kill him again? What was the point of coming here? While Spyro and Sparks ponder the same question, the duo is ambushed by more scavengers. The largest one has two parrot things perched atop his shoulders, which turn out to be the brains behind the scavenger operations. The bird brains, if you will. Oh, I'm so funny, aren't I? They explained they were here to capture Arboric for a tournament, but seeing as Spyro killed him, he'll make a suitable substitute. Also, I might have to lower Sparks to runner-up for most annoying dialogue in the game in favour of this guy.
If I were you, I'd shut my mouth. I ain't gonna say it again.
Wanna take your own advice there, buddy? Spyro is knocked out and carried to their floating pirate ship, and the next cutscene shows the duo imprisoned below deck. Sparks proceeds to break the fourth wall with his rendition of Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, before Spyro meets up with an old friend. Now, whoever was in charge of the audio for this cutscene needs a good smack, because if it weren't for the subtitles, I'd have no idea what these two characters were saying to each other.
You are on Scab's ship. We luckily been made to compete in the arena fights like the other prisoners. I too am a prisoner here, as are many of my kinsmen. But the moons are too frail to make for worthwhile entertainment, so we are made to serve grog to the scavengers.
Before Moliere can help Spyro in any way, the parrots and their scavenger turn up to prepare Spyro for his tournament. He'll be taken into an arena where multiple fights will take place, the first being against
The Blundertails!
The fight is easy enough if you can avoid the snippy claws and cannonballs they shoot from their tails. When they block, use Spyro's knock-up attack to break it, and when they're stunned, beat the crap out of them. Then finish them off with a tail strike or a horn dive. Once the fight is over, Spyro will black out again and wind up back in the dreamscape. Oh boy, Earth power time! Once Spyro's thrown dirt in the training dummy's eyes, he makes his way to the final chamber and demands to know what is happening. The chronicler shows Spyro a vision of the apes travelling towards the mountain of Malafor, and gives him some more information on the Night of Eternal Darkness.
The Well of Souls beckons them as the Night of Eternal Darkness approaches.
What is the Night of Eternal Darkness?
It is the night when the celestial moons come together in a great eclipse. It shrouds our world in darkness. The Well of Souls is the pinnacle of its terrible shadow, stirring the spirits of the deceased from their eternal rest, and permitting them to roam freely within the halls of the mountain, if only for a short while. And soon, the night of eternal darkness will be upon us. Find me in the celestial caves of the White Isle.
Finally, we're going to meet the chronicler. Oh yeah, Spyro's still here, and it's time for another fight.
For one and only
I wasn't exactly sure how I was supposed to damage this thing, let alone defeat it, as just touching the ship seemed to hurt Spyro. Not to mention it likes to spew out flames and fire cannonballs from time to time. Luckily, I still remembered the battle with the controller and Steam in A New Beginning, and seeing as everything else in this game appears to be a copy-paste job, I figured it was one of those crash it into the wall type fights. It would appear my assumptions were correct. Once immobilised, the ship takes massive damage from Spyro's Earth Flail, so once you know the general gist of the fight, it's easy peasy. It still made me rage a couple of times though, because stun locks. Once the fight's over, Spyro and Sparks are thrown back into their prison cell, and they get another secret meeting with Moliere, who has something to show them.
Yahoo! Fan mail!
Dear friend, there are whispers going about the ship. Word of your captivity has traveled quickly. Many of the prisoners are uneasy. They say that the Ape King himself has placed a bounty on you, and all of the dragons. These are dark times, but know this, you have allies. I look forward to the day when we can meet. Hunter of Avalon.
Before Spyro can ponder any more on whom this mysterious, and I'm sure devilishly handsome hunter is, he's thrown back into the arena for another boss fight. This time, he's up against
the Executioner!
Oh look, another reskin job. Apart from this random bullshit move that takes half of Spyro's health off, the fight is relatively easy, and can be cheesed by staying above the Executioner's head and abusing Dragon Time while air attacking. To be honest, this whole arena section was actually a fun and challenging bit of gameplay for me. I really enjoyed the various enemies that were thrown at Spyro. Also, is anyone else getting vibes of Jak 3 by now? I thought about the similarities when Spyro first learned Dragon Time. Now he's in an arena proving his worth.
Tonight, we have a special bonus match.
Cool, a bonus match.
Spyro the Dragon versus the former Queen of Conquer herself, Cinder!
What? Cinder? Oh boy, this will be a fun fight. Friend versus friend, dragon versus dragon, purple versus...
Relax. I'm just trying to put on a show for the crowd while we figure out what to do.
Oh.
Don't trust her. She wants to eat me.
What's happening?
Get away from me! Help!
Dude, you have wings! You can fly! Why aren't you helping her? And so starts my most hated part of the game on account of its repetitiveness, lack of checkpoints, and overstayed welcome. Now, I complained about A New Beginning having a lack of variety in its environments, but the Eternal Night takes the cake. From starting in the arena to finally leaving the Scavengers' pirate ships took me around 2 hours. 2 hours! The entire game took me around 7 to complete, so over a quarter of the game spent in this one crappy area with its crappy platforming and its crappy enemies. So this first section of gameplay has Spyro in a corridor fighting scavengers and exploring various rooms until he finds Moliere, who cannot leave until his people are freed. Some meh platforming and box pushing later, and Spyro does just that. He bids adieu to Moliere and company before continuing on through the ship. Let's just summarise these next few parts like we did before, because there's nothing particularly special about them. Lever pull and Dragon Time your way into the next area, beat up a horde of scavengers, fire a cannon to progress further up, beat up more scavengers, make your way over the arena, and fight the biggest horde of enemies I've ever seen in a Spyro game. On one health bar. Yeah. This part of the game can burn in hell. I seriously spent 10 minutes fighting these enemies, being careful to save the little guys for replenishing my health, and using my elemental powers on the big bad dudes and the cannons. It was a slow process, but hey, I survived. I wiped the sweat off my brow, and thanked the gaming gods for letting me survive that nightmare of a battle. Then, to my horror, I realised I had to fight 2 Blundertails that were hidden in a giant crate. I tried my hardest, I really did, but the fatigue of the last battle had taken its toll on my fingers and reaction times, and I died like a numpty. Wait, the checkpoint is before this whole fight? Are you kidding me? Right, that's it. Clearly this game does not want me to play smartly, just murder these guys with extreme prejudice and burn these gits into ash. See, this is why they're called the Furies, because you use them when the game has thoroughly pissed you off so much that you just want to get the fight over as quickly as possible. Anyway, once that's over with, and Spyro has contended with another wave of enemies, he can move on into the scavenger treasure room, where he'll find a map that will lead him to the White Isle and ultimately the Chronicler.
Well, if it isn't the Purple Menace. We hope you weren't thinking of leaving.
Yeah, we got a score to settle, chump.
Okay, Spyro, we could actually leave now. Remember, you have wings? You can fly out of here? Why are we even sticking around? This fight was a bloody nightmare. Scab, as he's known, gives almost no indication as to what ability he's about to use next. His sword and hook slash happen almost instantly, so there's no sneaking around him or jumping over his head, and the only time you can safely hit him is when his hook gets trapped in a wall. Couple in the fact that you have this tiny area to work with that's half set on fire, because, you know, fire hurts fire-breathing dragons, duh, and you can see why this Scab battle is such a nightmare. Much death and cursing later, and I finally whittled down his health bar.
This is where we part ways.
What the... How is that even possible?
Yeah, Spyro. Almost as hard to believe as a dragon who doesn't use his own wings to save himself from falling to his own death. Okay, he's gone right though. I don't have to deal with him anymore. No! Look, he's even flying right here. Where is the logic in this game? This entire 35-minute section consists of Spyro gliding between various ships, beating up a butt-ton of scavengers, and dying to platforming, which by this point feels incredibly silly to do. I repeat, you have wings! Oh guys, tragic news! I somehow lost all the footage for this section, like just now, and I only have the boss to show you. Isn't that a bleeding shame? So round 2 with good old Scabbers, and luckily this fight is a bit easier, as we have more area to work with. Doesn't mean I didn't die a billion times though. The biggest issue I had was with these falling rocks. I couldn't see where they were going to land, but then it suddenly dawned on me that my emulator wasn't rendering shadows, and if my gaming experience has taught me anything, it's that big heavy things that are going to land on your head are always precursed by shadows. In fact, one might call it a foreshadowing. Ho 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 ho. Anyway, avoid rocks, kill Scab's minions, dodge his weird sword energy beams, and beat the crap out of him. Yay, we won! Sparks finally does something that makes me appreciate having him around.
I pity the fool that messes with us. Welcome to the wild earth.
Wings! As they fly over the ocean in search of the White Isle, Spyro has another blackout session. He drops out of the sky and plunges into the ocean, and that was the end of Spyro's journey. Nah, I'm kidding. Luckily, there's a friendly giant turtle passing by who gives the duo a lift. Spyro awakens for the final time in the dreamscape, so you know what that means. Electricity! When Spyro makes his way to the final chamber, he tries to talk to the Chronicler, but gets no reply. He decides to take matters into his own claws and looks into the pool of visions in front of him. A cutscene plays showing Cinder chained and led to the leader of the apes, Ghoul.
So, the traitor returns.
You can't go through with this, Ghoul.
Nothing can prevent this. We are merely here to welcome our master back into the realm and join him at his side. But fear not, Cinder. You've been such a faithful servant. I'm sure he'll take you back. And if not, you will have the honor of being the first to perish by his hand.
Once Spyro reawakens, he finds himself conveniently at the White Isle. Now, this section of gameplay was my absolute favourite of the Eternal Night. It almost makes up for the travesty that was the pirate ship section. Almost. I love the level design of this place. I love the challenges that are set out for Spyro, and I especially love the music. the title theme, you have an orchestral choir singing to you as you play through the area, though they're more reserved than the monks. It's beautiful to listen to, but also eerie with hints of mystery and foreboding. The first half of this area, while beautiful to look at, isn't much to write home about. A sprinkling of bad guys here, a smidge of platforming there, and a dash of easy puzzle solving to top it all off. We do meet 2 new enemies though, the first being fire elementals, which are essentially reskins of the ogres from A New Beginning, and the crystal ball spiders, which are necessary in order to complete the first challenge. Spyro will need to defeat 1 spider at a time and roll their crystal balls into one of the 4 elemental holders. Once 4 crystal balls have been set, shoot each ball with the correct element and continue on through the temple. Now, I personally enjoyed this section of gameplay. I know from what I've read it's not everybody's idea of fun due to its repetitiveness and copy-paste mechanics. So before Spyro can continue any further, he'll need to complete 4 challenges, each based around a particular element. They all contain enemies to fight and a big bad boss at the end who I'll get to in a second, but the general gist is: fire, light candles that'll turn over spiked platforms for a limited time; ice, make your own platforms across deadly ooze; electricity, shoot orbs at crystals on the walls that'll raise up platforms; and earth, earth is actually just a beat-em-up section. When you reach the end of each of these challenges, there'll be a teleporter that'll take Spyro to the big bad boss. Honestly, they're a little disappointing, being nothing more than a copy-paste job of each other, with the only difference being their names and looks based on the element they represent. Once Spyro has bested all 4 elemental challenges, one final challenge remains. Oh boy, I wonder what this could possibly be. Wait, are you serious? That's just adult Cinder in various colours. The only challenging thing about this fight is remembering which button on the controller correlates to which element, as the Cinder doppelganger can only be injured when Spyro has the same element equipped. So bish bash bosh, and we finally get to meet the Chronicler.
The entire history of the dragon race. It looks like it's all here.
It is. Well, most of it.
Did you hear that? It spoke to me!
The records in this hall date back to the beginning of time. Nearly.
The Chronicler!
Yes, Spyro. It is I. And I've been waiting for you.
Now he's actually appeared in the flesh, I should really mention his voice actor, Martin Jarvis. His best-known voice acting roles are as Alfred Pennyworth in the Batman Arkham series, and Nurgle from the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. And yes, he's even had a voice acting stint as Gandalf in the Lord of the Rings Conquest game. Come on, we were all thinking Gandalf when we heard him speak.
Oh yes, but I have my books, and I watch and wait, and listen for things to come, and then add them to the books of time.
The Chronicler then gives Spyro a bit more detail on the night of the temple raid years ago.
Can I see?
Of course you can. This one is yours. Look. You've seen this hideous creature before.
Why is he in my book?
It was Gaul who led the raid on the temple the night of your birth, when Ignitus rescued your egg.
And when they took Cinders.
Yes. That was most unfortunate.
The book also tells parts of the future, so Spyro demands to see what will happen to Cinder.
Spyro, you must understand, when she was taken by Gaul, she was poisoned and corrupted, made to do the Dark Master's bidding. Her entire life has been spent in shadow. She knows no other way. And when the Dark Master returns, she will concede. No one can resist the temptation. Not even the strongest among us. There was once a dragon, long ago, whose raw power was far greater than anyone had ever seen or could imagine. At first, he mastered fire, which was odd because he was not a fire dragon. Then came ice and wind, and other abilities none thought possible. Is this story sounding familiar?
It was a purple dragon, like me.
The first purple dragon. In the beginning, he was encouraged, and secrets of elemental mastery were passed on to him willingly by the elders. But his power was limitless. It knew no boundary. It consumed everything. When he would not stop, he was cast into exile. And from his new fortress within the mountain, he built an army, not of dragons, but of apes. The sheer weight of his malice cracked the very foundation of the mountain, splitting the earth, creating a pit of despair, where the lost souls of this world could reside.
The Well of Souls.
Created by the very beast who now seeks to escape it.
Turns out the reason the chronicler called Spyro to him was not to give him advice on how to stop the bad things from happening, but to shelter him through the worst of what's to come. That just won't do for Spyro, and ever the stubborn dragon, he charges off to go save his friends. Well, friend. As I said before, the other dragons don't even make an appearance past the beginning of the game. Which also reminds me, this is the last time we see the chronicler in the Eternal Night. I'm glad we spent the majority of the game looking for this dude, just to ignore his advice and leave anyway. Maybe this is what the chronicler meant by
your impulsive nature.
And so starts the final chapter of the Eternal Night. Thank God. Spyro and Sparx must make their way through this snowy fortress and into the Mountain of Malifor, or Well of Souls if you prefer. Snow, fortress. I wonder where I've seen that combination before. For all the fun I had on the White Isle, this place sucked it right back out of me. It's ugly to look at in my opinion, being very grey and dark in most areas, and after dealing with irritating laser traps, awkward platforming, and combat against some of the toughest enemies in the game on the smallest platform possible, I was about ready to sell my soul to the devil just to get this game over with. Then came the worst moment in all of my Spyro history gameplay. For those faint of heart, look away now, for this is where Tori cheated to get through a particularly difficult section of gameplay. So you end up on this rather large platform which just screams big battle time, and sure enough, some rather large and unfriendly chaps teleport in to give Spyro a good beatdown. Okay, this is definitely Icy Fortress all over. We've got the undead cow monsters now. I hated this section of gameplay with a passion. As I said before, no matter how I played, I couldn't beat the wave after wave of enemies pouring in. Too aggressive and I took unnecessary damage. Too carefully and the fight would eventually have me overwhelmed. A combination of both didn't work either. I could not do anything to win this fight. So you know what I did? I looked up a cheat page, desperately hoping for some sort of invincibility code to use. Nothing invincibility related? But what the heck is Dark Spyro? I guess I'll give it a go and see. Well, that did the trick. Now that's out of the way and Dark Spyro has been put back into his cage, it's time to head to the final boss. But first, mandatory platforming and ape murder. Spyro finally makes his way to the top of the mountain, and there's a little exchange between the brothers before they both dive into the Well of Souls.
What is this?
It looks like the entrance to a horrible pit of despair, of which we will probably never escape. But we should probably go inside to be sure. Woo!
He's so weird.
Okay, I actually like this little conversation. If you have weird siblings, or are in fact the weird sibling yourself, you'll appreciate this bit of dialogue. You know what, Billy West Sparx? You're not so bad. We get another pre-rendered cutscene showing Spyro finally meeting Ghoul.
The purple well-played. It's fitting that you should be here tonight, as we bear witness to the dawn of a new age.
By the way, I forgot to mention it earlier, but Ghoul is voiced by Kevin Michael Richardson, the same voice actor for Toridori. That's all you need to know. Carry on. One villain monologue later, and Cinder is set upon Spyro to fight him. But don't worry, it's a trick, guys.
Same as last time. Line me up with a staff.
This isn't over.
Well, that didn't work so well. And so starts the final boss battle. I actually really enjoyed this fight. It's difficult, yes, but only up to the point until you learn Ghoul's patterns. And to be honest, a final boss battle should be difficult. A new beginning? Ghoul starts the fight pursuing Spyro and trying to slash him with his swords. It's easy enough to avoid by simply running away, but watch out when Ghoul teleports himself, because the camera has a nasty habit of making you run straight into him. He also fires bolts from time to time, but again, running away is the simplest solution. Eventually, Ghoul will start jumping into the air and slamming his swords into the ground. Each slam causes a wave of energy to blast out in a ring, which Spyro will need to jump over. Ghoul repeats this 5 times before getting his sword stuck in the ground, so use this opportunity to activate Dragon Time and smack his ass for massive damage. Repeat a number of times until Ghoul's health bar is depleted, and it's time for the second phase. Ghoul will slam the ground again, breaking it and sending both him and Spyro plummeting to the floor below. Ghoul's staff is smashed in the process, and as this happens, the moon's finally eclipse, officially beginning the night of eternal darkness. Or the eternal night, if you will. You know the cheat I put in a little while ago? Yeah, it's time for Dark Spyro. This second phase is even easier than the first, as all you really have to do to defeat Ghoul is spam the square button. Sure, there's laser eye beams to avoid, and Ghoul will occasionally spin around wildly, turning himself into a vortex that sucks in Spyro, but I wouldn't worry about it. The laser beam does barely any damage, and as long as you're not near the edge of the platform, you're relatively safe even if you're hit by it. The vortex doesn't do any damage at all, it just throws Spyro high up into the air, to which he glides back down to the ground after anyway. So spam that square button until Ghoul's health bar is depleted, and you'll move into the third and final phase. Now, don't be like me. I didn't realise I was supposed to press R2 to activate a Fury, and just stood still pressing square like a ninny until Ghoul killed Spyro by lasering him off the edge. By the way, dying at any point in this fight not only sends you right back to phase 1, but also has you watch that 2-minute cutscene again. Thankfully mashing the L1 button skips it. So back to where I died, and this time I make sure to click R2. Okay, wait, I just want to do something here. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Spyro struggles to maintain control over his dark form, but luckily Cinder pushes him out of the evil beam of doom, and he reverts back to his normal self.
What have I done?
I mean, you defeated the bad guy. I'd say that was a good thing. The trio have only one escape route, but Spyro is too weak to even move. Realising they have no other choice, Spyro makes one last move to save his friends.
Ride out this storm and live to fight another day.
Get close to me, now!
Wait, how did he know he could do that? Oh, okay, I guess I'm not going to find out. Let's just take a few seconds to enjoy the beauty that is this end credits song. Even through the eternal crap that is this game, there are some fantastic moments that make me stop and watch, or listen in this case. A final cutscene plays at the end of the credits, showing Spyro, Cinder and Sparks encased in crystal. That sounds familiar. Also, is it just me, or do the dragons look older? Is that even possible if they're frozen in time? The chronicler gives us some exposition towards the next game, and we get a brief glimpse of a character you may recognise. And that's the end of Spyro the Eternal Night. There's a little more for you to do afterwards if you want, such as the various dragon challenges that can be found in the extras menu, and the art gallery where you can see all the awesome concept art for the game, but that's it really. So, what do I think of the Eternal Night after finishing it? Honestly, it's a mixed bag for me. For example, while I appreciate Chrome Studios trying to make the combat harder, because let's face it, A New Beginning's combat was a joke at times, stun locks and tiny spaces that mess up the camera are not the way to do it. Luckily, the elemental power changes made up for the crappy combat at times, and were a heck of a lot of fun to use. In fact, one of the most memorable and entertaining moments for me was found in the extras menu with the dragon challenges after I finished the game. I only had one unlocked, so I thought, why not try it? So much fun. I want more of this, damn it! The different areas Spyro visited also left me scratching my head in utter bewilderment. While the White Isle was fantastic to look at and never overstayed its welcome, bringing with it new enemies and interesting challenges, the pirate fleet was an abomination. Okay, the arena wasn't too bad, but that's like 20 minutes of okay gameplay in a section that altogether takes 2 hours. 2 hours of the same platforming, the same enemies, and brown. Lots and lots of brown. The story and dialogue was also a problem for me. At times, things felt a little too convenient. It's convenient that Ignitus knew where to find the tree from Spyro's dream, even though it was only a hunch. It's convenient that Spyro learns a new ability that'll just so happen to help him cross a deadly pool of ooze. It's convenient that Spyro knew how to cast that time-stopping crystal bullshit, even though he's never used that ability before. And the dialogue. Oh my gosh, could the voice actors actually, act like they want to be here? Please, someone get Elijah Wood a Red Bull, and someone else remind Gary Oldman of the huge amount he's probably being paid to do 5 minutes of lines. And then there's all the issues with reskins and recolours. I can understand the need to do it. It saves time and money, and if Chrome Studios really didn't have that much of a budget, then fair enough. But it makes the Eternal Night feel less like the second game in the Legend of Spyro series, and more like an expansion to A New Beginning. Now, I did enjoy the final battle with Ghoul, and I even let out a tiny little tear after watching the ending and listening to the credits theme. Such feels, much sad. But in my eyes, it's not enough to forgive the game for all its flaws. At the end of the day, The Legend of Spyro The Eternal Night, for me, is an okay game. And that's a low okay. For those curious, and because I always do this at the end of my videos, let's look at the game rankings scores. PS2, 58.64%, 18 reviews. Wii, 62.06%, 8 reviews. DS, 56.33%, 6 reviews, and surprisingly, Game Boy Advance, 81.75%, 4 reviews. I'm definitely going to have to check that one out at some point. Well, we're finally here, guys. The last Spyro game to make a video for, unless I play the 45 million handheld games at some point. Anyway, this is The Legend of Spyro, Dawn of the Dragon. Unfortunately, it is the PS2 version. I know many of you told me the PS3 version is better in every way, and from what I've seen of other people playing it, I totally agree. But I couldn't secure a genuine copy anywhere here in South Africa. Also, shipping it over would cost an absolute fortune, and that's not even accounting for the price of the game on eBay. Emulating it was an option, but currently there isn't a decent enough PS3 emulator out there to be able to do so. I did actually try, and the emulator I used was constantly compiling shaders whenever I reached a new area, which meant choppy, stuttering gameplay with textures popping in and out. Not pretty. But hey, if you guys would prefer I had genuine copies, I do have a Patreon page. Supporting me there means I could potentially buy these overpriced games that probably won't work, and you'll have my undying love for doing so. Just saying. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. This is the one I was most worried about playing because of the differing opinions from you guys. Some of you love it, some of you hate it, and I didn't know where I was going to stand with the information you'd given me. But I'm happy to report I'm in the first category of people. I loved playing this game. Well, for the most part. There were some things I could have done without, which we'll get into shortly, but overall, I thought Dawn of the Dragon was a thrilling experience. The gameplay was invigorating, the story had me invested, and the ending made me cry. A few tears at least. So, the first thing I should talk about is development. Dawn of the Dragon was released in late 2008, and as most of you know, it wasn't made by the developers of A New Beginning and The Eternal Night. Instead, Chrome Studios handed the reins over to Étrange Libellule. I'm sure I've pronounced that horribly wrong, I'm sorry, I was never very good at French. I'll just refer to them as EL from now on. So I don't have tons of detailed information about this changeover, and I'll have to rely on the Spyro Wikia to fill you guys in. But to summarise, Chrome Studios began work on the final instalment of the Legend of Spyro series, but due to a limited budget, they were forced to reuse assets from the previous 2 games. Is this sounding familiar? While this 3rd game was technically finished, Chrome Studios was so disappointed with the results that EL were brought in to rebuild the game from scratch. EL decided the cartoonish look of previous Spyro games wouldn't fit their revamped story, so as you can see, Spyro and Friends got an upgrade, or a downgrade depending on your point of view. Spyro and Cinder look much older than they did in The Eternal Night, though I'm still wondering how that's even possible if they were frozen in time. Time-stopping abilities, it's a hell of a drug. Anyway, Spyro's toned up quite a bit, evening out his face and body features so he looks less like a winged stick with big head mode on, and more like the legendary purple dragon he's supposed to be. He's still got that stupid snout though. Oh, I just want to punch him right in the nose. Cinder's been changed up too. While she was a cute little chunky monkey with stumpy legs in The Eternal Night, she's been thinned out a lot in Dawn of the Dragon, with longer limbs and a narrow angular face, probably to make her bear more of a resemblance to her adult form we saw in A New Beginning. There are 2 things I don't like about her new design however, and this is being really nitpicky because I can, ha ha. Firstly, she looks too purple. In A New Beginning and The Eternal Night, she was quite obviously a black dragon, sometimes greyish depending on the light. But no matter where I was in Dawn of the Dragon, she looked purple, and this really bugged me. I know it shouldn't because it's just a game, but purple is Spyro's thing, damn it. Yes, it could be that due to Malefor's power and past influence, he slowly morphed her into a purple dragon, and that theory does ride, given that she can wield more than one element in Dawn of the Dragon, and can even use special abilities previously only known to Spyro. But she was greyish-black in The Eternal Night, and then frozen in time for 3 years. You can't change colour when you're frozen in time. The second gripe I have is the fancy jewellery she wears. Where the heck's it come from? Again, I'm assuming EL wanted her to be more in line with her adult form in design, and after doing some digging, there was supposedly a cutscene showing Cinder putting the jewellery on, wearing it as a reminder of her unwilling servitude to Malefor, and as a way of facing her fears of becoming his slave once again. It's a shame this idea was scrapped, as it could have added an extra layer of depth to Cinder's character, and helped players sympathise with her more. But hey, what do I know? I'm not a game developer. Anyway, rant over, for now. And before we talk any more about character design changes, let's actually get into the story. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong game. Just give me a second. There we go.
Even in the darkest of times, there is always hope. But sometimes fear clouds our vision. Sometimes our strength gives out. And yet sometimes when all seems lost, a light shines through the darkness. And we are reminded that even the smallest amount of courage can turn the tides of war.
Nice. That was nice. After Ignitus's rousing speech, we're shown the inside of the Mountain of Malefor, where we meet a new type of enemy. These things. Grublins, the artificially created servants of Malefor. Huh. I guess he got bored of apes, thank God. As the Grublins travel through the Mountain of Malefor, they're tracked by a mysterious hooded figure. I wonder who it could be. The Grublins eventually find a large golden crystal, which entombs Spyro, Cinder and Sparks. The littlest grublin, it's always the little one, smashes the crystal and is flung back by the energy released. The trio come tumbling out, still unconscious from being trapped in crystal for 3 years, and it's here that one of the most annoying mechanics of the game begins. This fancy snake jewellery? Yeah, that's a chain that's going to keep Spyro and Cinder attached to each other for the entire game. And let me tell you, AI pathing issues and tethering mechanics are not a nice combination. The Grublins depart the mountain with Spyro and Cinder, leaving Sparks behind, but luckily Hunt is here to give him a helping hand. Oh wait, spoilers, oh never mind, it was obviously him. Yeah, it's Hunter, feign shock and awe everybody. The next scene shows Spyro being woken up by Cinder in a new area, the catacombs.
Cinder, what happened? Where are we?
I don't know. It's all a blur.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, wait a minute. Has Cinder had a voice change again? Christina Ricci! Oh boy, I love Christina Ricci! I hope she brings some sass and awesomeness to Cinder's role.
No! Spyro, don't! Please, Spyro, don't do this. We have to go on. He wanted us to.
Never mind. I think this goes to show that you can't always just bring in a Hollywood star and expect them to be able to voice act decently. Sometimes she's okay, and at times I found her endearing to listen to.
The Dark Master's puppet.
I was, but I'm not anymore. I'm not proud of the things I've done.
But other times Richie sounds bored, like she only took on the role because she needed the money. I don't know, maybe I'm the only one who thinks that, but I think Mae Whitman would have been better in the role. At least we know she can voice act.
Come on, now's our chance!
Just go!
Get up, Spyro! We're not leaving without you!
The two dragons realise they're not alone, as the torches light to reveal hundreds of grublins watching them from above. As Spyro and Cinder try to leave, they realise a device on the platform is interacting with the chains around their neck, preventing them from moving off said platform.
Oh, this can't be good.
It's not long before the little green grublin people attack the two, and it's here we learn the basic controls of Dawn of the Dragon. I'll take this opportunity to talk about the combat. So, A New Beginning and the Eternal Night had fighting, right? It was very simple though, and mainly consisted of me mashing circle over and over until the annoying enemies in my way died. This has been completely revamped in Dawn of the Dragon, and in my opinion it's for the better. The biggest change is that you don't have to stick solely with Spyro. Yep, it's Cinder's time to shine, baby. In fact, I spent the majority of the game playing as her, really just because I could. I mean, who wants to play as Spyro with his stubby nose and goofy face when you can be a badass sexy black dragon? I'm not a scaly, I swear. And then there's something even cooler that unfortunately I couldn't test out with the emulator: cooperative play. Another player can drop in or out whenever they like and control the other dragon, which has its advantages and disadvantages. It's always good to have another player who can tag along because, from my experience of playing the game, the AI is pretty useless at times. An extra player wailing on the bad guys means they obviously die faster, and their dragon also gains experience points for levelling up abilities, meaning you could have 2 maxed out dragons at the end of the game. In single player, I frequently found the dragon not in control would refuse to participate in fights, and therefore not gain as much experience as the other. The downside to playing with somebody else is the single screen and snake chain mechanic. Now obviously I haven't actually played this co-op, but I can imagine there'll be a few disagreements over which way to go, as the tethering mechanic won't allow you to split up. And if one of you falls off a platform, for example, it's going to be difficult for the lost player to get back to where they were without their partner coming to help them. The joys of a single screen in co-op. Anyway, in terms of combat, it's pretty much your average hack and slash. You've got your light attacks, your heavy attacks, your combos, you can grab and hold an enemy to bash him around a bit more, you can even fight in the sky. Something that sounds pretty cool, but doesn't really work out because of this game's lack of a lock-on button. There's also your typical combo counter at the top right of the screen. Thank you to viewer Boomchak for pointing out the 3 achievements that are linked to this combo counter, which is great for achievement hunters on the PS3 and Xbox 360, but not so much for us lowly peasants with the PS2 version. But for the most part, at least, the combat is enjoyable in Dawn of the Dragon. Never thought I'd say that for a Legend of Spyro game, but miracles do happen from time to time. I'll go into more detail about combat throughout the video. For now, let's get back on track. Okay, back off track again. Before I let this giant, fiery golem creature continue his delightful introduction, I would like to point out the obvious crap all over the screen. So emulating games isn't as simple as find an ISO and you're good to go. Ooh, that rhymes. You usually spend quite a bit of time just trying to get the graphics to not look like utter shite. After much cursing and restarting, I did manage to get the game to look relatively okay after this fight, and even somehow got rid of that awful bloom that's all over the screen. I think the game looks better for it, to be honest. Just to give you an idea of how bad the bloom is, watch this. See what I mean? So yeah, big scary monster attacks Spyro and Cinder, they realise they have to destroy the device preventing them from flying, and we get the first of many button mashes in the game. You'll use the button mash mechanic for pretty much anything that requires strenuous effort from one or both of the dragons, even trivial things such as opening a chest containing armour. After smacking the golem's hand a few times, Spyro realises they're not strong enough to defeat it and will have to escape.
This chain is slowing us down. We can't fight it. We'll have to move in unison. Follow my lead.
Why should you lead?
Uh-oh. Take cover!
Okay, good idea. You lead.
As the dragons fly away, Hunter steps in with a well-shot arrow to the golem's eye, sending it retreating back into its fiery pit.
Spyro, man, you're alive! Sparks! It's good to see you too. You okay?
You know, a little stiff. Voice keeps changing, but I'm good.
Ha ha. Yes, once again, Sparks has a new voice actor. This time it's the turn of Wayne Brady to fill in for Spyro's sparkly sidekick. I've never heard of Wayne Brady, so there you go, he's been in things. At first I couldn't decide whether I liked his rendition of Sparks or not, but after finishing Dawn of the Dragon, I can happily say he's my favourite of the three Sparkses. That doesn't mean I no longer find Sparks irritating, but Wayne Brady portrays him as less of an arse, and more a dude who just wants a break from all the fighting and disaster.
I have to stop him.
Whoa, slow down, tough guy. You don't need to go around picking fights. I mean, we just woke up after being frozen for 3 years. Got stuff to do.
There's one particular moment involving Sparks that got me right in the feels too. You'll see later on. So begins the first bit of platforming in Dawn of the Dragon, and I have to say, it does take time to get used to. The whole idea of free flying sounds pretty cool, and indeed it's one of the reasons I was looking forward to playing this game. But it does have its limitations. One would think if the dragons can free fly, then surely they could just fly out the catacombs and be done with it. But no, the developers want you to go a particular path, and that path often includes invisible walls and ceilings, preventing you from going to certain areas. Spyro and Cinder finally meet up with the devilishly handsome Hunter, and learn that it was Ignitus who sent him out to look for the two dragons 3 years ago.
When you didn't return to the temple, the elder dragon, Ignitus, sent me to find you. That was nearly 3 years ago.
What? 3 years? But that's impossible.
Yes. I'm sure this news comes as quite a shock.
For those interested, Blair Underwood voices Hunter in Dawn of the Dragon. He hasn't had much voice work apart from a role as a crocodile in the Disney television series The Lion Guard, but he has had various live-action roles in films and television as early as 1968. I actually quite liked Underwood's take on Hunter, and thought he did a great job portraying the stoic and wise cheetah. Yes, Hunter. Stoic and wise. Never thought you'd hear him described as such, would you? In terms of character redevelopment, Hunter's definitely gone through one of the biggest changes. Once a goofy and clumsy character that couldn't even keep track of his running shoes, he's now a skilled and agile warrior who has no qualms about taking on the role of leader in desperate times. And that new look! Ooh-wee! So this is the point where I said goodbye to playing Spyro, unless it was absolutely necessary, as the game helpfully informed me that pressing L2 would swap to the other dragon. Cinder for life! The occasions where I would swap back included when I needed to use a particular breath that only Spyro could wield, or when Cinder's health was dropping dangerously low.
Hunter, give us a moment to gather our strength.
You might want to stand back. This can get weird.
It is fascinating how your kind draws strength from these crystals. Dragons are truly remarkable.
Yeah, you say that now, till one tries to kill you. And by one, I mean her.
I am aware of Cinder's past, but Ignitus trusts her, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah, shut up, Sparks. Nobody cares what you say.
Go on, Cinder.
Spyro,
Hey, it's the Chronicler dude!
Dragon, you can wield many abilities that others cannot. Fire, electricity, ice, and earth. Cinder. While most other dragons can master only a single element, your exposure to the darkness has gifted you with abilities most uncommon. Poison, fear, wind, and shadow.
Huh, well I'm definitely not playing as Spyro now. I would like to say I tested out the elements of both dragons thoroughly in preparation for making this video, but I didn't. I just stuck with Cinder's elements for the most part. All the elements do get used in some way during Dawn of the Dragon, but not by choice. More so because the game goes, here's a device that can only be powered with this specific magical breath. Isn't that a coincidence? So the elements of each dragon can be upgraded into more powerful abilities by way of the element menu. This is done by collecting experience points either by killing enemies, breaking open debris, or destroying blue crystals. Yep, the red, green and blue crystals are back, still functioning in the same way as they did before. Each element has 3 stages, with the experience points required going up exponentially each time. Now, I think it's all down to personal preference, but my favourite abilities were Fear, because of the massive damage and stun capabilities of Phantom Fright, and Poison for its damage over time effect. Yes, technically Spyro's Fire Breath does the same thing, but Cinder's way cooler, so who cares? Honestly though, there's so many uses for the various breaths in Dawn of the Dragon, both in combat and exploration. Some of them I didn't even realise I could do until halfway through the game, which definitely warrants a replay at some point. Anyway, Spyro and Cinder beat up the little grublins, and we move on to the first bit of gameplay that had me effing and blinding. Once you pull this lever, you have to make your way up the various rearranged blocks. Sounds easy enough, right? Oh yeah, but you have to carry this adamantine orb, and of course it's extremely heavy and limits your ability to fly. Couple this with the fact I was still trying to get used to flying and landing, and you can imagine how annoying this got after a while. Oh, at least that ordeal's over with. Oh, come on! This is where the game hit me hard with every annoying mechanic it could, and is the reason I wasn't initially enjoying Dawn of the Dragon as much as I hoped I would. You need to fly to each platform and climb the vines up to the top of this area, all while fighting the camera, areas that look reachable but aren't really, and of course your partner who's decided climbing isn't for them and refused to budge from the ground, which, thanks to the snake chain, sends the dragon you are using plummeting to the ground as well when you switch characters to see where the other one is. This is one of the reasons I hate the snake chain mechanic. So often my playable dragon couldn't move simply because my partner was stuck on an object or just refusing to climb. When you're nearly at the top, the lava golem makes an appearance once again and tries to squish the annoying little dragons. As long as you don't mess up the climbing section and fall back down, you'll need to complete a QuickTime event. Yep, those are in the game too. And then watch as the golem screams in pain from the water hitting its body. This causes it to lose an arm before retreating once more, leaving behind a dark crystal for you to destroy.
It isn't natural. That crystal radiates with dark magic. Destroy it quickly.
These crystals also deplete your elemental magic, so you can't wail on them with your most powerful abilities, a mechanic that will be used a lot throughout Dawn of the Dragon. It was at this point the game told me about elite enemies, helpfully informing me that there was one right behind me, at the foot of the waterfall. Well, this could be pretty fun. I like a challenge after all. What? Okay, maybe that was a fluke. Let's just give it one more go, and let's move him over here to give us a bit of breathing room. Yeah, okay, I don't know what to do. You'll find an elite enemy or two in almost every chapter, but seeing as I couldn't even defeat the first one, I gave them a wide berth for the most part. This is Dawn of the Dragon, not Dank Souls after all. We come to the final section of the catacombs, which requires us to blow a horn in order to open the doors to escape.
The horn. It must be part of some sort of locking mechanism.
Honestly,
Why not just a lock and key like normal folks?
I agree with Sparks on this one. This is kinda dumb design. Turn the wheel, lower the horn, kill the attackers, and use Cinder's wind breath to blow said horn.
Hurry up and open the door! Open!
Fun speculation time. According to the interview with Jared Pullen, the lead concept artist for the Legend of Spyro series until it was revamped, Cinder's original element before she was corrupted by Malifaux was supposed to be wind. He and a new beginning lead artist, Bruno Rhyme, discussed this together, with Pullen stating, "We had a conversation that Cinder was the product of her conditioning and not inherently dark by breed or nature. We toyed with the idea that she was a flyer and had connections to the air, to storms, and specifically to the wind. This would explain why her wind element seems much less evil than fear, poison and shadow, and also why she happily lived in a stormy lair in a new beginning as a corrupted adult dragon. Anyway, back to the story. Once the horn's blown, the golem appears again and tries to eat Cinder. Button mash her to safety and watch as the band escapes out the catacombs. One relaxing flight down the river and you'll end up in the beautiful Twilight Falls. Okay, it's not great on the PS2 to be honest. The water's a little flat looking, the moons are slightly pixelated, but I have seen this area on next-gen consoles and my gosh, it looks absolutely gorgeous. In fact, the whole of this game is fantastic to look at, on next-gen. It's not bad on the PS2, especially given the console's limitations when compared to its older brother. It's just a shame to see something like the celestial moons from the Eternal Night looking so meh, especially as they were an integral part of the previous story. The graphic issues aren't limited to the environment either. So many of the enemies look like weird pixelated blobs that it's hard to tell whether they even have basic facial features. I'll give you an example. Later on you meet an enemy known as the Wyvern Grublin. This is what it looks like in the next gen cutscene. And this is what it looks like in the exact same cutscene on the PS2. It breaks my immersion when characters like Spyro, Cinder and Sparks look very detailed, even on the PS2, but enemies look terrible! Like giant flying turd terrible. After some exploration and beating up yet more Grublins, Spyro and Cinder learn of a nifty exploit with the snake chains. While one dragon climbs, the other can swing. This is useful to reach certain areas that usually house some sort of collectible, which conveniently brings me to talk about just that. Collectibles can be found in every chapter but the last, and are a mix of blue, red and green crystal clusters, armour, and those darn elite enemies I mentioned before. Red and green crystal clusters boost Spyro and Cinder's life and magic bars. Spyro will need 4 red crystals and 5 green crystals per boost, and Cinder the opposite, 5 red crystals and 4 green crystals. Now, I had a bit of an issue with these crystal clusters. For the first few chapters, I didn't actually collect any of them, because to me, they looked no different than the regular red and green crystals that restore life and magic. I know, yeah, they're a big chunk of crystal, and you usually find them hidden away or in a difficult to reach area, which to most people would signify their importance. But if there's anything I've established playing the Legend of Spyro series, it's that I can be a complete derp at times. Remember when I went the entire of the Eternal Night, cursing the developers for taking away the dodge button? Yeah. Anyway, the other collectibles to mention are the various pieces of armour you can find scattered throughout the lands. Spyro and Cinder can each wear 3 pieces: a helmet, bracers, and tail armour. Each piece grants a particular effect, such as attack speed, health regeneration, and increased fury power, and sets can be mixed and matched to suit different playstyles. Collecting and wearing an entire set, however, will give the dragons a boost in some way, such as immunity to stun attacks, or giving Spyro a nuclear hit and Cinder a poisonous hit. I have no idea what they entail, but they sound awesome. My lord, we're getting so off track with the story, aren't we? So the band eventually reaches the Enchanted Forest, and we get a glimpse of Malifaux's lair, which is actually the temple from the previous 2 games that the Dark Master has suspended above an active volcano. 'Cause you're not a true villain until you make your home in a volcano, are you? The band makes camp and Hunter tells the 3 of the golem's origins, stating,
"That was no ordinary creature back there. It was an ancient earth golem from the deep. They are the embodiment of destruction summoned by Malifaux himself. These are dark times."
Before any more discussion can take place, the band is knocked out and taken to a village of hunters? In different colours? Tiny Tory gripe time. Could the developers not do a bit more to differentiate these guys? At least do something for head honcho Chief Prowless. I don't know, give him a cliche eye scar or half-ripped ear. Speaking of Chief Prowless, he's voiced by the talented Kevin Michael Richardson, who, as you probably remember, also voices Toridori, and that annoying bird thing from the Eternal Nights.
If I were you, I'd shut my mouth. I ain't gonna say it again.
We will speak no more of bird thing.
Chief Prowless, Malefor, he alone is the one responsible. This dragon is our last hope. You must see that.
Yes, the purple dragon. I know this story, but unlike you, I have not forgotten what they say Malefor was like when he was young, and I have not forgotten either what she has done.
Man, is everyone an ass to Cinder in these games? Forgive and forget, guys. Before this argument can get any more heated, a horde of grublins attack the village, giving Spyro and Cinder a chance to prove themselves to the cheaters. Now, I assume the goal was to kill the grublins before they could burn every building down to ash, but I genuinely couldn't tell whether I was actually helping or adding to the problem with Spyro's fire breath. You're making it worse! Much grublin fly killing later, and the wyverns I mentioned before make their first appearance. God, I hate the PS2 graphics. I'm with everybody else who told me this. Don't play Dawn of the Dragon on PS2. It is ugly.
Ugly? That does it!
Once the attack is over, the clan realises that one of their own, Meadow, is missing. So guess who gets retrieval duty? Ah, it's that beautiful opening theme from A New Beginning. I suppose this gives me the opportunity to talk a little about Dawn of the Dragon's soundtrack. Okay, here I go. It good. No, really, this has got to be my favourite soundtrack from the Legend of Spyro series. Maybe not the entire Spyro franchise, because Stuart Copeland's work will always have a special place in my heart. But I am a sucker for dramatic orchestral themes, which Dawn of the Dragon has aplenty. One of my favourites is the Floating Islands theme, which is actually one of the calmer pieces in the game. Anyone else getting vibes of Shadow of the Colossus here? Particularly the fight before Avian? For something more dramatic, I'd have to go with either the Core of the Destroyer theme or the Malefor battle theme. Even if I hadn't named them, you could probably tell you're fighting something big and nasty when these play. You've got the orchestral choir, the trumpets, the clash and bang of cymbals and drums. What more could you want from boss fight music? And that's all I'm going to say on the soundtrack side of things because, as I've mentioned before, music really isn't my forte. If you want more, you can always look up the soundtrack on YouTube, give it a listen, and let me know what you think. Now we come to one of the most spectacular areas of the game. At least if you're playing on a more powerful console. My favourite thing is the draw distance. Obligatory, and this is what it looks like on next gen. Regardless of the graphic upsets, the Valley of Avalar is quite fun to explore and offers the best free-flying section in the game. Okay, faster. Fly faster, please. How do you do that speed boost thing? Oh really? Why can't I get up there? Just fly up! Yes. Oh. And that's pretty much my entire experience of flying in this game. Okay, as much as I mock it, I did enjoy these sections in Dawn of the Dragon, and especially here in the Valley of Avalar. It's an improvement on the Eternal Night at least. You have wings! So the goal here is to find Meadow inside a cave, but it's not as simple as that, silly, because Meadow is currently being held hostage by a bunch of tough-looking grublins. Luckily, killing the first few enemies filled my Fury bar, finally giving me the chance to test out Fury mode, which is activated by pressing square and triangle simultaneously. Yeah, that's not a button combination I'll forget further down the line. Oh, apparently it's not just me. How to activate Fury in Legend of Spyro Dawn of the Dragon. How do you do Fury greater than ? How do you increase Tour Fury mode bar? How do I do rage mode again in Spyro Dawn of the Dragon? So what actually happens when you activate Fury mode? Well, for starters, Spyro and Cinder jump up into the air and are surrounded by elemental energy, much like in A New Beginning in the Eternal Night. Except this time, the animation lasts a few seconds, and the move itself isn't a one blast murders all job. Nah, you've got to work for your kills, so spam those buttons, spam, spam, spam. In this mode, Spyro and Cinder's attack speed goes up quite a bit, and they'll also have access to a new breath, Ether, or Convexity Breath, or Fury Breath if you prefer. Well, technically Spyro's used it twice before, but it's new for Cinder at least. I'm going to leave the details to Jared Pullen, who explains it so eloquently on his art page. But basically, big purple magic boom boom that's specifically wielded by purple dragons. Well, Cinder can wield it too, but we talked about this at the beginning of the video. Also, Jared Pullen himself states, when Malefor corrupted her, the darker aspects of his power were transferred, aging her, rapidly accelerating her growth, granting Cinder access to the wild darkness that was ordinarily beyond her nature. In this way, it is plausible that the very ember of the ether ability, in this case Dark Ether, became known to Cinder. So, blast Grublins to smithereens and free Meadow.
Thank you, friends. You saved my life.
Can you move? We need to get you out of here.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid my leg is broken.
Oh, of course it bloody is.
Just go back to the village and tell them where I am.
Wait a second. That's Fred Tatas, that guy. He's done so many voice acting roles that it's impossible to name them all. But a few notable ones include the Hulk in various Marvel-related shows, Kakazu in the English dub of Naruto, and my personal favourite, Soldier 76 of Overwatch fame. The guy's one of the best voice actors in the business. And you give him a tiny role as Plot MacGuffin with a broken leg.
Shame. If we return without you, he'll likely assume the worst.
Yeah, and blame us for it.
Oh, the fool. I understand.
Or you could just tell Prowlus you found Meadow, but he has a broken leg and you need help to move him? No? Okay, we'll go down the tedious route. And I mean tedious. So, you need a boat to move Meadow, but before you can get the boat you need the weights to launch it. Oh, but there's more. The weights are locked in the supply cave, and the only dude who has a key is a crazy hermit living at the other end of the valley. Look, even Spyro doesn't want to go through with this. Come on buddy, you can't hide in there forever. Oh Jesus Christ. One dragon removal from wall later, and Spyro and Cinder head to the hermit's hidey hovel. Now, this section of gameplay absolutely sucked. Of course you can't just fly down the river to the hermit because there's a convenient strong wind blowing, so you have to make use of the climbing vines and the ability to link jumps and wall run. I don't know what it was, I think I might actually be an idiot, but for the life of me I could not master wall run. Every time I tried, Cinder would either fall off during the wall run, launch herself off to the side, or not even attach at all and merrily glide back down to the floor. Oh come on, this is torture! Oh my god, finally. No! I hate this frigging game. If I had this on disc, it would be snapped in half and frisbeed out the window. I swear to... Oh. I don't care if this is a glitch. I'm taking advantage of it. Much cursing and teeth grinding later, I finally managed to reach the hermit's hideout, but before I could meet the crazy old coot, a bunch of skeletal creatures jumped out and attacked. Hey, I know this music. This is the ape theme from the first game, but why is it playing it? Oh my god, they're apes. Is there no escape from them?
Why have you returned here?
What do you mean? I've never been here before.
Not you.
Okay, this is slightly creepy. Can we just get the key and get out of here?
You are the Black Dragon. Cinder, the terror of the skies.
I'm not proud of the things I've done.
Oh, is it that simple to turn your back on Malefor? You can run. You cannot hide, Cinder.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'll be fine.
Well, I am not. Was I the only one who was freaked out by that guy? Jeez. Okay, at least it wasn't a complete waste of time. Ta-da!
Sparks, I love you. So fly back, get the weights, be annoyed at Spyro's slowing me down and getting stuck on everything. Come on, dude! And finally we have a boat to use. This is a pretty clever use of the tether mechanic actually, one that'll crop up a few times throughout the game. As one dragon holds onto the boat, the other flies downriver to pull it along. But of course, it's not a simple case of drag the boat and reach Meadow, because along the way those pesky grublins will slow Spyro and Cinder down by extending the various nets along the river. Can't I just enjoy the peaceful boat ride game? Oh Jesus, what is that?
I did all the work. I'm just kidding.
I know what you guys are thinking, but this isn't an emulator glitch. It can happen on genuine copies of Dawn of the Dragon 2. Sheesh, come with a jump scare warning next time, game. So the trio head back to the cheetah village with Meadow, and Prowless does his "I'm a big doofus" speech, before handing Hunter a piece of paper that will allow them access to Warfang, the Dragon City. Moving on to the next area, and I'll let Hunter give you some backstory on Warfang.
I've never seen the Dragon City before.
It was built long ago by the moles in honor of their friendship with the dragons. Before Malefor, dragons were quite revered. Shh. I heard it too. Quickly. It has begun. This way. Stay close.
Hunter becomes separated from the group when falling debris splits them up, but he tells the trio to go on without him and find Ignitus. As usual, there's something else that needs doing first, and this time it involves a bunch of moles trapped in a burning building. Now, given that this game has spent the majority of the time going, "Look, your breaths are so nifty and have multiple uses," I figured I had to use Spyro's ice or Cinder's wind in some way to put out the fire. Oh no, that's far too easy for you, player. No, we need you to go to the adjacent area, turn a wheel to fill a pool with water, go to another area, pull a lever to retrieve some buckets, head back to the pool, fill the buckets, and then dump it onto the fire. Oh yeah, and we need you to do that 3 times, even though there's only 2 of you capable of finishing this task. So go back and get another bucket, please. There, wasn't that so much more fun than using those pesky ice and wind breaths?
Thank you, you saved our lives.
No big deal, risking our lives, saving people, dodging danger, taking it to the man. It's an occupation.
Look out! Siege engines! There's something in their war machines!
Listen to me. Everyone who can still fight must go to the ramparts.
The rest of you run. Get under cover.
The next section of gameplay has the trio fight their way up to the ramparts, where they'll participate in destroying the siege towers that threaten to bring down Warfang's wall. Now this part, I liked it, but I felt it went on for far too long. The goal is to protect the catapult by killing any grublins attacking it and repairing it during downtime. Sounds simple enough, but as the fight goes on, things get more heated. First, the catapult will run out of ammunition, which requires Spyro and Cinder to simultaneously pull a lever to reload it. Doing so will destroy one of the siege towers.
It's gotta shoot!
Next up, a siege tower will reach the wall and spill out annoying little grublins, so it's up to Spyro and Cinder to kill the pests and destroy the dark crystal powering said tower. Bear in mind you still have to keep an eye on the catapult's health, and you can't simply smack the crystal 3 times and be done with it. This thing can take a hit, and is guarded by a never-ending supply of groblins and one big meanie with a shield.
We're not out of it yet. Just keep it up.
Oh no, he's dead. Oh, never mind.
We need to get him back on that catapult.
Ah yes, because what's a Spyro game without an escort mission? Okay, that looks pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. Fortunately, this one is short and relatively easy. As far as I'm aware, the mole can't die, just cower in fear at the sight of groblins, and the only annoyances come in constantly having to go back and forth between him and the catapult to fix it. So, next siege tower down and... it's the same thing again. Come on dude, give me a break. Could you not fix your own catapult at least? Repair, reload and wreak havoc, and you'll get another cutscene.
Follow me!
Sorry?
So destroy 2 more siege towers, reload the catapult one last time, and watch as it shoots Grond the battering ram. Oh wait, that was Lord of the Rings. Watch as it shoots generic no-named battering ram. What a tedious fight. Seriously, that took me like 25 minutes. Nearly half an hour of running back and forth along a wall, doing the same 3 tasks with an escort mission thrown in. It's not on the same level as the Eternal Knight's notorious pirate ship section, but still. Ay ay ay.
Close the gates! Close the gates! Don't let it in!
Wow, Hunter got obliterated. Oh wait no, freeze frame says otherwise. Fairies rejoice, he's still alive. After getting lost and going the completely wrong way, I managed to find some vines to climb and ended up back in the bucket courtyard. And so starts our battle with the monster I've affectionately named Fugly Green Rock Frog. Hunter does what we know him best for and runs away while Spyro and Cinder take on the love child of Hulk and Thing. There isn't much to this fight, as its attacks are incredibly predictable, so just spam swipes and breaths, and dodge out of the way of its swings. Once Fuzzy Shrek is down, you'll get another cutscene showing the magic seal on the giant door failing, allowing more groblins to break through. Oh yeah, now you want me to use my elemental breath. The goal here is to kill any groblin stragglers that get through the door, help the mole shut it, and make sure it stays shut until the magical fire seal reforms. That's it really, nothing more to say, so moving on. A cutscene will play once again, showing Malefor's army retreating, but just as the battle seems won, something stirs in the fire.
It's in the earth beneath us! All of you, run! Run!
The city is burning. See what you can do about it. Voltaire, try to distract its vision. Toridori, follow me. We'll attack it head on.
I was wondering when you guys would make an appearance. You could have helped out in the ramparts, you know. Now, as dangerous and dramatic as this next bit of gameplay looks, it's actually really easy, and a little lackluster when compared to the last 2 sections. It could just be I was getting fatigued from the constant fighting and needed a break, but there are no breaks in war. Also, I would like to mention that for all its ugliness on the PS2, The graphics here aren't bad. Sure, there are no embers in the air and the textures are a little fuzzy, but it's definitely an improvement on the Valley of Avalar. So the goal is to make your way round to the golem's front, and as you clear each area of enemies you'll meet up with one of the Elder Dragons, who in turn will help Spyro and Cinder out in some way, or at least try to.
Spyro, this way, quickly! Or ignore me at your own peril.
I like that wall clipping. That is some nice wall clipping.
Voltaire!
The two dragons eventually come face to face with Diablo, the golem, sorry, and so starts the final battle with the fiery beast. This fight is pretty straightforward and a little boring, to be honest. Okay, just to clarify something, you guys might be confused by me saying I love Dawn of the Dragon while I simultaneously trash it at times. But trust me, I do love this game. That doesn't mean it's without its flaws though, and as an unbiased gaming historian, it is my duty to inform you of them, no matter how much I love said game. You can like something and still find flaws with it. Rant over, carry on! So the goal of this fight, which admittedly took me a while to work out, is to do enough damage to the golem's arms to stun it, and then climb to its head and destroy the dark crystals. It's at this point Toridori finally makes an appearance. Yay! Boo! So Spyro and Cinder are left to finish the golem by themselves. And it's the same routine as before, except the game makes you climb these annoying vines to reach the other dark crystal, which I of course messed up, meaning I didn't reach the golem's head in time, and had to repeat the process all over again. Once the other dark crystal is destroyed, the golem will climb further up. Ooh, I like this angle, it's very cinematic. Oh, it's your boy Ignitus. Oh, well, it was nice to see you again. And so begins the final battle with the golem, which is even easier to do than the previous part as you don't have to fly up and down, climb vines and all that other crap. Smack the golem's arms a number of times, and it will eventually keel over in exhaustion. Use this opportunity to run to its hand and begin the God of War simulation. Yes, we can finally kill this bloody thing. Oh, come on! You mean I have to do this again? Smack, 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 God of War and kill!
Ignitus.
Young dragon, you never cease to amaze me.
By the way, does anybody else think Ignitus' model is kind of ugly in Dawn of the Dragon, especially when compared to how he looked before? I know EL have a different art style to Chrome Studios, and I guess they were trying to go with the wise old dragon aesthetic, but he looks strange to me. The other three aren't so bad. Cyril is damn fine, Volty is chubby and adorable, and Toridori looks more or less how he did before, but Ignitus seems off. Also, he smiles way too much.
We never lost hope that you would return. Ignitus made sure of that.
I should have come back sooner. I let you all down.
Spyro, you've done more than anyone could expect of a dragon your age. What matters now is that you are here, and what's more, you've returned with your companions.
Well, it's not like I've really had much of a choice in the matter, seeing as how we're stuck together.
Interesting. This device is foreign to me.
Never have I seen such a thing. It has the mark of evil.
Likely crafted by Malefor himself.
How can we fight back if we're made to fight like this?
Spyro, Cinder, you have done well to get this far despite this. Do not view this chain as a hindrance, but allow it to be a reminder of the bond you two share.
I smelled that line from a mile away. I will take this opportunity to say that Gary Oldman, who voices Ignitus, seems to have put some effort into his performance this time around. In The Eternal Night, he sounded bored and uninterested.
The Chronicler is an ancient dragon of immeasurable wisdom, though I've only heard stories.
Now he actually sounds like a battle-weary elderly dragon. Actually, he probably hasn't given it much thought and he's just using his normal old man voice, but at least it works here. As the group travel through the city, the Dark Master finally reveals himself in a dramatic fashion befitting of an evil villain.
Citizens of Warfang, congratulations. You shall be the first to witness the resurrection of the Destroyer and the end of the world.
Malefor.
So who have they got to voice Malefor? Mark Hamill. Mark friggin' Hamill. The Joker. What have you done to his voice?
By our ancestors. What is that?
The Destroyer has commenced its journey to form a ring of annihilation. The belt of fire will spread across the surface of this world in a torrent of fire bash. There will be no escape.
If you're going to filter and distort his voice to the point he's unrecognisable as Mark friggin' Hamill, you may as well have got Kevin Michael Richardson to do Malefor's voice and saved yourself the money. Aye.
Nor do I. The ancients believed that this creature brings about the birth of a new world.
See, that sounds like a good thing.
By issuing its destruction.
Oh.
Would you stop smiling? This is a tense moment. Yeah, that's better.
Simply catch up with it. To set out in pursuit would be useless.
Then we shall wait for it to come back and intercept it before it completes its circle. We must pass underground if we are to possess the element of surprise. Besides, it is our only hope of getting into position in time without allowing Malefor to know the city has been left unguarded.
So begins the next section of gameplay, which I really enjoyed, might I add. Spyro, Cinder and Sparks have to travel into the ruins of Warfang without the Elder Dragons, as the gates can only be opened from the inside. The goal here is to awaken the 4 dragon statues with crystal keys, which will in turn open the gate. But to do so, you'll have to complete 4 different puzzles in order to retrieve said keys. On top of the challenges being quite enjoyable to work out, the ruins of Warfang aren't bad to look at either, even on the PS2. Well, for as much as you can see them thanks to the ever-controlling camera. Come on, developers. Don't give me a huge and interesting area to travel through, and then refuse to let me look at it. So the puzzles in question come with a variety of challenges, carrying weights across a chasm, using elements such as fire, electricity, fear and shadow to activate mechanisms, and of course, monster slaying. Not only do almost all the puzzles end with a big bad to kill, the ruins are teeming with undead apes. As I said before, there's no escape from them. And no, I will not stop using that joke. Once a puzzle is completed and the key has been picked up, the trio can ride these, wind tunnels back to the starting area to place the crystal key. Repeat 3 more times and you're done. Before we finish this area though, it's worth showing you the mural Cinder finds of a certain purple dragon.
Spyro, look at this.
Whoa. Is that supposed to be you? They're all worshipping you. That isn't me. It's Malefor. Look at this place. The ancestors must have trained him here. They had such high hopes.
The trio open the gates and meet up with the others, and then the whole gang set off through the ruins. As they walk, Ignitus and Spyro have a little heart-to-heart.
Malefor is about to destroy everything. But you seem so calm.
I don't imagine Malefor would expend all this effort if he did not feel threatened.
But why should he?
Throughout our history, there is only known to have been 2 purple dragons. Like Malefor, your powers go far beyond what you might imagine. He knows this. Malefor could have accomplished anything, but instead chose evil.
Why should I be any different?
Because I know you, and your heart would not allow it. Because I believe you are destined for great things, to bring about a new age, an age of peace. And I do not see what role destruction will have in that age. Whoa. Gotcha. 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 Take that.
I'll keep it up, Sparks. I think it's working.
Can I have more of this, Cinder, Christina Ricci? Please? While the destroyer edges ever closer to completing its mission, Cinder comes up with a clever plan to stop it. Fill the canyon with water from the nearby dam.
Cinder, you're a genius.
I have my moments.
Please, more of this. While the others distract the destroyer for as long as possible, Spyro, Cinder and Sparks head to the dam to open the floodgates. Ah yes, the aerial combat I mentioned before. A pain in the arse. Seriously, why is there no lock-on in this game? Okay, I'm going to try and summarise this part because I didn't find the area as entertaining as I hoped it would be. So the goal here is obvious. Flood the canyon. But to do so, you'll need to pull out these lock things, and the only way to do that is to retrieve the weights from each side of the dam and place them underneath the locking mechanisms. Once the weight is in place, use the tethering mechanics to pull the lock out. It's a good thing there's all these convenient vines growing, otherwise we'd never finish this section. Repeat this on both sides and the water will raise up quite a bit, but of course not enough to stop the destroyer.
It's not enough.
What else can we do?
We have to let all the water out, all at once.
No. Here's what we do. We have to let all the water out, all at once.
Oh, did Wayne Brady complain he didn't have enough lines in this part or something? So take the elevator up, because dragons can't fly, kill some hideous looking grublins, pick up the weights, place them on the lock at the top of the dam, pull the lock and watch the water come flooding in. This doesn't seem like very good design, does it? Maybe not construct a fancy stone dragon head that easily falls off from the impact of letting said water out? Wait, hang on. I've seen this before.
But at last, the whole of Azeroth will break.
Oh wait, I forgot. World of Warcraft Cataclysm came out in 2010, so in effect this copied Dawn of the Dragon. Also, you could easily replace Malefor's voice with Deathwing's and probably not notice the difference.
And all will burn beneath the shadow of my wings.
Oh, and one more similarity? Deathwing has a nickname, The Destroyer. Do you think somebody at Blizzard is a big fan of Dawn of the Dragon? Anyway, the water does its job and slows down the Destroyer, giving Spyro and Cinder a chance to take out the dark crystals powering it. Oh, this bit of gameplay. It went on for far too long for my liking, mainly because trying to find all 12 crystals is such a chore. You'd think this would be an epic Shadow of the Colossus moment, trying to find the creature's weak points to take it down once and for all, but no. Can I fly around this way? Nope, invisible wall. Maybe there's a crystal behind its leg. Nope, we're just flying off into the horizon. If you do somehow manage to fight the urge to turn off the game at this point, and destroy enough crystals, you'll be able to climb to the top of the destroyer. Smashing the 11th allows you to travel inside the monster, where the final crystal is located. This particular part right here, awesome. It's just a shame that the build-up was so lackluster. The trio will fly through the inside of the destroyer, and you have to guide your dragon in various directions to avoid the obstacles in the way. It's like the chase section in A New Beginning, except with urgency. This part of the fight consists of you smacking the destroyer's heart a number of times, avoiding the lava spurts, and occasionally going on another obstacle course. Once the heart's health bar is depleted, the final crystal will be revealed. Smack it a few times and fly like hell.
Let's get out of here.
I know I'm only spamming X to keep flapping here, but man, this felt so epic.
For all your subtleties, young dragons, you certainly know how to triumph with flair. No.
Yep, I'm so glad I did that 35-minute section for no reason whatsoever.
Ignitus, what do we do?
There is no more that can be done.
Not much time is left. Everyone must get to shelter.
The underground city. Ignitus, there are endless caves down there. We saw them. We can lead them there.
No. I need you and Cinder here with me.
Okay, so from this point on, the pacing got really weird. You'll see what I mean in a second. And sorry for just showing you cutscene after cutscene. It's just easier to do that than try and explain what's going on. Why does everybody keep smiling?
We have to confront Malefor, don't we?
I see no other way. The belt is weakened, and this may be our only chance to break through.
Dawn of the Dragon now does something that no Spyro game has ever done, I think. We have to leave Sparks behind.
Sparks? You can't come with me.
What? But I always go with you.
Spyro was right. You wouldn't survive in there.
Yay! I mean, oh, that sucks. No, I'm only kidding. This really upset me. Probably because I've grown up on the Spyro series, and Sparks has always been there to help me out, whether it's by acting as a health bar or collecting gems for me.
You have to promise me you will look after him. We've been through a lot together.
I promise.
I never thought I'd shed a tear for someone I consider the most annoying character in the Legend of Spyro series, but as I said before, miracles do happen. So long, my sparkly sidekick. Spyro, Cinder and Ignitus reach the Belt of Fire, and the battle-weary Elder Dragon uses what power he has left to guide them through.
Ignitus, let's turn back. There's got to be another way.
Spyro, Cinder, I have never done right by either of you. Allow me to do this.
What are you saying?
My path ends here, but yours lies beyond this. Draw strength from each other and follow your heart. It will never fail you. Now go. Go. Go!
And this is what I mean by odd pacing. At the time of playing this, it was obvious Ignitus was going to do something drastic, but sacrificing himself had less of an "oh my god, no" effect on me, and more a "oh, okay then." I think it's because it happens so suddenly after Ignitus joins us. 10 seconds ago he's happy to push on through, and now it's, I can't do this anymore, go on without me.
Ignitus! No!
Spyro, stop! It's too late. You can't do anything for him now.
No, he isn't gone.
Spyro, let it go.
Let it go!
No.
And it just gets worse.
No! Spyro, don't!
You can't stop.
You're right. Only you can do that. Please, Spyro, don't do this. We have to go on. He wanted us to.
It wasn't supposed to be like this.
This whole scene just annoys me, and I don't know what's worse. Spyro suddenly going dark side, Christina Ricci's lack of enthusiasm during this tense moment, or the fact it's so easy for Cinder to calm Spyro back down with one line. I think viewer IDM summed it up best during one of our rants about the game on my Discord.
It wasn't supposed to be like this. I feel so alone.
You're not alone.
And just when you thought it couldn't possibly get any worse than that cutscene, we have the burned lands to traverse. Compared to what came before, this whole section is utter shite. Firstly, it's hideous to look at. But hey, if you like traversing a land of black, brown and the occasional lava orange for 30 to 40 minutes, then this is the perfect place for you. Secondly, the pacing is terrible. I'm reminded of the first game and its constant blocking off of the next area until I had defeated all the relevant enemies. This section does that in abundance. This wouldn't be so bad if the enemies the game throws at you didn't take donkey's years to kill, and the blocking off didn't leave you with such a small area to work with that you can't even see the bad guys half the time. About midway through the burned lands, the two dragons have a little heart-to-heart, where Cinder shares her worries of facing her once master and tormentor.
He's up there somewhere, isn't he? I don't know if I can go through with this.
I don't know either. But we have to. You said it yourself. If we don't, then everything we fought for, everything we've lost, it's all been for nothing.
All right then, I'll go. But only because I want to get rid of this chain.
Come on. The air is too thick down here with all this ash.
I like this cutscene. It's nice to see Spyro and Cinder have some downtime and be able to share their feelings, because there really hasn't been much opportunity to do so throughout this adventure. Much fighting, getting lost and climbing later, and the dragons finally leave this accursed place to move on to somewhere better. Okay, that sounds like they've died. I mean better looking, sorry.
It's beautiful up here.
I agree with Cinder. The floating islands are one of the most gorgeous areas in the game, and funnily enough, I actually preferred how it looked on the PS2 over next gen. I'm not sure whether the PS2 version was deliberately made to look darker and more foreboding, or it's because I removed that annoying bloom. But for once, the PS2 wins this one for me. It still has ugly textures and pixelation, but by this point my eyes are used to it. So the goal here is to light all the torches surrounding the door that leads to Malefor's lair. To do so, you'll need to use Spyro's fire breath to light the 8 braziers scattered about the floating islands. Clues in the name. The braziers can be found all over the place on various bits of floating building and debris. And while it took me some time to find them all, I didn't mind so much, as it gave me the chance to enjoy the view. That pixelated, gorgeous view. Once the braziers are lit, the door will open into one last area before the big bad boss fight. You'll have to kill a variety of groblins, including another fugly yellow rock frog. You'll also have to destroy the machines that spit out devices that stop Spyro and Cinder from moving so far. But overall, this really isn't a difficult battle. Bish bash bosh, and it's time to meet the Dark Master himself.
Are you ready for this?
I'm scared.
Just stay close to me.
And so, the beginning of the end. But first, evil villain monologue.
At long last, my guests arrive. Such determination to get here. It seems we share other qualities besides that of our color.
Again, why would you bother putting Mark Hamill in this role if you don't make Malefor sound like Mark Hamill?
Don't listen to him, Spyro. Don't listen to anything he says.
So weary. Allow me to make you more comfortable. That's better, isn't it? The least I can do for you, Cinder. After all, you've done so much for me.
You used her.
I used her, she used you. What does it matter, really?
What does he mean?
He doesn't know.
Tell me what?
How she lured you to Dweller Souls. How she tricked you into freeing me.
You're lying.
You freed me, Spyro, and you who brought me back. And we have Cinder to thank for that.
This isn't a major flaw of the game, but why do all the dragons have these weird baleen plates instead of teeth?
Cinder? Is it true?
No. I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Oh, I think you do. But perhaps you do.
Cinder!
Oh boy, are we gonna fight a Dark Cinder? Yes! I've been waiting to fight her again since A New Beginning. This is gonna be awesome.
Because you've left me nothing to fight for.
God damn it.
There's always something.
So be it.
Spyro and Cinder chase after Malefor, which means it's finally time to take down the Dark Master once and for all.
You with me?
I'm with you.
This battle is split up into multiple phases, which in turn are split up again by various QuickTime events. The first half is the easiest part. Malefor will fly back and forth, stopping occasionally to fire various elemental abilities at you, including Dark Ether. Taking damage isn't too much of an issue during this phase, as hitting Malefor enough times will cause a bunch of red and green crystals to fly out of him. After depleting Malefor's health bar to almost zero, a QuickTime event will occur, in which Spyro and Cinder make use of their own ether abilities. Oh crap, I forgot we were supposed to be stopping that thing.
Oh no, we're too late!
Welcome to the end of the world.
Well, that's everybody they've ever known and loved dead. The next phase of the battle takes place amongst the ruins of what was the Dragon Temple. It's a bit tougher to dodge Malefor's various attacks, and I died a couple of times as a result. But as long as you spam da dodge button and remember to keep flying, you should be okay. Deplete his health bar once again, and it's time for another QuickTime event. Players love those, right? At least they're pretty badass to watch.
Watch out!
Oh my god, we're still not done. So, in this last phase, Malefor will use a Dark Ether shield to protect himself. You won't be able to land any attacks on him, but keep whacking his shield until the Fury bar is full. See where we're going with this? Oh, that is so awesome. I usually hate QuickTime events in games, but at least Dawn of the Dragon uses them sparingly and spectacularly. Right, I'm gonna let this cutscene play through before I make any comments, as it is the ending of the game. Speaking of you.
Cannot defeat my eternal.
Just hang on!
What is this?
Spyro, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't be. It's over now.
Spyro, when a dragon dies, he does not truly leave this world. His spirit lives on, binding itself with nature, offering hope for the future.
I know what I need to do. Just get out of here, Cinder.
Spyro, no. You don't have to do anything. Let's just go.
Where, Cinder? There'll be nothing left. The world is breaking apart. But I think I can stop it. I think I'm meant to.
Then I'm with you. I love you.
And there you go, the ending to The Legend of Spyro, Dawn of the Dragon. Watching this for the first time, it really killed me inside. This is a character I've known and loved for 20 years, and to see him sacrifice himself to save the world. And let's not even get started on Ignitus's final words to Spyro, or Cinder confessing her love for him. Right in the feels, game. Right in the feels. I do have some questions and issues with the ending though. My biggest one being, what the heck happened to Malefor? We see him standing on a giant purple crystal, then a bunch of ghostly dragons pop out and suck him in. What is the crystal supposed to be? I've read on the Spyro Wikia page that it's the Earth's core, which kinda makes sense, given Spyro, Cinder and Malefor's location at the bottom of a volcano. But why is it spewing out spectral dragons? And why does it suck in Malefor? Is he dead now? Or still alive trapped inside the core? Who are the ghosts? Ancient dragons that once taught Malefor? Just some random dragons that have passed on and bound themselves with nature, as Ignitus put it? Maybe even Ignitus himself, given they bear a resemblance to him. My next issue relates to Spyro casting his Deus Ex Machina magic. Now, I have no idea what it exactly is, but I'm assuming it's a form of dragon time, given that it seems to reverse the destruction of the world, and everybody somehow magically ends up not dead. And okay, I can let it slide that Spyro suddenly knows how to utilise this rewind time ability. Dragon blood, ancestors, times of need, blah blah blah. But come on, Dragon Time isn't even used once throughout the game, and is never shown or mentioned past the opening cutscene until now. Think of it this way as well, if you'd started with Dawn of the Dragon and never played the Eternal Night, you wouldn't even know Dragon Time was a thing, and would be even more confused than I am right now. Of course, I could be completely wrong about all this. The Earth's core, the ghost dragons, Spyro using Dragon Time. So seriously, if any of you guys have knowledge on this, please fill me in, because I need answers, dammit. regardless of the issues I have with it, the ending to Dawn of the Dragon genuinely had me shedding a few tears. Luckily there's still the post-credits cutscene to show you, but before I get to that, just take a few seconds to enjoy the beauty that is the credits theme, performed by the composers of the Legend of Spyro soundtracks themselves, Gabriel Mann and Rebecca Newell.
This is the darkest night. Stars have all faded away. Quiet upon this world.
Now I'll just let you enjoy the post-credit cutscene without me rambling on. Speaking of Bizzle.
Be welcome, friend. I have long been expecting you. A new age is beginning. With each new age, a worthy dragon is chosen to chronicle the many triumphs and failures of that age. This has been my duty for many millennia. And now, Ignitus, I pass this honor to you.
And what of Spyro? Is he?
That is the question, isn't it? You see, each time a dragon dies, a new page is written in this book. I've done my best, but I can't seem to find any trace of Spyro.
Well, young dragon, where might you be?
You know what? I should be annoyed that the developers weren't brave enough to truly let Spyro, Cinder and Ignitus die, but honestly, I'm glad they went the route they did. The three dragons have all gone through their personal struggles and strives over the years. Spyro left behind everything he's ever known, and had a huge burden placed upon his shoulders. Cinder was tormented and poisoned for most of her life by Malefor's dark magic. And Ignitus, by his own admission, failed both Spyro and Cinder in many ways. I think the three of them deserve peace and happiness, don't you guys? And once the post-credit cutscene is over, that's it. You can always check out the art gallery if you want to see some of the concept art and character models, but there isn't much else to do except start a new game, and we haven't got time for that. All those crystals I missed though. So, what did I think of Dawn of the Dragon? Well, to reiterate what I said at the beginning of this video, I loved playing this game. Yes, it has its flaws. Yes, there are a few plot holes. Yes, Malefor's voice sucks donkey balls. But this isn't enough to mark it as a terrible game, and the positives far outweigh the negatives. The story kept me interested and was truly epic. The areas for the most part were well designed and gorgeous to look at least on next gen. The combat, while tedious at times, was far more engaging than in the previous two games. Having the choice to play as Spyro or Cinder was a breath of fresh air, and I loved the relationship the two had together. Having prior knowledge that Spyro and Cinder would eventually fall in love had me rolling my eyes at first. But the relationship grew on me as time went by. The quiet moments where Spyro comforts a frightened Cinder, or when she reassures him he isn't alone, they were some of my favourite exchanges in the entire game. Even Sparx, arguably the most irritating character in the Legend of Spyro series, had some memorable moments. Leaving him behind before travelling through the Belt of Fire really hurt my soul. And let's not forget his best scene. The PS2 version definitely needs work, however, because my lord, that shit ugly to look at. Knowing how beautiful the game is on next gen makes me desperately want to get my hands on a PS3 copy and give it another go. Not just for the graphics, but also because there's so much I missed out on seeing and doing. There are all the collectibles I absent-mindedly walked past, those nasty elite enemies that I avoided like the plague, and apparently some nifty armour sets that give the two dragons permanent ether. You know what? I'm kinda sad. I've been working on this video for the past couple of weeks, what with playing the game, writing a script and editing it all together. And knowing this was going to be the longest video yet, I couldn't wait to get it done. But now it's actually sunk in that this is the last Spyro game I needed to do a video on. Man, I need a drink.